If you want to start a YouTube channel, this free course is going to teach you everything you need to know. Starting on YouTube can feel tough, but why? Well, a lot of people use the wrong approach and use outdated methods that don't get results anymore. I've spent hundreds of hours going over courses, podcasts, and books all about YouTube. And I've taken the key lessons and put them all into this course. Now, YouTube is changing, and there are plenty of small creators taking advantage of this and earning as much money as Wall Street bankers. My last YouTube channel was the only marketing I did for my business, and it brought me in big name clients for many years. Amazon, Audi, the BBC, and so on. And in this free course, we're going to cover the simple method for standing out on YouTube, how to create videos that people actually want to watch, why going viral can be bad, and the easy changes that you can make so your channel explodes. So YouTube is a game of attention. If you think about how they make money, it's all from ad revenue. So for YouTube to make more money, they just need people to stick around on the platform as long as possible. If you're watching ads, they make money. So the more time that you spend on the platform, the more money they make. And I know that seems overly simplistic, but it is. It's a game of trying to just keep people on the platform, consuming content, enjoying themselves for as long as possible. And when viewers come onto YouTube, they have a choice between millions and millions of potential videos. I saw a statistic and it said something like every minute 500 hours of content get uploaded to YouTube. I think that was it. Might be paraphrasing and getting it wrong. But there is tons and tons of content coming onto YouTube all the time. So if somebody's going to watch your content over anybody else's, they need a reason why. So if you're creating the same content as if you're creating the exact same content as everybody else, there isn't going to be a really strong, compelling reason why they should watch your content versus that other person's. And this is a problem that I see creators making all the time, is that you come on, you see what's working for other people, and you just think, I'm going to make that exact same content. I'm going to do that same thing, and I'm going to get the same results that they get, which is a false way of doing it. I'm going to go into that in more detail in a later video, but the real key that I've seen for standing out on YouTube is by being different. So you can stand out by being different or by being 10 times better than the competition. Being 10 times better is a lot of work. You know, that's when you start needing to get world-class scriptwriters, world-class editors, world-class cameramen. Just everything about it needs to be absolutely dialed in and perfect to be 10 times better than the competition. And if you're only trying to rely on being better than the competition, they can catch up to you. You know, if you had a really good scriptwriter for your videos, and that was what you were using to do better than the other competition, there's no reason why they can't go and hire a scriptwriter as well. You know, it works in a game of you're trying to stay one step ahead all the time if you're focusing on being better. But if you focus on being different, now there's a real reason why people would stick around to watch your videos versus watching somebody else's. Because when you're different, you're the only source for that content. You're the only person that's putting that information out into the world. So really what I've seen time and time again is I've been looking at different YouTubers, as I've been looking at why some people get loads of views and other people don't get any. It's because that channel's standing out, and it's because that channel's different from what everybody else is doing. So let's give this a real world example. Most fitness influencers do stuff like this guy. Let me just bring up the video here for you. So what they'll do is they'll look at what other people are doing and they will focus on creating the exact same style of content. So this is a guy called Jeremy, and it's quite highly edited, retention focused. It's the style of video has been done by plenty of other YouTubers. And yeah, look, he's one of the main players in the space with over 6 million subscribers. So he's doing incredibly well, but there is plenty of people making content in this style. Then what happened recently was a guy came along called Sam Sulek. And if we look at his channel instead, he's got 3.5 million subscribers and he's been uploading for a year, which is just crazy growth on YouTube. Now, there's a few key reasons why. If we look at his content, you see how incredibly long it is, 40 minutes, 50 minutes, an hour and a half, an hour long. And most of his content is in like the old school vlog style where there's very little editing, there's no animations, there's no fancy camera work. It's kind of just him going about his day and doing his workouts, doing whatever. It's a very different style of content from what existed in the fitness world at the minute. And he's just absolutely exploded in popularity. And if we go into why he's exploded, what he did is he took elements that worked for other channels, combined them with his own personality, and then he was able to just suddenly stand out from the crowd. So he would have probably looked at other channels that were doing well, that had that kind of vlog style, but realised that nobody in the fitness space was making that kind of content. Nobody was making these hour-long videos where you're kind of just hanging out, so to speak. People weren't doing that kind of content, and it allowed him to stand out. We're going to get into the specifics of this later about how to actually do these things, how to find the gaps in the market, how to figure out what works. But for now, I just want to demonstrate the idea behind it. So the key is to create your own market, and you create a space where you are the only option for that content. If you are different enough, you don't have competition because you're the only person making content for that style, for that niche, for that audience in that particular way. Sam Sulek did particularly well because people weren't making that content, but people wanted that content. So whilst all the other fitness channels were focusing on these really highly edited, highly thought out and planned and scripted videos, there was a market, there was people out there who wanted that vlog style, who wanted that traditional, easygoing, very low effort, low energy, low editing style content. So when Sam started putting that out into the world, he was able to explode in popularity. And yeah, sure, there's other factors in that, you know, his personality, his the fact that he is actually massive and ripped. All these things will play into that, but they all play into it to show how he's different from what other people are doing. So to do this, we need something called a video recipe, and this is like all the components of what makes a video that style of video. I'll give you another example to make that a little bit more obvious. So if you thought about Mr. Beast's content, if you've ever seen it, it's really highly edited, it's super fast paced, there's always a challenge involved, there is, what else does he have? There might be some like graphics, there's going to be some animations in there, Mr. Beast himself is going to be in there presenting. He has this particular style of video where you know what to expect from each one of his videos. If you watch one video, the next video is very similar, so you know what kind of things to expect. I'll explain that in a little bit more detail. So I learned this concept from a guy called Wono. He is on X, Wono_strategy, so I'd highly recommend following him if you're interested in this kind of stuff. So for a YouTube channel to be successful, he says it needs predictable content. So every time you visit that channel, you know exactly what to expect. So you don't want to be leaving anything up to chance. If somebody comes back to your channel again and again, they need to know exactly what that content is, exactly what they're going to be getting from that channel. And this is a mistake I've made, and I've seen plenty of other people making that same mistake. But if you look at incredibly successful channels who get consistent views, they all have a very similar format for every single video. So you can think of it as like, what is the style of their video? It could be the length of the videos, it can be their editing style, it can be the presentation, so like how that person interacts with the camera, how they talk to the people, how they interact with other people in the video. You could think about it as education versus edutainment versus entertainment. So some content like this is going to be a lot more hardcore education focused, where I'm not trying to entertain, I'm not trying to put loads of like fancy animations and make you really and entertain. I'm trying to teach you a specific skill, whereas entertainment content is just there to make you feel good, to help you pass the time. You're not trying to come away with a specific lesson or a specific skill that you might have learned from that video. You're just trying to pass the time and have a good time. And obviously it can be a scale between the two. Education and entertainment don't just live at polar opposites. There will be a middle ground in between where, you know, some people might watch this content and be entertained and other people might not. Some people might watch a Mr. Beast video which is pure entertainment, but they might still learn something. It might still have some sort of education in there for that person. So it's a spectrum of how far between education and entertainment is that video. So it could be the content style. So is it a vlog? Could it be talking head like this? Could it be a podcast? You know, all these different types of videos will appeal to different people. They've all got different styles in there. So if you think about watching a TV series like Family Guy, you know exactly what to expect from every single episode. You know the length, you know the style, you know the amount of jokes that are going to be in there. You know exactly what is going to be happening in each and every episode. You know the pacing, so like how fast or how slow it is. Like Family Guy would have a very predictable style. If you come in and you watch one episode, you could watch another episode from a completely different series and they will be very similar. And it's the same for any popular TV series, whether you go and watch something like The Simpsons or South Park, or if we even go away from animated content and you were watching something like Britain's Got Talent or America's Got Talent or whatever version it is for you. Those shows all have a very predictable format, a very predictable style. They have this consistent recipe, so that if you watch one episode, you know exactly what to expect from the next episode. And you know that the content's going to be in a certain style. You might not know what will happen, but you know that it might have jokes, it might have this section halfway through where the judges go behind the scenes and do blah blah blah. You know exactly what to be getting from each and every single episode. So, for example, a channel about cars could be talking about, could be doing reviews, it could be fixing cars, it could be documentaries, it could be talking about cars, you could be taking pictures of cars, it could be having famous people driving the cars. And like each of these different channels would have a different style and different content. You know, a channel that's doing reviews is going to be a lot more factual and a lot more informational than famous people driving cars. And each channel would have its own style, it would have its own recipe, which would make it different from the other categories there. They're all, think of it like the components of what makes a video, that particular video. So what is it that you would expect to see if you watched another one of those videos. So for my stuff now, let's look at this, the recipe for this. This is an incredibly long video. I've got talking head, I'm speaking to the camera, I'm trying to demonstrate points, I've got some slides. If I made another video in this exact same style, and then you came back and watched that one, you would think, well, I expect to see another video on that channel in that same style. But then let's say in a few weeks I make a vlog, and you come to my channel and you're like, I don't like vlog content, so you don't watch it when YouTube recommends it. And then the video after that, I do another vlog, and again, you don't watch it. YouTube would then think, you're not interested in this content, I'm just going to stop showing it to you. So then you'll get a load of subscribers on a channel who don't watch your videos anymore. So instead, if we have a consistent recipe, so if you watch one video and then the next video is very similar in terms of the style and the recipe of the video, you know what to expect and you're more likely to come back and watch that next video. So if you change recipes, viewers might not be interested in the new content. Like I just said, if I change from this kind of educational talking head content and went and did vlogs or challenge videos, you might not be interested in that. You might not have signed up for that kind of stuff. That's why, not the reason why you subscribed to my channel. So you might end up having a load of subscribers on the channel but really low viewers. And you will see this a lot on YouTube, where you'll see channels that are apparently dead and they've got tons and tons of subscribers but getting really low view counts. And that's obviously something we want to avoid. Like, having subscribers is a vanity metric that doesn't matter. We want a loyal audience who comes back and watches more and more of our videos. So someone who is interested in podcasts might not be interested in vlogs or how-to content, so having that consistent recipe will create loyal viewers, and that will build sustainable growth. So let's actually have a look at some real-world examples of that. So there is this guy called Beard Meats Food, and he does food, how do you describe it? Eating challenges, where he just goes and tries to eat some just ridiculous amount of food, and he travels all around the world doing it. And his videos all follow a very, very consistent recipe, where he pulls up to a restaurant, he tells a little bit about what the challenge is at that particular video, and then he goes in, he sits on the table and he eats. And he narrates the video as well. He'll talk, he'll interact with the staff a bit. And if you watch one of his videos, you know exactly what to expect from the next video. They are so similar again and again and again. And his channel pulls in ridiculous views now. He's averaging, what, 3 million views a video? And he can pump these out, putting out 1, maybe 2 a week. So he's doing incredibly well. And at first glance, I would never think there was an audience for watching somebody eat, but he's built it up over time, and by having that very, very, very consistent recipe with his videos, you know what to expect. If you go back on his old videos, which are, I think, about 7 years old, they're very similar to what he does now, and he's just kept it super, super consistent, and over time he's built up that audience. And if you look actually at his subscriber growth, it is just being very consistent. Each month he's pulling in more and more and more subscribers, and equally more and more views. He's got this very consistent trajectory. He's got this very consistent growth, where he is just making, he's growing his channel consistently. And that's the sign of a healthy channel, because if you have spikes up and down, it's a sign that some content works and other content doesn't work. So by having a consistent growth like he does, it's just a sign that people are coming back and watching videos again and again and again. So here's an example of a channel that has that up and down views. So this guy, no shade on him at all. He's put out some really great content, and I do really like his videos, but he has an inconsistent recipe. So if you look down at the bottom here, he got 1 million views where he was trying side hustles to make money. Now, the top right here, I did 50-hour dopamine detox and I took psychedelics right after. That's got 10,000 views. And bearing in mind that his channel is on nearly 300,000 subscribers now. So that shows you that with that amount of subscribers, people just didn't care about this dopamine detox psychedelics thing. It was outside of his recipe. It was outside of the content that people signed up to his channel to watch. Because if you came to his channel for the 500 a day using these 12 side hustles, and then you got served a video about psychedelics, clearly people were not interested in that. Clearly the people that watched this side hustles video were not excited about the dopamine detox and psychedelics thing. He changed his recipe by focusing on a different topic that was outside of what his audience was interested in. And that's a problem because it makes his views go up and down. And like I said before, if you watch a video on his channel, if you watched the if you watched the side hustle video and you subscribed for that, and then you came back to YouTube and the next one that YouTube recommended to you was this dopamine detox psychedelics thing, and you're not interested in that, you don't click on it, that's a signal to YouTube that maybe you're not interested in his content anymore. So YouTube might not show you his later videos. You might not have seen these videos anymore because you skipped his psychedelics video. So you can have loads of subscribers and again not getting many views for how many subscribers he has. So again, at the top left, the data analyst saved my life but destroyed my soul. That got 50,000 views, which, you know, good number of views, but for 300,000 subs, it's kind of clear that people weren't interested in that style of content. So what most channels do is they will play around a bit and they will be trying these different videos out, and they'll, you know, they're not 100% sure what's really going to resonate, but then they'll find something, they'll find this, like the side hustles angle, and they'll see that that works, and then they'll double down and they'll make more content on that style. You know, it could do another one. It could say, I tried making $1,000 a day using these 3 side hustles. I interviewed people who were doing side hustles. I did something else related to side hustles. You know, he could make a consistent recipe around side hustles where people then come back to the channel and keep watching again and again and again. So again, on the bottom right, I asked entrepreneurs how to make $1 million. That did incredibly well, 500,000 views. He tried to do it later, asking digital nomads, and got 40,000 views. So he would need to try and look at that and think, why did that content not resonate when this original one did? I've not seen the video, so I couldn't say why. But then when he comes in later and does another interview video, meet the 26-year-old Dubai millionaire making 1.6 million per month, 127,000 views. So again, he's doing better. You know, the views are coming back because that's the kind of content people wanted. So showing you that consistent recipe really can make the difference for a channel. If we look at someone like Ali Abdaal, he is putting his fingers in loads of different pies and wanting to make tons of different styles of content. So what he has done is he split it over multiple channels. You know, he's got his main channel here with 5.6 million subscribers, but then when he wanted to start podcasting, he made a separate channel for that. So if somebody wants podcasts, they go to his podcast channel and they can watch those. If someone wants his more short form 30-minute content, they can go to his main channel. If somebody wants vlogs, they can go to his appendix, his vlog channel. He's got separate channels for separate recipes, and of course I wouldn't recommend this for people starting out because that'd be so much work trying to grow and do multiple channels. But it shows that people have different recipes, and when they do, they're putting them into different places. If he started putting his interview content onto his main channel, people might not be interested in that. So someone might come and watch his Beginner's Guide to Making Money with Courses, and then they will see his next video will be an interview, and I think, well, I'm not really interested in podcast interview content, and then that'll signal to YouTube that they don't care, and YouTube will stop recommending his channel to that person. So by breaking his different video recipes over multiple channels, he's managed to circumvent that problem, and he's managed to build sustainable views on each and every channel. So here's another guy who's changed his recipe over time, Lewis Rossman. He kind of started out doing a lot of board repairs. That's what his business was around, and he did these in-depth videos showing you how to fix different circuit boards. And over time, he has transitioned into doing more, I don't know how to describe it. He complains a lot, but he does it in quite an entertaining way. He has these rants on camera, basically. So it's all his videos now is just him ranting about some company. And he does really well. He gets hundreds of thousands of views on every single video that he posts. You know, people will sign up because now they come to his channel and they will see it and they'll say, oh, he does this ranting commentary style content. And if they like that content, they'll subscribe, and then the next video they get will be ranting commentary style content. So they know what to get from each and every video. So again, he's doing really well on YouTube because he has that consistent recipe. And a recipe is a best guess. It can evolve over time. His evolved and changed as he figured out what kind of content he really liked making. Then the recipe changed and he managed to find what he really wanted to be making. So we will get into it later in how to find your recipe, how to figure it out, but it might change over time. It might develop as you grow, as your interests change, as you figure out what kind of content your audience resonates with. Like, I'm changing the recipe on my channel. I'm going from more highly edited, short content, let's say 10 minutes, and I'm wanting to put out videos that are more off the cuff, more conversational, more unscripted, but still highly value and highly educational, teaching people all the sort of stuff that I'm learning along the way about YouTube. So, if we look at Alex Hormozi, his recipe has been changing a lot over time, and now he's found what works for him. So his content is now more talking head. He's presenting to camera. Sometimes he's standing on stage and speaking. He tells stories. He covers in-depth business contents. He's going in on education only and not doing really any entertainment content at all. It's just going to be hardcore education, 20 to 35 minutes, minimal editing, no fancy animations. And like I said, his recipe has changed over time. So he's figured out what works for his audience, what works for him, what works for his team, and now he's made a consistent recipe and he's going all in on that recipe. So we will cover how to create a recipe in a later video, but that is everything for this chapter. In this chapter, we're going to talk about the reality of being on YouTube, but I'm going to tell you some things that will blow your mind about YouTube. I want to show you some examples, some things that I've learned along the way that will really, honestly, just change the way that you look at YouTube. And when I told some people these things before, they've had their minds blown, so I know it's not just me. So stick around, this is going to be a really important chapter. So one of the first things about YouTube is that speed is more important than execution in a lot of ways. You know, we need to be moving fast and everything will fall in place. I dawdled for months and I'd obsess about these tiny details with videos, and don't try to be perfect with every single video. Instead, just be looking to improve something with every single upload, because it's more, I really believe that a lot of YouTube you'll learn by uploading and seeing what works and what doesn't work. So by spending months creating one video, your learning curve is going to be really long, because the time between doing something and then learning from it is going to be huge. Whereas what you want to be doing is getting out stuff quicker so that you get faster feedback loops. So you put a video out, you try something out in that video, maybe it does well. Great, you can learn from that and you can implement that lesson into the next video. Whereas if you have this really drawn out 6 months between videos, the feedback loop is so big that the time between you starting the video and learning from it, your lessons are going to be coming in really, really slow. And if you look at successful YouTubers, a lot of them are just uploading pretty consistently, really regularly. There are exceptions to that, of course, but those are generally people who just have incredibly high execution levels where they're incredibly good at what they already do. So for most of us, I really believe that to be you want to be shortening that feedback loop. So I'm going to be posting a lot more regularly. I'm going to be aiming for once, maybe twice a week on my channel. I'm going to try and find a content cadence that works, where figuring out how often works well for me, because that will teach me what's working. I'll be able to get ideas back from what kind of content resonates with you, what kind of content you like watching, and then be able to make more content like that. So it has been done before. Plenty of people have grown on YouTube and been successful, so there is no reason why you can't do it too. I don't know, if you're putting out those first videos and you get a couple of views, it can be really disheartening. But if we focus on the process, if we focus on learning and actually improving, the results will start to come. I also believe that income is far more important than views. There's so many people that get millions of views and make absolutely no income. That's particularly prevalent. It happens a lot on short form content, where you can see people getting absolutely crazy numbers. I saw someone got 10 million views from short form and earned like $100. Like, it's the views just didn't bring in any income. It just wasn't worth the time. So what we want to be doing is focusing on creating content that will bring in income, not just focusing on the view count. And the creator economy is currently worth $250 billion. That's billion with a B. And it's predicted to double in size in the next 3 years to 480 billion. Like, it's just on this upwards trajectory. So to get in with it now, to be part of the game, to be starting to put out content onto YouTube, it's the best time ever for it. I really believe that, because it's just exploding at some absolute phenomenal rate. And you know, we have things like AI coming out, and people think that might affect YouTube, it might affect other platforms. But I think what's going to happen is that a lot of jobs, conventional jobs, are going to be automated. You know, like, say, accounting. Something like that will eventually, over the next couple of years, it's going to be more and more automated. People won't be doing that job anymore, because it'll all be done by the computers and by AI and big data and everything. So I think people will be looking to people more than ever. And AI content is always going to be AI content. It's going to lack that human connection that you have with somebody when they're talking on the camera, when they're presenting. You don't build up a connection with AI content. So I think it's going to be, AI is going to change the game, but I don't think it's going to make a difference to the landscape for creators. If anything, it's going to help, because it will just mean it's quicker and easier to actually create content. So the goal with this is that we create value, tons and tons of resources, and free value for 99% of people, completely for free. They can watch it on YouTube, they can get all the information they want for free, and then there'll be 1% of people, 1% of the audience, who want to pay to get help. They want to get resources so they can get results quicker. So, you know, we're giving away the farm to basically everybody for free, and then that 1% is what will help to sustain the business. So the competition as well is irrelevant. I think competition is just a sign that there is a market for it. It's the same in business. Like, I've got 13 years of running my own businesses, and I never saw competition as a problem, because it's just a sign that people are willing to pay for that thing, for that service, for that product. And competition on YouTube just means that people want to watch that kind of content. So it's a really good validator that there is a market for the kind of content that you want to make, and that other people will want to watch it. So there's a concept called 1,000 True Fans, and it was by this guy called Kevin Kelly. He made this amazing article years ago about how you only need 1,000 true fans to really sustain a business. So if they love everything that you do, so you have 1,000 dedicated people, they love absolutely everything that you do, they love everything about you, they will buy your products or your services without question every time you release something, then you only need 1,000 true fans to sustain a business. For example, the author Tim Ferriss, like, I love all of his books, I love his content. If he releases another book, I won't even read what it's about, I would just order it, like, done. That's all I need to know. He's released a book, I will like it, I will order it. It's simple. So if you look at the actual economics of this, if you were to sell a $10 a month membership to 1,000 people, you could be pulling in $120,000 a year. Or if you were selling something more expensive, say consulting, coaching services, if you sold 2 of those a month, you could be pulling in 120 grand a year just from selling 2. So you might not need 1,000 fans, you might only need 100. So the true fans number will scale or shrink depending on the price of your products, your services, and how many you need to sell to reach your goal. So if you were a band selling albums and you sold 1 album a year for $10, you're going to need to sell a lot of albums to reach 100 grand goal in a year. You need to sell 10,000 albums. So you might need an audience of 10,000 true fans if you're only selling that 1 album a year. If you sold digital products for $100 and you created 2 new products every year, you would only need 500 fans to reach $100,000. That's it. That's 500 people. So like when people are coming to YouTube and they're like, I need to get 10,000, I need to get 100,000, 1 million subscribers. If you're building it with a business in mind, which is the whole premise of this course, is to build it with that business in mind, then you don't need a ton of subscribers. You only need to build a dedicated and loyal audience who love what you do. They love your content. They're willing to buy everything that you put out. So we're not aiming to try and go viral and to get millions and millions of subscribers. We're just aiming to build that loyal audience who loves us, who loves our content, who loves what we teach and what we share. So the other thing to look at is that every single view is a real person. And it's easy to forget that when it's just numbers on a screen. But if you go and get 100 views on a video, that's 100 people who have sat down to watch that video. If you think about if you got a lot more than that, I had a video that got 1 million views. That's a hell of a lot of people who've taken time out of their day to sit and to watch that video. Each of those people has their own hopes, their own dreams, their own goals, their own living their own lives. And it's the reach that we can be getting from the content is just crazy. If you went into a room of 1,000 people who were interested in what you did and you pitched a product to them, like, how easy would it be to sell to that room? Because there's going to be so many people in there who want to buy your stuff. And it's the same with YouTube. We just forget that every view is a real person. So that's why I really think that we need to be focusing on value instead of views. And a lot of people will fixate on views because it's a metric that's easy to track. It's easy to look at the view counter going up or not going up and to use that as our basis for how successful we are. But Alex Hormozi did a video recently talking to a registered dietitian who teaches people how to bill insurance correctly. So she teaches dietitians how to do these insurance codes so they can bill insurance companies. Super niche. And she was making $1 million a year profit from 5,800 followers. That's a profit, $1 million a year, which blows my mind. And her posts were getting like 10 likes on average. It's just crazy. And I'm going to show you some examples of YouTubers who do similar stuff. So instead of fixating on the views, we need to stop comparing ourselves to others and focus on adding as much value as possible to our audience. And I think every successful YouTube video that I've seen focuses on value. So if it's entertainment content like Mr. Beast, it could be given the most entertainment per second. Or Alex Hormozi could be given the most education per second. These channels do well because they're just giving away value. They're giving people what they want. If somebody wanted to be to learn how to make pizza dough and you put out a really long, rambling 3-hour video, people aren't going to watch it. They just want to learn how to make that dough. They want the value per second. So if that 3 hours was just jam-packed full of information and value, great, the video could do well. But if you could take that one idea and condense it into a 10-minute video, then that video would do well. People come in for that value, whether it be entertainment, whether it be education. Of course, we're focusing on the education side, but people want that value. So, here is someone called Sarah Renee Clark. She did a presentation at Vid Summit 2023, and in 1 year she made $2.4 million with less than 300,000 subscribers. And her videos don't even get crazy views. They're not getting tons and tons of views on them, but she still pulled in $2.4 million. And you might be thinking, oh great, maybe she got AdSense or whatever. Well, she published her numbers. Here on the left, the big numbers are what she pulled in that month from product, from selling digital products and physical products. And on the right is what she made in AdSense from YouTube. So you can see here that, like, what, 2%, 1%, 2% on average comes from AdSense, and 98% of her income came from selling stuff to the audience, selling digital products, physical products. And this is stuff that people wanted. Clearly the people wanted to buy it. She wasn't trying to scam them. She wasn't selling them something they hated. This was stuff that her audience found valuable and would keep buying. Here is another example. A guy called August Bradley who does Notion tutorials based around life design. And I heard, this isn't verified, and he made $600,000 when he launched his first product, and that was to an audience of less than 70,000 people. It was probably a lot less than that when he launched it, because he launched it a while ago, and I'm sure his channel has grown since then. So 600 grand from under 70,000 subscribers. It's just, I find that completely wild. Got another example here, a lady called Anna Hickman. She does tutorials about web design, about getting clients. She's got 27,000 subscribers, only 13 videos, and on average she gets 15,000 views per video, but she's made over $150,000 selling digital products. And that is confirmed. I mean, I've been able to look at the numbers there, that she's made that amount of money from selling digital products to her audience, which I find absolutely wild. And I think her channel's only been going for like 3-4 months, which just shows you the power of YouTube. Here's some other ones that are unconfirmed, but I heard Emma Ding made $320,000 in 1 month from a data science course. That was with 41,000 subs. Jeffrey did $250K in a month with 54,000 subs. That was a relationship course. Starter Story did 2.5 million with 130,000 subscribers, and they sell a database of examples of successful startups and how they did it. Adam Enfroy did 4 million from 170,000 subscribers, talking about blogging. This next one blows my mind. Joel Kaplan did 1 million in a month. He openly talks about his numbers. And that was from under 150,000 views in a month. Like, he's pulling in crazy high returns by just making super niche content for a super specific audience of people who are interested in it. His videos get like 5,000 views, but he pulled in $1 million in a month from his organic channels. And myself, so on my old channel, I had 3,100 subscribers, and that actually brought me in clients for years. It was all time-lapse videos. So like, I'd make a video about, say, a Manchester time-lapse video, I had a Paris one, a London one, and what happened is I'd made those videos, they did well, you know, they got good views, but then they sat on the first page of Google for years and years to come. So if you typed in Manchester time-lapse, my video was at the top, so then potential clients would see that, and then they reached out to me and hired me, and it literally, like, the only marketing I ever did for my time-lapse business was just making content. That's all I ever did. And I ran that business for multiple years. I mean, I still have clients now, but I'm moving away from that. I've just got some long-term clients. But yeah, the majority, all of my marketing was just making videos for YouTube, put them onto Google, and then they just did phenomenally well. And I made a very good living from that. So this course, we're going to be focusing on the 80-20 of YouTube. This is stuff that, again, I'm not an expert. This is stuff that I've learned along the way. I've pulled it out from looking at what other people are doing. I've joined the dots here and there. I've connected in my years of business knowledge to pull together all different ideas and thoughts and to make this sort of clear path for going forward with YouTube. So this is the stuff that I'm doing. I'm not going to say this is the best way to do it necessarily. There might be other ways to do it, but this is the way that I believe is going to work, and this is the way that I've seen other people doing it. So we'll be giving examples of everything I talk about to back it up and to show you exactly what I mean. So Pareto's law states that 80% of your output comes from 20% of your input. So if you have a business, 80% of your profits will come from 20% of your clients, for example. So what we want to do is figure out what works for YouTube. 80% of your views would come from 20% of your work. So we need to figure out what those levers are, what those things are that are going to get us the maximum output for our time spent. Because we don't have days and weeks to spend making every single video, so we want to figure out how do we streamline the process, how do we systematize it, how do we make things work for us. So I truly believe that anyone can monetize their passions on YouTube and turn it into a successful business. I've seen tons and tons of people in vastly different niches making a living, and I really believe that anyone can do it. So we already spoke about Pareto's law there. That's what we're going to focus on through the course, and that covers everything for this chapter, so stick around for the next one. So let's start to talk about niche selection, and that's basically who are you targeting with your videos? Who are you trying to put your videos out into the world for? And you might be thinking, oh, I don't need to know this. But I promise you, it will make a huge, huge difference. It will help you to figure out what kind of content to make. It will help you figure out if a certain audience is going to be worth spending your time making content for. It will just save you so much time and headaches down the road. And it'll also help you make significantly better content, because there's tons of creators out there who do not do this. And by not doing it, they can't get deep into the brain of their target viewer. By actually following through this process, you'll learn things about your audience, and you'll learn what kind of content is going to resonate with them, what kind of content to make. Whenever I've started a business, I've always done this process. Whenever I've launched a product, I've always done this, and it's helped me to sell products because I was able to get into the mind of that person. So had a client pay me $4,500 to go through this process recently. I went through it with them one-to-one, and you're going to get it here for free. So it's going to show you how to find a pocket of people that will turn small views into big income. And I know this because I've used this process, like I said, when I've been selling my own digital products before. I've had a photography training business for many years, where I taught photographers two sides. I taught professional photographers how to get clients, and I also taught amateur photographers how to take better landscape photos. So those were different audiences with different problems, different needs, different skill sets, and I would do this exercise for the different audiences, so I could figure out what it was they needed, what I could sell to them, and it really does help. So if you pick the wrong niche, you will never make any money. You don't want to be picking people that are poor, that are broke, and this exercise will help you avoid that. So even if you think you know your niche, it's worth going through this exercise, as it will help you a ton later on. And it's going to be coming in useful again in some of the later chapters on this course, and it really will teach you a hell of a lot. So like I said, when I was a professional photographer and I was making content for YouTube, I had multiple videos on my channel. One of them went incredibly viral on the left here, Patience 4K time-lapse movie, got over 1 million views, and I thought, fantastic, I'm going to be able to make loads of money from that. 1 million views, amazing. But as the time went by, as the weeks passed, I just wasn't getting any clients. Even to this day, 8 years later, I don't think I ever got a single client from that video. But a few years later, I made another video about Manchester, about my home city, and that got 11,000 views in comparison. But it brought me in tons of clients. In the previous video, I mentioned that when I had a video like that, the Manchester one, that would rank on Google. That would be on the first page of Google if you searched for Manchester time-lapse. So potential clients would be like Googling Manchester time-lapse. They would see that video pop up, and then they would reach out to me and hire me. And it brought me in years of work by making videos about specific niche areas like that. So on the surface, you'd be like, the view count is awful in comparison, but it was about targeting the right people. It was about targeting that right niche. The patients video was just worldwide footage everywhere. There was no way for somebody to easily find that video if they were looking for like Manchester time-lapse. It just wouldn't pop up. So whilst it looked good in my portfolio, it wasn't bringing me clients to my business. So it was a lesson that I learned the hard way, because these videos took me months and months to make. So to find your own niche, we want to follow a progress called Ikigai. And that is, we start by looking at what you can be paid for. Then you look at what you are good at, what you love, and then what the world needs. So you see where these intersect in the middle? That is Ikigai, and that's basically where you should be focusing your time. You want to have those 4 outer sections all crossing over. You want to find that perfect topic that's just an intersection of multiple places. Because if you do something that is what you love and what the world needs, that would be a mission. If you do what the world needs and what you can be paid for, that would be a vocation. So it's a combination between what you love, what you can be paid for, what the world needs, and what you are good at. You need all those 4 things to meet Ikigai and to actually be able to build something sustainable from it. So I would make these 4 lists: what you love, what you're good at, what the world needs, and what you can be paid for. And I would sit on this for a while. Like, you know, you might spend an hour on it today, give it a few days, spend a bit more time on it, revisit it at another day, because the best answers might take a little bit of time to come. And once you start to really think about that in detail, you'll start to be able to answer that question of what could you make content about for years to come. Because you don't want to just make content about something that you're passionate about, but we want to make something that the world needs, that people would be willing to pay for. So, you know, if you were, I don't know, let's say you painted models, yeah, maybe you could make a channel about that, but are there people who are interested in paying for help with that? Maybe they're interested in paying for extra tutorials about painting models. Because if there's not, you don't want to be targeting a market where there's no money, because it'd just be a waste of time. Like, we want to build a business, not just be relying on views. So another question you can ask yourself is, how do you spend your free time? What do you spend your money on? And this could also be an area of growing interest. It doesn't have to be this like absolute deep burning passion that you've been interested in for your whole life. It could be something that you want to learn more about, that you want to learn. You don't need to be an expert in this necessarily, because you can teach people what you learn along the way. You can document, you know, I learned this thing this week, I learned this thing the next week. You don't have to be an expert. So I would be looking at those 4 criteria, and I'd spend some time to do that. But this isn't the only thing that we need to do. Once we know what are the things that we're interested in, we also need to get deep into the minds of that ideal viewer. So there's a little graph that I've got here that I revisit regularly, because it's something that people do a lot when they are starting out on a new thing. They will get really excited about it, and as they build up more knowledge on that topic and realise actually it's maybe quite difficult, they drop down into the valley of despair. And most people stop here. Most people go, oh, it's hard work, it's not working, I don't want to do it, and they'll go back to the start and look at something new. So when you're picking your niche, you don't just want to be like bouncing from niche to niche to niche, from week to week to week. You know, you spend this time up front figuring out what kind of niche you want to be doing your content on, and then over time, you will drop into the valley of despair, but you will be able to build back up the knowledge and the confidence in that, and the results will grow from there. So, when we're looking at the market, here's some questions. Sorry, when you're looking at the niche, here's some things that you want to consider. So, how big is the market? So, how many people around the world or locally or whatever would be interested in that type of content? So obviously we'll be looking globally because YouTube is a global platform. So bigger is not always better. A smaller niche might be better to enter than a big niche. Because if you're like, I want to be the next productivity guru, it's going to be really hard to compete with big creators. You can't, to go in and try and get views on productivity videos when there's someone already like Ali Abdaal or Thomas Frank making content in that space. It's going to be really hard. Whereas if you were like, I am the productivity expert for nurses, that might be a lot smaller market, but it might be a lot easier for you to dominate that because there's nobody else making that specific content for that specific person. So it's easier to be a big fish in a small pond than it is to be a big fish in a big pond. You don't want to just be going super broad and trying to target huge creators and compete with them, because it's just going to be a massive uphill battle. So another thing you can look at is, are other people creating content in this niche? If there are, that's always a good sign that it's a healthy niche. And like I said earlier, competition is good, but we don't want to be trying to compete against absolute behemoths, absolute huge monsters who have everything dialed in and are just making incredibly perfect videos. That's going to be hard. So are the other channels getting consistent and reliable views? If they are, that's a sign that the niche, there's a sustainable interest in it. Because what we don't want to do is target like a hot topic like NFTs, where it might be really interesting for 6 months, but a year down the line, people don't care about it anymore. There was a massive hype about NFTs a few years ago, but I never hear anybody talking about them anymore because that initial wave has died off. That initial excitement, that initial buzz is just gone. If we'd made a channel around NFTs then, it would probably be dying now, so it would have been a bad topic to pick. Another thing you can consider when choosing your niche is, are people selling products or services to this niche? That doesn't necessarily need to be on YouTube. It could be on websites, it could be on forums, it could be on Etsy, it could be on eBay, or anywhere. It could just be somewhere else. Are people selling products and services to this niche? If they are, that's a sign that it's a niche who will spend money. Are there sources for content in this niche outside of YouTube? Are there Reddit groups? Are there forums, Discord groups? Maybe there's groups in person? Maybe there are Facebook groups? You can look in all these different places to try and figure out if a niche is viable or not. Is it a growing or shrinking niche? So like the NFTs example, you wouldn't want to pick something that might be dying out. You wouldn't want to start talking about newspapers now, because newspapers are slowly dying out. Having a YouTube channel all around newspapers might not be a good idea. So I had a creator a few months ago ask me this question, and he had a massive audience of 1 million subscribers. And he said, should I sell to audience A? So this was all within his audience. So should I sell to this group of people who, it's a larger group, but they don't have much money and they're not very motivated to make changes in their life? Or should I sell to audience B, much smaller, higher motivation and has money? And I was just like, dude, like, do you really need to ask? Like, it's obvious what the answer is. You would go for audience B, like trying to convince somebody that they need to get motivated to fix this problem, that they should spend money, is going to be hard. You want to be targeting those people who are in pain already, who wants to solve a specific problem. it just make life a lot easier later on. So I'm going to go through a worksheet that I've made. It's in Notion, and you can get it by going down to if you go down to the video description, you can get this worksheet for free. We're going to go through it now, and I'm going to show you how we do it. I had a client, and he was doing $1 million a year, and he went through this exercise, and he still learnt things about his strategy. So, he still learnt things about what sort of content to make for his audience and what was important to them. So as you see this, I would highly recommend going through it. It will take a bit of time, but you do it once and then you never do it again for this audience, and it will bring dividends for years and years and years, and I promise you it will shortcut everything else. Spending a bit of time up front can just make things downstream so much easier. So the goal is to craft a picture of our perfect customer, and that's the one who will buy things from us, who does the work, who gets results, who watches our videos. We want to make that perfect person in our mind, so we know what kind of content to make for them. So there is somebody called Marie Forleo who does business content, and it's all heavily focused towards women. Like if you go onto her website, it literally starts with "Hey girl." It's it's like quite feminine colours. It's everything. The way she talks, she's talking to women and not to men. So her ideal audience is women. But when she released a course a few years ago, I bought it, and it wasn't. I knew her messaging wasn't for me, but that didn't matter. I liked what she put out into the world. So even though I'm not a woman, clearly, I still bought her stuff. So we make this idea of a perfect person in our brain. It will attract other people as well, but if we have this idea of a perfect viewer, a perfect customer, it makes our decision making later on a lot easier, because we can think, do we make this video or not? Well, would that person enjoy it? No? Okay, we don't make it. So I promise you this will make things a ton easier later on. So the goal of this, by this point, if you've gone through the Ikigai exercise, you should already have an idea of what kind of person you want to, what kind of niche you want to be entering. And now this exercise will help us to actually define our customer for that niche. It will help us to define our ideal viewer. So let's get into it. Okay, so the first thing you'll see on this worksheet is, what is your mission statement? So from doing the exercises before, you should already have an idea of who it is that you want to help and what it is that you help them with. So now we're going to put those pieces together and actually paint that picture of that person, of that ideal viewer. So I help a group of people to achieve a result so they can blah, blah, blah. So I help post-pregnant women to lose the baby weight so they can feel confident in their clothes again. Or let's go through this with a real-world example. So back from my photography business, let's say when I was teaching professional photographers how to get more clients, let's use that as the example for filling this whole worksheet out. So I help professional portrait photographers to attract more clients to their business so they can spend less time on their marketing, so they can earn more money, so they can focus on doing the things they love and not worry about where their next client is coming from. So loads of ways could fill that out. Who are they? So this is where we're going to actually paint the picture of that person. And really what we're doing here is we're not coming up with like a broad paintbrush idea. We're coming up with a specific person so that whenever you come up with video ideas, you're able to think, will this video idea appeal to that specific person? So we're even going to give them a name. So you would go through this and you create an imaginary person in your mind, but we're creating that perfect viewer, the person who would love to watch all of our content, who would love to buy our products and services, to hire you, the person that would just be like the dream viewer who is just does everything right. So we'll give them a name. That could call them Alex. Age, in my case, I would say maybe about mid-30s, so 35. Gender, primarily men, so put male. Geographic location in the UK. Language preferences English. You're just going to base this out, and like, this is a guesswork. This isn't a, you know, over time you might come back to this when you realise who your viewers are and change it, but for now it's a bit of like a guessing process where we're coming up with the best idea, and it doesn't need to be perfect. Like I said before, I bought stuff that was completely marketed towards women, and that's fine. It doesn't. We come up with this picture of our perfect viewer, and we're never putting that picture into the world. We're never telling other people about it necessarily, so we're only using it for our background research, for coming up with ideas, for validating ideas, for making sure we create the right products, and so on. So, background, occupation, they would be a professional photographer, current income level £50,000 a year, financial status stable, but wanting to earn more money, goals and aspirations, so like what sort of goals they have. Well, they want to build a profitable business. They want to maybe one day have multiple locations, to have multiple members of staff working for them. They want to go on holiday multiple times a year. They want to be able to finish at 3 p.m. so they can spend time with their kids. We can go in super detail on these, and we should be coming up with multiple ideas, multiple angles, going as deep as possible, because the more that we have this idea for this perfect viewer, the better we will be able to create content. So let's say they were family-based, they had a family, they wanted to spend more time with their kids. So, you know, if I was making content for that person, it could be, instead of just saying how to earn £5,000 extra this week with your photography business, it could be targeting it saying how to earn £5,000 extra so that you can spend more time with your kids. And that's, the right person sees that, they're going to go, damn, that video is for me, and they're going to want to watch it. So by going through this process, by trying to read into the brain of our viewer, we're almost like hacking how they think. We're delving deep into their mind, into what their problems are, what they really desire and believe and dream about. And it will just help make everything else so much easier. So yeah, this process will take a bit of time, and you will refine it over time, but I promise you it is worth it. I do this every time I launch a product, every time I do a different business opportunity. I do this process, and it always pays off. Where do they hang out? That could be online, offline, so Facebook groups, Reddit groups, maybe there's like clubs, maybe they just spend time with friends going to the pub. Whatever it is, you can write it down here. What do they do in their spare time outside of work, outside of their other hobbies? What is it that they're getting up to? What's on their mind? What keeps them up at night? What do they think about? What do they spend time considering during the working day? So in my case, they might be thinking, where's my next client coming from? How am I going to pay the bills this month? Maybe think, oh, that client's taking too much time and energy. Can I spend less time working on the next client? How do I hire a assistant? There's tons and tons of questions this person's going to be thinking about on a day-to-day basis. So this is why it really helps if you're really interested in that market, in that area, because you can if you've done these things before, you will already have a very good idea of what all of these topics are, what the answers are to all of these questions. So, motivations, fears, what are they scared of? What would they not want? Why would they not want to achieve this result? What do they think is holding them back? They might think that they are in an area where people do not want to spend a lot of money on photography. That can be a limiting belief that holds them back from actually charging more and earning more. They might think that they can't have a certain amount of clients coming through the door each week. They might be scared of putting up their prices and alienating existing customers. They might be scared of going out of business. You know, there's tons and tons of angles that we can think of with this. And again, this will help with our content, because when we know what they're scared of, we can address that in our content directly, and it will speak to the person, and it will cut through all of the other rubbish that they read about online, because it will go directly to what they're struggling with right now. So if you've ever seen some content and you think like, damn, it's almost like they can read my mind, that's exactly what I was thinking about recently, it's because they've done stuff like this. They've gone through the process of thinking about the fears, the motivations that that person has, and it just happens that that content they released really resonated with you because you were that ideal viewer for that content. So, motivators. Why do they want to achieve this goal? And you could think about internal reasons, such as how they see themselves, and external reasons, such as how other people will see them. Beliefs, what do they believe about themselves, about the world, about other people? Maybe they believe that they're not worthy of earning six figures. Maybe they believe that... Maybe they have the opposite belief and they believe that they are worthy of it. Maybe they believe there's an infinite supply of money, or that money only grows on trees. Maybe they believe that other people don't want to spend much money on photography. Maybe they believe that charging more money for their photography is just a skill, and a skill can be practiced and they can get better at it over time, so they just need to figure out how to do that. Jobs to be done. This is a very, very powerful framework that is going to be super useful. So what are they trying to accomplish? Think about, again, what are their ultimate goals for this? Why do they want to do this? And then you start to dig deeper into like internal reasons, external reasons. How would they look to other people? How would they feel about themselves? So kind of similar to the beliefs, but this is more related to the actual things that they're trying to accomplish. So they might want to run a six-figure photography business because they want to look successful to their friends and family. Maybe they want to be able to provide for their family. Maybe they want to be able to retire their partner and be the sole breadwinner. Maybe they want to buy a new car. Maybe they want to be they want to internally feel like they've achieved something with their life. There could be tons and tons of reasons, and you can go super deep with this. Pains, what are they trying to avoid or not do? What do they not want in their life? They don't want low-paying clients. They don't want to be working 80 hours a week. They don't want to be working weekends. They don't want to be missing their kids growing up. Gains, how will their lives be better after achieving this result? So that can kind of be the opposite of pains in a way. You know, they will have more time to spend with their family. They will be able to work with less clients every month. They will never need to worry about where that next client is coming from. They will simply earn more money. They'll be able to add another £10,000 a month, let's say. So what questions do they ask? What would they Google? What questions do they not ask, but they should be asking? That one's quite important. So they might be asking, how do I get more clients? How do I post regularly on Facebook? What sort of content should I put on Facebook? What is the best marketing method for photographers? What questions do they not ask but should be asking? So this might be stuff that they're not even aware that they need to know yet. So it might be stuff like, how how do I charge more money per each client? They might not know that that's a problem that they have. They might think that they're earning enough from every client, but in reality they're undercharging and undervaluing themselves. And then finally, we think about the products and services that we could offer that would help them achieve that result. So, it could be one-on-one coaching, it could be a course, it could be a group coaching, it could be mentorship, it could be resources and scripts and templates, and there's a lot of different options that we could there. And again, this doesn't need to be in much detail at this stage for this section, the products and services, just because it's here more just to give us an idea for when we actually plan it out later, unless you already have products and services, in which case just write them down there. But that covers everything for this video, and I will see you in the next section. Okay, so now we're going to be talking about recipe creation. If you haven't already seen the section earlier called Attention Game, you need to watch that before this one, because it will teach you some things about it that are prerequisites and you need to know them. So let's get into it. The goal of this section is to help you create your own blue ocean, and that's a strategy from business, which is where you can basically beat the competition on YouTube and create a category of one, where you can find a way to stand out from the crowd, so your videos are different and you're able to attract viewers because your content is operating outside of competition. I'll explain that a little bit more in this section and it will make a bit more sense. So the idea is find an area that is in demand but where you can craft out your own unique space. So again, we're operating outside of competition. You might have heard this called zig when they zag. So it's about doing something different from what everybody else is doing. And standing out does not mean working 10 times harder, because like we spoke about in the earlier section, that is very fucking difficult to do. To consistently be 10 times harder than 10 times better than your competition is really difficult. We don't want to focus on trying to build a business where you have to work constantly just trying to beat everybody else. We want to focus on making one where you're working differently so that you can immediately stand out in the market. And again, I'm going to use examples from outside of YouTube to show how this works, and then I'm going to relate it back to YouTube to bring the ideas and the strategies together in like a cohesive way so it all makes sense. So again, this is stuff that I've been learning along the way, and it's where I'm applying strategies from business into YouTube, because I think that we can learn a lot about YouTube by looking outside of YouTube. So whilst most people are talking about the same things with YouTube strategy, what we want to be doing is looking at stuff that are tried and true lessons from other areas, and apply those things back to YouTube. But that'll all make sense. So we are trying to create something called a blue ocean. And let me tell you a little story about that. In the early 2000s, Nintendo was struggling to stand out in the market. They're struggling to get sales. And they were trying to compete with Sony and Microsoft. And at the time, I'm guessing it was probably like the PlayStation 2 and Xbox 360. And Nintendo were just struggling to compete because these two companies were had so much money to spend. They had the big budgets, and they were able to. They were trying to make the perfect games console powerful with the best games on the market. So Nintendo thought, well, if we're trying to compete directly with them, that's going to be really difficult. Instead, in trying to make the really expensive, most powerful games consoles on the market, they changed what they were doing. They changed their strategy to target families. So they wanted to make a family-friendly console, which would target casual gamers instead of the hardcore gamers. And what they made was the Nintendo Wii. So that it wasn't competing directly against the PlayStation and the Xbox, because it was different. It was targeting a different audience of people. It was designed so that anybody could pick it up and start playing it and enjoying it really quickly. You know, you could be at home with your parents, your grandparents, children, and everyone will be able to pick it up and enjoy it. Whereas the Xbox and the PlayStation, you know, you needed some more knowledge and more skills to be able to actually enjoy those consoles. So they targeted a different group of people. And they still do that same strategy today. The Nintendo Switch is still targeted at casual gamers, whereas like the Xbox One and PlayStation 5, they're targeted at the more hardcore, more regular gaming crowd. So, yeah, they created their own market by targeting the casual gamers instead of those hardcore gamers. Now, another example of this is the Cirque du Soleil. So I can't remember what year it was, but around the time that they started, there was a lot of circuses. The traditional style of circus where there'd be a big top ring with a whatever the name of the guy is that's at a circus, and I cannot think of it. They'd have the guy at the circus, they'd have animals, they'd have lions and elephants and people doing tightrope walking and fire breathing and all those sorts of different things. And the Cirque du Soleil wanted to compete in that market. They wanted to run a circus, but the problem was that they didn't want to be competing directly. So what they did is they looked at what the circuses were doing well, and what things could they change. So, for example, a normal circus was really expensive, so they made their tickets. A normal circus was really expensive, so they made their tickets cheaper. And what they did is they removed the animals, they removed some of the performers, like the fire breathers, and instead they did things like acrobatics. So their show was focused more on acrobatics rather than animals. And by focusing on the acrobatics, it meant that they had lower overheads, they didn't have animals to look after, they could have less staff, so they were able to do these cheaper prices. They were able to differentiate themselves from a circus, because, you know, if you were going to a circus and you didn't like animal cruelty, then you wouldn't be happy with the fact that animals are there. So Cirque du Soleil could say, well, we have no animals here, we are animal friendly. And they went through a lot of different criteria to figure out where they could be different from a normal circus. So fun and humour, they were very similar to a normal circus. So, you know, that was something they shared in common. But animal shows, they removed those. Or what about the theme? So the Cirque du Soleil added a theme into their shows, whereas a normal circus did not have that at all. So they were basically competing with the same crowd, as in people who wanted to go to a circus, but they were attracting different people by being a different business. Like, most businesses would have tried instead to compete with that circus by having more animals, or having a bigger stage, or having more impressive fire breathing. And they're just trying to be better rather than different, and it's a very hard market to do that. So Cirque du Soleil said, fuck that, we're just going to be different. We're going to appeal to people because we're different, because we're bringing this different experience to the market. And that's what a blue ocean is. It's where you look at the competition and you say, I see what they're doing, but I'm going to do things a bit differently. And you see this all the time with top YouTubers. If you start to look at what they're doing and compare it to their competition, you'll realise that they have their own blue ocean. They're doing things a bit different from the other people. So, to create your own, this is what we're going to do. We're going to look at 10 to 20 channels in your target niche and analyse their content. So you're going to think about, what do you like? What do you dislike? How much depth do they go into with their content? Are they covering topics in detail, or are they doing it with a broad brushstrokes? We're going to look at the length of the videos. How long are they? The personality. What's the personality like of the person in the video, if there is one? What about the editing style? Are they using fancy animations, graphics, or just standing in front of a screen and talking? And you can also look at entertainment and versus education on a scale. So how entertaining are they being versus how educational are they being? Again, I mentioned that in more detail in the previous chapter, so watch that for any more information on this. And then you're going to think about what could be improved. What are they doing that's all right, but not amazing? Where could you change things up and be doing it better than they are? So, for example, here's two channels that both do fitness content, but they've got different lengths on the video. So the top one's nearly 40 minutes and the bottom one's like 10. So those are going to appeal to different people because they're different depths. You know, that you'd imagine the top video is probably going to go into more detail and more depth than the bottom one. It's probably going to be a bit of a different style. It might be a bit slower paced. It's going to be different, and noticeably different as well from that bottom video. We can look at the editing style. So if you've seen any of Mr. Beast's content, he's super high edited, really fast paced. He introduces like some, not animations, CGI and stuff in there as well. But he does a lot of challenge content where he's like trying to complete some sort of challenge. And Ryan Trahan also does challenge content, but his videos are completely different to Mr. Beast's. They're slower paced, they're more personality based. It's normally just Ryan instead of Mr. Beast and a team of people. Ryan uses a lot lower production quality. He normally only has one camera. He films it by himself. There's a lot of differences between the two. And when you realise that Ryan isn't competing against Mr. Beast because they have different markets. Then he's not trying to be Mr. Beast. He is trying to be himself and make his own content. So, the content depth, how deep do you go on the topic? Are you given broad overview or exploring all the tiny details? So here's two examples of that. You know, you have the history of the world every year, and that was completed in 19 minutes, that video. Bottom one, history of the entire world, 2 hours, 25 minutes. So the depth on that bottom one is going to be so much greater. It's going to have so much more detail because it's just a lot longer. You would expect that there's going to be a lot greater depth and detail. And again, those two videos will appeal to different people. One person might not want to watch a 2.5 hour video, but another person would love to watch it. So you're thinking about that ideal viewer, and we'll be looking at sort of the depth of the content and what will work for your channel, because you might not want to go super depth. Like this video here, I love long in-depth content. I love super educational videos where you can put them on and learn something. And in the YouTube space, in the YouTube like growth space about teaching people how to do channels, there is a lot of content, and it's all 10 minutes long, really edited, doesn't go into much detail. You sort of, I'll watch a 10-minute video and learn 1 or 2 things maybe. And that annoys me. I don't like that kind of content because it's just so fleeting and it doesn't cover any real depth. So I'm doing the opposite here. I want to make super long tutorials. I want to make stuff that goes into depth and teaches people everything that they need to know. And that's why this channel is going to be different from the other channels. So the personality of the presenter can also come into it. You know, this lady at the top saying, I'm a cozy entrepreneur, is going to be quite different from Mikey again with the day in the life of a 6-figure entrepreneur. That's going to be targeting different people. The top one is probably going to be more, that kind of crowd isn't going to be the same crowd necessarily who would watch this bottom video. So when you're watching, when you're trying to think about what it is you like about these things, do you like their personality? Do you like their energy levels? Do you like how many jokes they tell, how many stories they tell, what is their personality like? Because we're looking at all these different channels to figure out what do we like, how can we pull all these pieces together and mix it all up into something that becomes your perfect recipe. So there might be some guesswork involved when trying to make a blue ocean, and there's a chance that somebody hasn't made this before and you are testing the waters. But you can look at channels outside of your niche for verification. So, for example, long educational videos do really well in dropshipping. I've seen some multi-hour long courses get hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views. But in the YouTube education space, like I just said, there isn't really multi-hour educational courses like this one. So I'm hazarding a guess that if it works in other niches, it will probably work in this niche. You know, and if the fact that you're watching this shows that it is working. So sometimes you will be hazarding a guess. And the final point in there that I want to put is that you need to be more of you and create something that works for you. If you don't want to do multi-hour deep dives on stuff, don't do it, because you will hate making that content. If you're happy making short 10-minute videos, great, do more of that. It's about creating a blue ocean, and a recipe is a lot about you as a person, bringing your personality into the videos, bringing who you are into the content, because that's what's going to make you stand out. So I did this exercise with a client recently, and he teaches Excel tutorials and helps people earn more money by getting promoted with their careers. So we were trying to figure out what is his unique angle. How does he stand out on YouTube when there's tons and tons of Excel content? And when we started to go through the process and we looked at what everybody else was doing, we realised that a lot of Excel tutorials have no personality, and a lot of Excel tutorials don't focus on career development. So they're more just like hardcore, this is how you do ABC in Excel. Whereas this guy's skill set was career development for people who use Excel. So what we decided to do is to make his content the place to go to if you use Excel in your career and you want to go further with your career. So it's kind of Excel and kind of career development focused, mashing those two together, but also bringing his personality into the video, because a lot of the other Excel content really lacked personality. And I just said, if we bring in his personality into the videos, he will stand out in the marketplace. So we're able to make him stand out in an area that is highly competitive, highly popular. There's tons and tons and tons of people making content for Excel, but we've crafted out a market for him where he's operating outside of competition, because he's the only person making that kind of content. He has the knowledge and the skill set to back it up, so nobody else is going to be able to compete with him. So after you have looked at channels inside your niche, we will go through this in a minute though as an exercise together. I'll show you how it works step by step. So after you've looked for channels outside of your niche, once you've done channels in your niche, repeat this process for channels outside of your niche, because what you might find is that there's channels outside of your niche that are doing some things that you really like, and this isn't being done in your niche. So if we went back to the Excel example from my client, there was no other Excel tutorials that had lots of like nice graphics and animations on the screen. So that could have been an area where we stood out. If we went and looked at a channel like Ali Abdal, he uses a lot of animations and graphics. He's outside the Excel space, but if we saw what he was doing there, we might think, oh, let's incorporate that animations and graphics into our niche, and that'll help us stand out. And again, we're looking for gaps. We're looking for what people do in other niches that aren't necessarily being done in our niche. So A recipe doesn't need to be 100% unique, because creating a 100% unique gas recipe would be a gamble. What we're doing is we're taking some aspects from what other people do in our niche and what they do well, and then we're mashing it up and we're putting them into our channel into a way that works for us. And this is what I've been working on recently to figure out the own strategy for my channel, because my recipe before was all over the place. So this is something that I've been learning the hard way. Now, equally, if you look at successful channels, you will see they have this consistent recipe, and that's kind of how you know it works, because if they have a consistent recipe and they're getting consistent views, there's a reason why people keep coming back. And like I spoke about earlier in the recipe section, TV shows often follow a recipe where they're doing the same things every single time, and that's what we want with our YouTube channels. So instead of trying to model what works for other people, we model what works for other people and mash it up into our own style, like I mentioned before. Okay, so let's go through an example together. We're going to be creating a recipe, and it's not the only way to stand out. Your content ideas will help, but we'll do a bit more on that later in a later chapter. And when you have a recipe, I would commit to creating 10 videos in that style, in that recipe, to see if it works. Because if you make one video, it might not resonate with the audience, but if you make 10, now you can see if that kind of recipe was a good idea or a bad idea. So you need to be consistent for a while, and 10 videos gives the audience enough time to respond to that recipe, to see if it works, to see if it doesn't work, and for you to make a decision based on that. Because we want to make decisions that are based on data, not just trying to gamble. So if I make one video and it does really well, maybe I could learn some stuff from that, but there'd be so many variables that we don't really know what the difference was. So when I was running my businesses, when I was running my photography training one in particular, what I would often be doing is tweaking and testing tiny things. So I was selling a book for a while, and I had like a sales page up which told you about the book, what you would get, had images from the book, all that kind of stuff. And what I would do is I would tweak little things in there. So I might change the title in the page, and then I'd have more people visit the website, and I would see if that changed how many sales I was getting, if I was getting an increase in sales. And I was able to test these tiny little elements one by one to ultimately figure out what really worked well for the audience, what people resonated with the most. And YouTube is a game that's very similar, because we might not know straight away what's the perfect video, what's the perfect content, what is really the audience going to resonate with us for. So what we do is we figure that out over time. And if we make... one of the downsides of YouTube is that it's very hard to compare one video to the next, because there might be quite a few variables. Let's say I did a podcast. You might think a podcast is going to have very few variables because it's very similar from one episode to the next. It's the same format, the same kind of introduction, the same length. You're sitting down talking to somebody. It's very consistent. However, the guest on the podcast would change. The topics of the conversation would change. And if you had on one episode somebody nobody had ever heard of, you might not get many views. But on the next episode, if you had a really popular actor, let's say, you might get tons of views purely because that person was more interesting. So you wouldn't necessarily know what you did right or wrong, because it might be hard to tell what... It might be difficult to see, like, I know exactly why this video did well and that other video didn't do well. But particularly where you're making channels that have a lot of variables, it's even harder. So if you're making a video one week sitting in front of the computer and the other week you were out and about, interviewing people, and the next week was a tutorial video. They're very different styles of videos. They have a lot more changes between them. So if we create a consistent recipe, what that will tell us is that if we're able to keep the majority of the video the same, in the sense of the same style, the same length, the same topics, the same personality style, we then start to be able to test the smaller things. So we could test the video topic. Maybe one video topic will do better with the audience than another. And it just gives us a way of really figuring out what works with the audience and what doesn't work. So we'll get into this in some more detail now. I'm going to show you a live example going through with pizza. And again, there's a worksheet for this that you can get for free in the video description. So here is the worksheet. Again, I've just wrote out the questions that was already on the PowerPoint before. So what do you like, dislike, depth, are they covering topics in detail, how long are the videos, what's the personality like of the person, what's the editing style, how much is it educating versus entertaining, what could be improved. Do that for channels within your niche, and then do it for channels outside your niche. And then afterwards, what we'll do is we'll figure out, you'll look at all of the competition, figure out what you could get rid of. So what could you eliminate? So what could you just completely remove from videos? So let's say in my case, if we want to make a pizza channel, let's say every video starts off with them, all the competition, they all start off by going shopping at the supermarket for the ingredients for that video. We could just get rid of that. Maybe we don't want to do that. We just remove it. What could we reduce? We could maybe we could reduce the amount of camera angle changes they do. Maybe they do loads of animations. We could reduce that. Where can we raise? So where could we improve some things? So going back to the Excel tutorial, maybe they don't ever go into detail with career development. So we could raise the bar there and start to talk more about career development. What could we create? So what are the other channels not doing at all that we could start to do? So maybe the channels in the pizza niche have no animations, and maybe we like animations, so we could start adding animations into our videos. But let's just go through this quickly and actually just look at some random examples. So I'm going to pretend I'm making a pizza channel. Pizza. So what I would be doing here is I would just go through videos within my niche. Let's say how to make pizza. How to make pizza. So I would look at the channels within my niche and I'd start to scroll through them, I'd watch them. This process will take a bit of time and we are just going to be skipping over it now. And what I'd do is I'd just look through, I'd look at the style of the video. How was it done? How was it edited? What kind of camera angles did they use? How long is it? How much detail did they go into? So for example, on this video here, we can see that, I'm going to keep the audio off, but we can see that it's a top-down view, it's close-ups. There is no person, there is no presenter in that video. So that's something that maybe we could have improved. So there was there a little bit, but they don't have a personality in this video, and that would be an area where actually maybe we could change that. So let's go for another video. How to make perfect pizza, 6 minutes. Okay, well, what if we decided we wanted to make longer videos that were an hour long? Perfect pizza 3 ways. Let's have a bit more of a look at that. Okay, so this guy here has more, this is got a presenter, he's got more, probably going to have more personality. So we could watch that and see what's his personality like. Maybe he doesn't tell many jokes. Maybe we like telling jokes and we want to start doing that more often. And we go through the videos and we're basically just looking for what do we like, what do we not like. You know, he's in a professional kitchen here. Maybe if we were doing it in somebody's home and it had more of like a personal, homely feel, that could be a way that we would stand out. And we just keep going through this. We keep going through all the videos related to pizza stuff, and we try to figure out what we like, what we don't like, and where could we change things up or improve. So once you've done that, you would fill in the blue ocean strategy. So what do you like? I like when there's a presenter in the videos. Are they covering them in detail or broadly? Well, let's say they are pretty broad, not going into crazy detail. Personality, what's the personality like of the presenter? Editing style. So far we didn't see any animations. They were just quite clean, simple editing. Maybe we could do that channel with more animations, more graphics. Once we've gone through the pizza channel, we just start to pick up some random other niches. So maybe we would want to look at the drop shipping niche. Even though it's completely unrelated to pizza, how to drop ship. Even though it's completely unrelated, but you know, it's a tutorial, educational video, so we can look, what is he doing in this video that we like? What's he doing well? What do we not like? So for example, here he had some B-roll, which is the footage of other scenes, other people, other things. He's got animations, he's got some screenshots and stuff. So maybe we could start to incorporate some of that kind of content into our videos. And basically what you do is you just go through it. This will take a bit of time to look at what's working for other people, look at what works well in your niche, what other people don't do well. But when you start to figure it all out and you put it into the worksheet here, you'll be able to just mash it all up and you'll be able to say, I want to make videos in this style, with this type of content, with this kind of personality, this length, we're going to go into detail in this much, and then you know exactly what you need to be doing for your videos. As you start putting videos out into the world, you might decide, you know what, I don't like this, I'm going to change the recipe. Maybe it's not getting many views, maybe it takes too long to create and you decide you want to go down a different path, and that's okay. At this stage we are just making some best guesses and really trying to figure out where that where we could stand out on YouTube. So again, for my channel, this is the process that I went through. Maybe it's not the perfect process, but this is what the way that I am doing it moving forwards. I looked at what other people were doing in my space, and people were making really short videos, really edited. They were not going very deep on subjects. So instead, I'm doing the opposite. I'm doing very minimal editing and going super deep on subjects, giving you the best education on YouTube for free on these topics. That's my goal. So I want to be able to share the knowledge in a way that other people aren't doing. You know, I want to take those courses that people charge thousands of dollars for and just put them out for free on YouTube, same quality or better, and just do things that other people are not doing. If I try to compete with them making the same style of videos, the same length, the same editing, it'd be really difficult to stand out. They've already been there, they've got big followings. So for me, it's better to be different and to do things in a different way, which is what I'm focusing on doing now. So that's where this lesson came from. And I really think that if you do this process, it will really help you with your channel. It's not based on like 5 minutes of research. The blue ocean strategy is a tried and tested concept and strategy in business. People do it and it works for a reason. So we're taking that blue ocean and now we're just applying it to YouTube so we can figure out how you craft your own space on the platform. There is a concept on YouTube that I have not seen anybody talk about, and it will explain why some videos with awful quality blow up and get tons of views, why Mr. Beast's videos are getting increasingly elaborate and he has to spend more and more money and give more money away with every single video, and it will explain how to beat the competition by changing markets. Might sound a little theoretical right now, but I promise this will be stuff that you have not heard explained anywhere else on YouTube before. I've not seen anybody talking about this concept and applying it in this way. So let's get into it. In the marketing world, there is something called the 5 levels of sophistication, and it explains why products are difficult to sell, which it basically works like this. The more that people hear about a product, the more that they know about a product, the more stories come out, the more people buy those things, the harder it is to sell. So I'll give you an example as we go through this. When NFTs came out at first, they were going like wildfire. They were selling like crazy. Everybody was buying them, because it was really easy to. Nobody really knew what the long-term consequences of NFTs were. People just thought, I'm going to make a load of money really fast. So you could have, at that stage, you could have made any claim. It was a level 1 market where you could have said, buy NFTs, and people would have. That was it, just buy NFTs. But as the people started hearing more about it, you would then have to change tactics. So you would need to make the claim bigger than your competitors. So instead, you would say, buy NFTs, they will make you rich. Buy NFTs, they are the fastest way to make $10,000 a month, whatever. You're making a bigger claim than your competitors. Next, as the market increasingly gets more sophisticated, you would then need to introduce a unique mechanism. So you could say, buy my NFTs, they are guaranteed to go up in value because they have a famous musical artist backing them. If nobody else had a famous musician backing an NFT, the fact that you've done this now, you now stand out. So now you will be able to keep getting buyers when everybody else is struggling. After that, the next level, level 4, create a bigger or upgraded mechanism. So this is where you just need to make that mechanism even bigger. So instead of us saying, oh, I have a famous musical artist, I have 100 famous artists all backing this NFT project, so it's guaranteed to work. You're making it increasingly bigger. Then as the market reaches level 5, people will no longer believe in this stuff anymore, and it's going to be very hard to sell any. So at this stage, this is where we're at with NFTs now. Everybody saw it as being this amazing thing for a while, where you would make loads of money by buying these digital assets. But then what happened is a few months down the line, people realised that wasn't the case, and that it wasn't everything that it was originally expected to be, that people were losing their life savings, that people were going bankrupt, that the majority of these projects all failed. So now it's going to be very, very, very hard to convince anybody to buy an NFT. So you might be thinking, okay, well, I've already been through the NFT example there. You might be thinking, how does this apply to YouTube? And let me explain. Instead of selling something, think of YouTube as getting a view. You are almost selling that view. So as the sophistication increases, it becomes harder and harder to get views. Let me show you an example. So Mr. Beast's first viral video, he gave away a homeless man, gave $10,000 to a homeless man. Super low quality, very little editing, poor audio quality, and it went mega viral, and it was his first real big success. However, now with his videos, he gives away hundreds of thousands of dollars in each video, and his videos are getting increasingly more complicated. So his last one was literally, so his first one was him walking up into a homeless man in the street and just giving him 10 grand and talking to him. Now he has tanks, he has spiders, he has huge piles of money, and his market is getting increasingly more sophisticated. So if you made a video that was the same as Mr. Beast's original $10,000 giveaway, it would be really hard to stand out and get views. Because Mr. Beast is now making these really complicated videos in that market. For people who want to see somebody win a load of money or be given a load of money, this is where the bar is at. He's pushed the bar really high, which means the market is getting really sophisticated. So if a video is really hard to replicate, this means the market is sophisticated. So Mr. Beast's videos, you would need a huge team and millions of dollars to try and create a video on his scale, which means that his market is incredibly sophisticated. So to go and compete against Mr. Beast is going to be almost impossible. It'd be so difficult because the video is so hard to replicate. So, you know, think about how much money you'd need to spend, how many people you'd have, how long it would take to create that video. But the way to beat that is by creating your own market. And this is what YouTubers are doing all the time. So let's have a look at an example. This guy went viral, 7 million views. He's now got 164,000 subs, but when I first saw this video, he had a lot less. It was under 100k subs. And this video is called You Listen to Too Much Music. It's super low quality. It's a single take. It's been filmed probably on a phone. It's low audio quality. You can hear the wind in the background. And it's just this guy standing and talking to the camera for 10 minutes. But he got 1 million views. And you might think, well, how? Because Mr. Beast videos are really complicated and elaborate, and this guy goes out and puts this video that's super simple and basic and gets 1 million views. And it's because he created his own market by creating an interesting idea. So the idea of that video is you listen to too much music. Now, all he did in that video was had like a bit of like an authentic conversation / rant to the camera where he was just talking for 10 minutes. But the thing is, nobody else had been doing that before. Nobody else had been talking to the camera like that in that conversational tone and explaining why they listen to too much music. And because he was the first one to do that, so he stood out in that market because he now created his own space to work in. And if you wanted to beat that video, you could do it in loads of ways. You could have that same style of video where you're talking to camera about music for 10 minutes and, you know, you're sharing your thoughts and ideas and beliefs, but you increase the production quality, you go into more depth, you change the scope, you change the length, change the production quality. There's so many ways that you could improve upon his video or do it differently. You know, if you made a video in that style and had animations on the screen at the same time to explain what you were talking about, you would stand out because your video is now different. So the caveat with market sophistication is that different does not mean worse. You can't just be different just because. You need to be different for a reason. You need to be different because that's what people actually want. So sometimes there might be a bit of guesswork in figuring out what other people will actually enjoy, but it has to be different for a reason. So like if everyone was making really high quality, well scripted content in a market, creating low effort, poorly scripted content wouldn't stand out. Yeah, you're different, but you're different and worse. You need to be different, but improving upon the viewer's experience in some way. So if we went back to that previous example with the low quality, talking about too much music, yeah, you'd be like, well, he had poor editing, he had poor sound, but it was the quality of the ideas that he was sharing and that authentic speaking to the camera style. That's what people came for. That's why he was different, and he was able to still stand out. So yeah, if you're creating different content, it needs to be fulfilling a need that people have. So that's it for this video, and I will see you in the next chapter. Now we're going to be talking about content, and I'll explain why all content is not created equal, why withholding information would also kill your content, and we're going to go deep into the content strategy for educational creators, not for entertainment, but for educational creators. And again, this is stuff that I've been learning in the last few months, and it's stuff that I've been picking up from different sources, and I'm going to explain where I've learned some of these concepts and ideas from, because it's not all new for me. I'm taking it from different places and pulling that information together so that you can get a shortcut to creating winning content. So let's look at it. What you might do is, a lot of people believe that when they're creating content, that the more views it gets, the better it performs. And it's this linear progression where if you get tons and tons of views, that is, so if you had 1 million views, that would be 10 times better than getting 100,000 views. But in the real world, that's not really how it works. So let's say the white circle here is the amount of views that you get, and all the red dots are the individual people that have watched your video. So that video didn't have tons of views, but it was all filled with the red dot viewers, who are people who love your style of content. So let's say you made a video explaining how pens are made, and that initial audience who watched it, and when it didn't get many views, they're like hardcore pen people. They love pens. They love everything to do with pens. Like, they would be the perfect people to watch that video. And they're the kind of people who might buy your course on how to make a pen, or how to find the best pen to buy, or whatever it is. You know, they're perfect pen people, and they love everything to do with pens. But as your video starts to get more views and starts to go to a bigger audience, it won't just be filled with pen people anymore. It'll be filled with tons of different people. So the blue dot people, they might not be that interested in pen content. Yeah, they wouldn't buy a course about pens. They find it interesting, but they're not that excited about it. So what happens is that the more views you get on a video, the broader the audience of people who are watching that content. It'll go from that real specific group of people to kind of being bits of everybody. And what that will mean is that it won't be a linear progression between the video performance, as in like how, in this terms, I see performance as being, from a business point of view, like, could you sell these people products and services afterwards? Would they be interested in learning more and going really deep in depth on this subject with you? And but in this case, you'll see that having more views at some point is going to start tailing off. That it won't be this perfectly straight linear graph. It's just going to start tailing off, because as that video reaches more people, it will reach a bigger, broader crowd of people, and those won't necessarily be people who are super excited in everything that you have to sell and to do. And this is kind of why videos that don't get a lot of views can sometimes still convert really well into a lot of customers. I explained in a previous video about how I had a video go viral and got 1 million views and no customers, whereas I had a video get 11,000 views and I got tons of customers from it. It's not views does not equal performance in terms of a business sense, and we can't relate those two together because it's not a good way to look at the world. So we don't want to lose that idea that we just want to get tons of views. We want to focus on getting the right kind of views instead, and that is what a good content strategy would do. So we'll be focusing on creating the right content for the right person, which is the person who is most likely to buy. So Alex Hormozy recently did this, and he posted some videos explaining his thought process, and it's kind of where I got a lot of these ideas from. And he went from edutainment, so education and entertaining content, to pure education. And he has some really long, in-depth videos on his channel about this, where he analysed the data from hundreds of millions of views. And what they realised was that people who want to be educated are the kind of people that he wanted to attract into his world. So his business helps companies that are already doing a few $1 million a year scale. So he'll take a percentage of the company, help them scale, and then he earns his money by taking that profit back out later date. So you might take a company from $10 million a year to $100 million a year, and that's where he makes his profit. He doesn't make money from his content. He wants to attract business owners to him who already have these successful businesses, who then will reach out to his company and say, maybe you can work with us. So his whole content strategy is to attract business owners who are doing multiple millions a year. He doesn't want people who are going to college to watch his videos. He's not going to benefit from that necessarily. So he realised that focusing on educational content, pure educational content, attracted the right kind of people. And they did the numbers. When they went more to education, they were getting more applications to join his business. They were getting more people buying his books, more people downloading his podcasts. Like, all his metrics that they tracked just went through the roof. And it was a sign that actually the people he needs to attract want educational content, and he needs to make that kind of content. So what we want to do with this information is we want to make that right kind of content for the person who might take that next step with us. We don't want to be making content for the masses. We don't need billions of views. We just want the right views from the right people. I heard a story about somebody, I can't remember what the channel was, but he was getting a couple hundred views per video and was still landing high ticket clients from that because he was attracting the right kinds of people. I mean, hell, I've had some clients come to me from my channel and I've only got a couple hundred subscribers. Like, it's worked for me, and I don't have many views on my videos, but people see the content I'm putting out into the world, like how I think, and want help taking that next step. So the approach that I've seen other people taking, and that I'm going to take moving forwards, and I think you should take as well, is give away the information and sell the implementation. So we live in this world of infinite free content where every single minute there's over 500 hours of content uploaded onto YouTube. 500 hours. In your lifetime, you could never get through even a fraction of the content that's already available on YouTube. It's impossible. So if more information was the answer, we'd all be billionaires with perfect abs. That's a quote by a guy called Derek Sivers, and I love it because it's telling us that we don't need loads and loads more information. If all we needed was information, we'd already have all the results in the world that we wanted. Instead, what we need help with is implementing. I can put this course out and give everything away for free, but there's going to be a portion of you people out there who want some help with this. You've got questions. You want some help actually setting it up. You want help figuring out what your recipe should be. And that's fine. That's normal. And we want to be able to put this content out to attract people to us who want that help getting the results. So people will judge you based on the quality of your free content. And if you're holding back with your free content, if you're not putting stuff out that's really got any depth to it, people will judge you on that. People will think that maybe you don't know your stuff. Maybe you don't have like a great depth of knowledge around this topic. Maybe you're not actually that skilled at it. So if you give away everything that you know for free, if you give away all that help, all that knowledge, people can see that you know your shit and you know what you're talking about. So then you can just help them actually implement, actually do the work to get their results, and that's where they'll make the money. This is the progress that I'm taking. This is something, like I said, has landed me clients already by just putting information out into the world for free and helping people for free, because there are some people out there who will be willing to pay to get results faster, or just want one-to-one help and one-to-one feedback. So yep, I've already landed clients from this. So the goal with the content, 3 things: educate, inspire, but also to create customers. We don't just want to make content for making content's sake. We want to be able to create customers in our world, whether that's for products, for services. The whole goal with this is to not be getting millions of views, it's to be able to keep views small and still get high quality clients coming to us. That's the way I see it anyway. Maybe you've got different goals, but for me, you know, I want to be able to help people. I want to help people build businesses with YouTube. Like, I love business, I love YouTube, I love combining the 2 things together, and I really want to be able to go deep in that subject, to learn everything there is about it, and to help people, other people, get results with it. So, to create customers, we need to think about what do they need to think, feel, believe, and know. So if we wanted a customer in our world, they would need to believe that we are the right choice, that we know our stuff, that we can help them get results. They would need to think that they have a problem that they need to solve, that it is worth spending money on this. They would need to feel that it's time sensitive, that now is the time that they need to actually do this and get results. They would actually need to reach out to us and become a customer. So what do they need to do? Those 5 things in order to buy from you. Now, I do have that on a worksheet inside of Notion, and I will get to that in a minute. So some of the other things that I've been learning with content recently, it's not just about how to, it's about sharing your personality. And I learned this from somebody who's doing about $2 million a year from YouTube, and he has like 1,000 subscribers, I think. He uses Facebook and YouTube to get clients, and that's it. Those are his 2 platforms, and like 1,000 subscribers, and he's doing 2 million a year. And he said that yes, you want to share the how-to, but it's more about sharing your personality, about your beliefs, your values, and giving people a reason to want to work with you, because there's so much how-to content out there, and the way that we stand out is just by being more who we are, by sharing our beliefs, sharing our values, sharing what we stand for in the world. If you just teach how-to content, your audience won't build up a connection with you. They won't care about you. But if you're sharing what your problems are in your life, what you believe, what you are working towards, what your goals are, you know, that's how you'll be able to turn people into customers. And again, I didn't make this stuff up. This guy taught it to me recently, and I wanted to share that lesson with you. There's an example that I've seen as well, a guy called Itamar Marani. Probably butchered the pronunciation there, so apologies if I did. He gets absolutely hardly any views on his videos. Look, 8 most recent videos, every single one is under 100 views. But last time I heard, which was about a year ago, he was making 6 figures in profit, and I believe it's probably gone up quite a bit since then based on how many client testimonials he's getting. All he does is he speaks to his past clients, talks about how they overcame their stuff and how working with him helped grow their business, helped grow their mindset, and he's making multiple 6 figures in profit from very, very, very small viewerships. And that's because his content helps convert people from just casual viewers into customers for him. So that YouTuber again that I just spoke about, doing over 2 million a year, He said your content needs to hit 4 pillars. So teach, share, show, and give. So teach content is demonstrating your expertise, being a painkiller, not a vitamin. So giving a very specific solution to a specific problem and giving your audience an aha moment. Share content is sharing interests, hobbies, things from your daily life, stories, thoughts and opinions, values. And then show content is showing your unique mechanism or process, client testimonials, how you made your transformation, interviews with people or past work and projects. And then finally, give. You can give away opportunities, assets and training. That could be like free worksheets and stuff, or invitations to work with you. And one piece of content could hit multiple of these pillars, but you need to make sure you're regularly hitting those 4 different pillars. And again, this isn't something that I've learned myself. He was the guy that taught me this, so kudos to him, because I think it's a really powerful framework where you're not just thinking about how do I make how-to content, but you think about how do I share who I am, how do I share my beliefs, my values, my passions into my content. So if you look at that, some content might not perform as well from a views perspective, but it would help you build more of a bond with your audience. So if I made a video about my biggest mistake when blah blah blah, that might not appeal to most people, but my dedicated audience would potentially watch it, and if they did, it might help me to increase my connection with them. They build up a different understanding of who I am and what I'm like and how I see the world. And the goal is to not be in hardcore teach mode all the time, but it's to hit those 4 pillars across your content. So let me go up to the Notion worksheet. So in Notion, we have this already laid out in the belief building section, which is, in order to buy your thing, what does my audience need to think, feel, believe, know, or do about themselves, the world, you, your product and service, etc. And what we can do there, we'll fill it out very quickly for the pizza channel that we've mentioned a few times already. I'm not obsessed with pizza, but I do like pizza. So what would they need to think in order to buy your thing? About themselves, they would need to think, I am capable of making amazing pizza. The world, that I'm not sure there, to be honest, off the top of my head. Think about you, so about me with my pizza channel. They would need to think that I am able to teach them how to make amazing pizza, that I know my pizza skills, I'm very good at this. That they would need to think that the product or service is the best option for them, that it's going to help them actually get results. And we work through these 5 pillars here and just start to fill them out. And this, it seems like such a simple exercise, but honestly is super, super powerful, because if we made it will help you make amazing content further down the line. So let's say that somebody needed to feel that they are capable of making amazing pizza. So you would think later on, well, how could I get somebody to believe that through my content? Well, what if we did a interview with somebody who had been through our course and they were showing the amazing pizzas that they were able to make? What if we went through the process with somebody in person and taught them the skills, and then they went out and made some beautiful pizzas themselves? For the viewer, they might watch that and think, oh, well, actually, yeah, I know Paul's an expert. Of course, Paul can make these amazing pizzas, but if he's gone and taught John how to make pizzas, who's never cooked anything in his life, and now an hour later is making beautiful pizzas, maybe if he can do it, well, I can certainly do it. So you'd be building those beliefs in that person's mind that they are able to do this, and that they are able, that they should buy your product or service. So super, super, super powerful exercise, this. It will feel like once you fill this out and you start using it to make content later on, it will feel like you're cheating. And you will get comments from people, you know, saying things like, this is exactly what I was thinking about, this is exactly what I needed right now. People will think that you're reading their minds when you're making content. Super powerful, so make sure you do this exercise, and I will see you in the next chapter. Now we're going to be talking about idea creation and how to create hundreds of content ideas in just an hour. And we'll also be covering how most people research their content and why you should not follow that same approach. I'm going to show you the way that I do it, how I look up content ideas, and the way that I think works best, and how you can do it quickly and easily. So what most people do is they look at what other channels in their niche are doing and then create the exact same video. And at first you think, well, if somebody else makes this video and I make that same video in the same style with the same content, then surely I'll get a similar amount of views. But the problem is that YouTube doesn't really work like that. So let me explain a little bit more. What people are going to do is they'll see your copy of somebody else's video and think, well, I've seen this video before, I don't need to watch this one again. And over time, you'll get incrementally, every copy will get less views than the one that was before it. So I'll give you some real world examples here. If we look at this top video, that was the original. If you're feeling behind in life, watch this. And then a period of time later, Hamza remade that exact same video, very similar thumbnail, very similar title, and it got a lot less views. And then, a few months later, Cole remade that video again. Similar thumbnail with a graph, similar title, and again, it got a lot less views. And then finally, this woman remade that video a few months ago, and it got 4,000 views. That idea had already been done to death, and there was more people doing this exact same video. I just didn't want to include tons and tons and tons of the same copy. But the point is that when you try to copy another video and remake that exact same content, people know, and people won't have a reason to watch your version anymore when they've already seen that same video. So we can use other people's content for coming up with ideas, but we still want to try and make our ideas and videos uniquely ours. Now that's actually a lot easier than it sounds, and I'm going to get into exactly how to do that. So I cut my teeth in direct response marketing, and for years I was running Facebook ads trying to convince people to buy my photography training products. So direct response marketing is where you advertise to somebody and you want to get them to take an action straight away based on your ad. So you could send a ad on Facebook and it says something like, you've got a new course out, and you try and convince somebody to buy that course based on a Facebook ad. They've never heard you before, they don't know anything about you, and you're trying to take them from not knowing a single thing to convincing them that they should buy your product, your service, or from the result of an ad. So it's quite a hard way to advertise, because you're trying to take somebody through this relationship cycle in a really short period of time. You're trying to take them from never hearing you to being like, I like this person, this product seems good, I think it's worth buying this product, I'm going to buy this product. And that's a lot of steps for somebody to go through in order to buy from you. And so direct response marketing is quite difficult. And there was a while ago I saw a quote by Alex Hormozy, and he said that the pain is the pitch. Now, whenever you're selling something, you're always selling to somebody's problems. And I think it's the same for educational creators, where you're pitching your videos in a way to solve a problem of some description that somebody has. Could be a big problem, could be a small problem, doesn't matter. It's your content is there to serve a need for that person, and that need is often to move away from pain and more towards pleasure. Because we're not making entertaining content, we're not making content that's just designed to entertain somebody and make them have a good time. We're designed to encourage a certain behaviour and encourage them to learn from our content. So if somebody wants to learn, it's because they're going to be moving away from their problems. If somebody's feeling great, having an amazing time, they're not got any reason to learn. But let's say somebody was broke and wanted to make a load more money. They've got a very real world problem that they need to fix right now. So they are going to be willing to put that time into looking into the solutions and figure out how to solve that problem. So here's an example from the direct response world. This was an ad run many decades ago, but it did phenomenally well. Don't know the numbers, but off the top of my head, I just remember that it was an absolute behemoth of an ad that converted tons and tons of people into purchasing their product. And you can see that the pain is the pitch. The pain in there is somebody who is not getting the sort of golf game that they want. They're not able to get their, I don't know what the golf terms, but they're not getting the right score. So like want to slash strokes from your game almost overnight. For anybody who plays golf, I'm sure that's something that they would want to do. They're targeting the problem that that person has. Eliminates hooks and slices and can slash up to 10 strokes from your game overnight. Again, I don't know what hooks and slices are, but they're targeting pain points that that particular ideal client, ideal audience person would have. And we're going to be doing the same with our content. We're going to be figuring out what all the problems are that our viewer might have, and then make content based on that. And that'll be the kind of content that actually speaks to the person, that they watch and they're like, this is for me, this is the sort of thing that I needed, rather than just some generic content that they don't find very useful. So my approach, this is what I'm going to be doing, figure out what problems our viewers need to solve, and then this gives us a huge list of video topics. So if we start with figuring out the problems, our videos are then always pitched as the solution to those problems. And this basically gives you an infinite amount of content ideas, and you could be making content for years and years if you just do this exercise once. So we're targeting the core human needs, not relying on just copying other channels. So the core human needs is people want to move away from pain towards pleasure. So if they've got problems in their life, those problems are going to be causing them pain. And this is what a lot of advertising is based on. A lot of when I was doing my photography marketing, when I was selling my services for that business, I was always trying to highlight the problem that somebody had and then pitch my product as being the solution. For example, for a while I was selling presets, which you can use to edit your photos in just a few clicks. So you have your normal photo that looks okay, you put a preset on it and it makes all the colours pop, it makes it look nice, and you do that with just a few clicks of the mouse. Now you could just say something like, use these presets to edit your photos, and that would be like a very logical explanation of what is happening, why somebody might buy them, but it wouldn't be that compelling for the person to purchase them. So instead I was targeting things like transform your photographs into beautiful works of art that will make your friends jealous in just one click. So the problem there is that they don't think that their photos are very good, and that they don't think they are worthy of being called art. They don't think they'd be willing to show off their photos to friends and family. And there's tons of different angles that I could have taken with that. I could have said, transform your photos and enter them into photography competitions, create photos that you're willing to hang up on your wall with these simple presets. So I learned that the hard way, with learning it by testing, by trying different things out, by figuring out what the angles that I should be taking to target that audience. And it over time, you realise that people are trying to solve problems. So if you're targeting the problems, that is what's going to get people to watch the video, to buy your products. So that's what we're going to be doing here. So competitor research, that's where we're going to be using it to find gaps and see where we can iterate and improve on other people's content. We're not looking to copy what other people are doing. We just want to see what people are doing, and then we can use that to come up with ideas that are uniquely ours. So, quick note that people will pay for speed of results. People will pay to get a result faster. That's why, say, in the diet industry, people pay for tummy tucks. You know, that going and getting the surgery could be tens of thousands of dollars potentially, and it'd be a lot cheaper just to alter their diet and to cut out the junk food. I mean, hell, it almost wouldn't cost anything potentially to alter their diet. And you know, it might take a year, 2 years to get that same result than what they could get by having a tummy tuck. The tummy tuck happens instantly, and that's why people are happy to pay a large amount of money for it. But changing their dietary habits, figuring out what kinds of food to eat, that's going to be a lot harder work, and it will take people a longer time to do it. So people generally, well, some people will be willing to do that method, some people will be willing to sacrifice for that, but there will be people who are willing just to throw money at the problem and fix it. So the idea with the content is to put out free content that is so good that people will think, well, if this free content is that good, how good is the paid content going to be? If I hire this person, if I buy their products, if I buy their services, how damn good is all that other content going to be? Because like I've said in multiple videos here, that we want to be building a business and using YouTube, not having YouTube as the business. So we don't want to be relying on AdSense and sponsorships, because that's going to go up and down a lot over the months. Instead, we want to be able to solve people's problems and help a small amount of people with paid products and services. There's a guy here called Joel Kaplan, and he makes content about starting a SMMA, so a social media marketing agency. He said recently that they turned over $1 million in a month as a result of his organic content. Now he gets, the last time I looked, he was getting about 100 to 150,000 views a month on average on YouTube, which is hardly anything. In his niche, if he was doing that amount of views in SMMA, maybe he'd be pulling in about $1,000 a month from AdSense, which is a fraction compared to the $1 million a month that he was pulling in from selling his services. Now, what he does is he gives away everything for free. He's got loads and loads of long multi-hour courses on his channel that teach you everything you need to know about starting a social media marketing agency. And then for the few people that want help actually doing it, he charges them, I don't know the numbers, I think it's over $10,000 to actually help somebody get set up and get the business going and get their first few clients. So he's targeting the masses by saying, this is how you can do it yourself, this is all the information you need for free, but if you want some help, come to me and we can actually help you implement and get results. So let's think, to start off, when we're coming up with these ideas, we think about what is the transformation that somebody wants. We should already have this. If you've done the niche exercise from one of the previous chapters, you should already know this transformation. So if we go back to my ongoing example, it could be learn how to cook amazing pizza. What is every little thing they need to learn along the way? So these are questions that you will actually have to answer and write down. So what I would be doing here is I'd think, if somebody wants to learn how to make amazing pizza, what is every single possible thing that they would need to know? And this might, you're going to go into crazy granular detail. You could start off like with the bigger buckets, how to make dough. But then you could start to go into more and more details with that. What kind of yeast to have for the dough, how to tell if the dough has risen enough, how to store dough in the freezer, how to store dough in the fridge, how long can you store dough for, or every single little possible detail and question that somebody might ask if they want to learn how to make amazing pizza. What problems might they encounter along the way? Well, they might find that their pizzas are getting burned. They might find that the pizzas aren't rising enough, that their pizzas taste like crap, that their pizzas are coming out soggy, that they can't figure out how to shape the dough properly into a perfectly round shape. The dough tastes too floury. There's tons and tons of problems that they might have along the way, and you're going to have to write out all of these problems in detail. And I know it might take a little bit of time to do this once. However, in the long run, once you've done this, you've just got an infinite amount of content. So if we went back to what I was just talking about with your dough might be too floury. So there's a video idea right there. Do this one thing if your pizza dough is too floury. Or it could be pizza dough too floury, ? Try this Italian method. And there's tons of angles that we could then take with with all these problems. We can turn these problems into solutions in our videos and offer people the actual solution to their problem. We could tell them what they need to be doing to fix that problem. So let's go through a live example inside of Notion, and I'll show you actually how we do this. As I've mentioned multiple times, you can get the worksheet for free down below in the video description. So here is the viewer problems section of the worksheet. So what is the ultimate goal for your viewer? What, like the biggest goal that you're targeting with your channel? What is that? So if we come up with another example, let's say it is learning how to start a drop shipping business. So you put down, what's the ultimate goal for your viewer? They want to have a $20,000 a month drop shipping business that runs in 8 hours a week. Let's just say that was their goal. And then what is every step they would need to take in order to reach that goal? So I would start off with the bigger buckets and then refine down to the details and think about every single step. Think about what it's like to go from being an absolute beginner, not knowing a thing about this subject, to having that ultimate goal. You have to think about every step along the way. And if you know this subject inside out, you'll probably have forgotten about a lot of the things that you had to learn along the way. So if we looked at that dropshipping example, one of the buckets might be setting up an online store. So then within that, there's going to be tons and tons of little steps they need to take. They need to figure out what domain name to buy, where should they host their store, what platform should they use, how do they take good images of their products, how do they write copy for their store, how do they choose a good product, or you can keep going and going and going into loads of detail. And again, that's just giving us 5-6 video ideas that could work well in that niche, because when we're targeting the little steps that somebody has along the way, we know somebody needs to learn that. So if we're making content that targets that, there's going to be an audience for it. What problems might they encounter? Again, just do this. Start at the beginning of where they could be before they've know a single thing about dropshipping to having that ultimate goal to think about every problem that they have along the way. So their products aren't selling, their images look awful, their store isn't ranking on Google, they are burning loads of money on paid ads and not seeing a return on ad spend. They are making loads of money for a few days and then quickly their product dies off and stops making any money. So there's tons and tons of problems there that we could be targeting. So let's go back to the presentation. So if we go back to the jobs to be done framework from the niche selection, this will give us more ideas for content that we could be creating. So you should have already done this because it was previous in the course. You should have already done the niche worksheet and the jobs to be done framework. I will go through this in a little detail now. So if we look at the jobs to be done framework, let me just bring it up real quick. We need to be answering these 4 questions. Let's just go back to this. Jobs to be done, which is a niche. Perfect niche. So the jobs to be done framework is here. It's the jobs, what are they trying to accomplish? Pains, what are they trying to avoid? Gains, how will their lives be better? And how do I, and then products and services that you could help them with. So for that, can our video topics or ideas help them accomplish their jobs? So let's say a job in there was I need to set up my online dropshipping store. Then you would think, well, how can I help them accomplish those jobs? What kind of content would help them achieve setting up an online store? You could do how to set up your store in 30 minutes, the best platforms to use, the cheapest dropshipping store options in 2024. Tons and tons of options that you could go for. So then you go and look at the pains. Can your video topics help remove or relieve pains, create gains? This is a really powerful way of framing things, because if you're looking at relieving pains, so some of the pains that you'd highlighted in the jobs to be done, that is really going to speak to people. So the right audience, when the right person, when they see that, they'll think, fuck, this video is really for me. So let's say they weren't making any money from their paid ads for their drop shipping store. If you made a video that was along the lines of if your return on ad spend for your drop shipping store is below 2, you need to do this now. And in the introduction you were like, look, if you're not making any, if your ads aren't performing how you want, then this is the method that you need to follow. Like, people are going to resonate with that because there'll be somebody having that exact problem right now. And it'll give us a huge list of topics that we can talk about. Now, these aren't video ideas yet. We need to still validate the ideas and make sure that we package them up in such a way that would be interesting to people. We've know all the topics that we can talk about, and there's tons of different ways that we could actually present those videos to the viewer. So that is what we're going to be doing in the next chapter. We'll have to transform those into valid ideas, and I will cover that in just a moment. We are now going to be talking about how to transform the video ideas. And in this chapter, we're going to be talking about how to avoid wasting time creating content that nobody wants to watch, the simple method for turning topics into winning video ideas, and how to tweak ideas to make them sound 10 times more interesting. Now, I've had a lot of experience with making videos that people don't want to watch. Now, the thing I realised was the videos that did a lot better on my channel were all the videos where I'd inadvertently followed this method. And this is something I've seen a lot of people talk about, where we look for what is working for other people and then we base our videos on that. Now, this isn't to say we're copying them, because we'll be looking for videos outside of our niche. We're just looking for ideas that work, and I'll explain a bit more about that in this chapter. So the 80-20 rule is we don't want to be wasting time creating videos with low chance of success, because time is money and there's only so many videos we can make. We don't want to have to pump out thousands and thousands to try and figure it out. We want to use what's worked for other people and then do that for our own channels. So how we do that is we validate the ideas, and we look at what ideas work for other people and then apply those principles to our own channel. So if we have a look at this video from Alex Hormozi, on the left is the original video, and it is called "This Idea Will Make Your Business Unstoppable," and then on the right I just reworded the title to what the video is actually about. The video is just about preparing before you go to a meeting and how the impact that it will have on your business if you just spend a bit of time preparing before that meeting. But if you called it "Prepare Before You Go to Meetings," it just wouldn't sound very interesting. You know, you're giving away completely what that video is about, and people just aren't really going to want to click on it. Whereas if we do "This Idea Will Make Your Business Unstoppable," now that sounds a lot more interesting. So he's taken the video idea, which is the "Prepare Before You Go to Meetings," and transformed it into a topic that sounds a lot more interesting. So what we're actually doing with this section is reframing our topics, so those list of things that we could create videos about, and then turning them into irresistible video ideas. And how we do this is we look for something called outliers. And these are videos that have performed exceptionally well for that channel. And typically we want to be looking for videos that have done got a multiple amount of views per no, let me reword that. We're looking for videos that performed a lot better than that channel's average. So if a channel normally gets, say, 10,000 views on a video, and then they have one video that has 200,000 views, we would consider that an outlier because it's performing significantly better than that channel's average. And there's a few ways to find these videos. We can use oneof10.com, which is currently $49 a month, viewstats.com, same price. We've got the YouTube Market Research Helper, which is a Chrome extension and it is free. And then we can also use vidIQ at the Chrome extension for free. They do have a paid version, but you wouldn't need to use the paid version to do this process. So let's jump into Google Chrome, and I will show you exactly how to do this. And what we're doing with this is we're looking for patterns of what works. We want multiple data points to back up an idea. One outlier on its own doesn't necessarily prove that that concept could be used elsewhere. And I'll explain this a little bit more as we go through some examples. So again, there's a worksheet for this and you can get it for free in the video description. So this is the worksheet inside Notion, and I've split it up into 3 separate databases. We've got topics, so this is where you would just put your topics that we went through in the last section. So let's just put one in there quickly. How to knead pizza dough. We could also do what yeast for pizza dough. And finally, how to check if your dough has risen enough. So those would just be the topics, and those are things that we think we might want to make a video about at some point. Then what we can do is we can go over to YouTube. I've installed vidIQ, and I've also installed the YouTube Market Research Helper tool. So vidIQ will have these little numbers that appear underneath a video, and you see there it has 25x. So that means that that is a outlier of 25 times. So the average, this is performing 25 times better than the average video on that channel. This one's performing 23 times better. This one's performing 100 times better. Now, the other one we've got there is the YouTube Market Research Helper, and that basically just puts this little coloured box around a video if that is an outlier. So we can see there that YouTube Market Research Helper says that's an outlier. vidIQ also says that's an outlier. That channel has 10,000 subscribers, but this video got 220,000 views. So that's a really good sign that that video did exceptionally well. So what we do is you just spend some time going through YouTube. You just start looking for videos that are doing particularly well that you might be able to steal some ideas from. So let's just go through this and look for some examples. I'm doing this live. I've got no idea what's going to be coming up. So this is me literally just doing this process for the first time for that video. So I'm particularly looking for videos that are performing well that we might be able to replicate for the pizza channel. So you can use the YouTube homepage to do this, or you can start searching for videos. So I'm not seeing anything immediately. Okay, let's start with this. How I cut my screen time by 80%. So potentially what we could do is recreate that video idea, but based on our pizza channel. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take that idea, how I cut my screen time by 80%, copy the title, and then I will paste that into the Notion database in the outliers section. Paste the title there. I'll paste the video description in as well. You can write down the views if you want. So I've got 242,000. And then you basically just start filling out this database with different outliers. Now we've also got view stats. We can also I'll show you how that works quickly. So this is the paid version, and when it starts loading, it will show us outliers. So this only shows you outliers. It doesn't show you other videos. It just shows you videos that are doing particularly well for that channel. So some of these will have loads of views and some of them will have a lot less, but they all performed particularly well for that channel. Okay, so here, 6 easy healthy meals on a budget, vegan and veggie. So we can open that up. I can take that video URL, put that into my outliers. I can take the video title. I could put that into my database, and we just work through. This is just a process that takes time. There's no quick answer to it, but once you've done it, you've done the work, and you shouldn't really need to do it again very often. Once you've got that first database of outliers, that could last you months and months and months for your content. So this is, yes, it might take an hour or two, or but you're not going to necessarily have to be repeating it every single week. So we could go down and look at the crazy 100 chicken nugget challenge. Maybe I don't see that linking in, but the good thing about this tool is that you can also search by category. So if we go to the top, we can search by category. I can't remember if food / cooking, perfect. So because our channel's all going to be about pizza, we know that some of these we want to be looking at other cooking channels generally, but not exclusively. It's worth looking at channels that are similar to yours, but also channels outside of your niche. So, we can look at channels about baking bread, because that is similar to pizza, but it's outside. And if the videos worked well for that sort of channel, it might work well for ours. So 7 flat top grill must-haves. Let's take that title. And again, I'll just drop that into there. I'm not going to bother putting a URL in for now. So over time, what we'll do is we'll work through the outliers and we'll build out this database of videos that do particularly well. Then, once we have our outliers, we're going to be putting our video topics into that outlier idea. So what we're using is we're basically taking the title that has worked for somebody else, and then we're going to be using that to frame our own videos. So let me show you how that will work. So this was an outlier. I coded one project every week for a year. So what we could do is we could formularize that video title and make it into a formula. So action every time period for a time interval for a time period. So I made pizza dough every day for a month. And what we've done is we've taken the structure of that title and made it into our own idea. So we're taking the topics that we have. So we have these topics that we might want to talk about, and then we're seeing how it could fit into different outliers. So here's another one, the ugly truth about starting a business and alone in your 20s. That was another outlier. We could just tweak it by changing one or two words. So the ugly truth about moving countries alone in your 30s. That would be one way that we could iterate upon that. The ugly truth about cooking pizza alone in your 20s. It might work. We know we've seen that idea works well for somebody else. So there's a chance that if we just change it up a little bit and then apply it to our niche, that it might work well for ours. So when using this method, I generally look for inspiration outside of my niche. So I don't want to be looking at other pizza channels, because if I found an outlier on one pizza channel that was 6 ways to make the perfect pizza dough, I might be tempted to make that exact same video for my channel. So if I'm looking for other niches, it makes me more, it will make me think about the ideas a bit more, make me work at it and actually come up with a new, fresh, innovative idea for my niche. So I did this with one of the most popular videos on my channel, this one on the right, this graph will change your YouTube journey. I found this one from 5 years ago, this graph changed my life, and thought, oh, that's an interesting idea, this graph changing something. So I basically remade that idea, but within my sphere for my own audience. And it did well for my audience, because at that time I had like 30 subscribers, I think. And that's one of the better videos on my channel. So my content was completely different from his content. However, it was the overall idea of this graph changing something. So you could do, this graph would change your pizza making skills. This graph would change the way that you cook pizza. There's tons of ways that we could apply that concept to our own niche. So what we're doing, to clarify, is we find the video topics, which you'll have done in the last section, where we're coming up with topics for videos, things that we could potentially talk about. And then we look for outliers, and then we combine the two and make them into a video idea. So how to make pizza dough is a topic that we could potentially talk about, and then a secret Spanish method to making perfect paella. Let's say that that was an outlier video that we found. We'd already found that, we confirmed that it worked well for another channel, and then what we'll do is we'll combine the topic plus the outlier to come up with our own idea. So the secret Italian method to making perfect dough. Boom. And that's kind of a lot of the way that you do it. We just look for what works for other people. Now, what we want to be doing as well, if we can, is to look for multiple data sources. So I know that my biggest regret is something that does well often for different channels. So I just wanted to show you this as a inspiration from multiple data sources. So if we saw that, if we saw one video, my biggest regret, and it got a 30x outlier, then we saw another channel that also had their biggest regrets 12x, and we saw another channel that had 100x, we know that talking about regrets could be a really good angle for the video. So if we went back to the idea we had before, which was how to make pizza dough, we could change that into the topic of my regrets. My biggest regrets with making pizza dough. Now we're coming up with a more interesting idea. Now it's not just that simple, bland, how to do this thing, but we're twisting the idea into a topic that will be more interesting for the viewer. But we're going to get into this more in the next video, which is all about idea framing. We'll now cover idea framing, and this is essentially how a video is presented to the viewer. And this is going to make a big difference to how many views videos get. I found that the best videos that I've seen are all framed in a particularly interesting way. It could be a pretty normal topic, but they've transformed it in a way that makes it seem really interesting, and so loads of people will watch it. So think of framing as how the idea of the video is presented to the viewer. We're going to get into this in a little bit of detail. So one thing you could do is when you've got a video topic, you could think about how could you make this idea seem different. So for example, if I was making a video how to make pizza dough, that could be the secrets of perfect pizza dough. I found the perfect pizza dough. I spent $1,000 to make the perfect pizza. All of these different frames are going to be interesting to people. They're all slightly different angles on that exact same video topic. Now, this is something that I learned when I was doing copywriting. So when I was running my photography training businesses, just changing a few words on the page could have had a massive change in the result. So when you're trying to sell something, you'll normally have a headline at the top of a page, and that is like a very short sentence or two that describes what the page is about. So for a while I was selling a book on how to take landscape photography photos. Now I can't remember the exact framing that I was using, but I could say something like the secret method to taking beautiful landscape photos. I could have the how to take beautiful landscape photos. The secret trick that professional photographers use for making beautiful landscape photos that look like works of art. Now, those are all different ways that I could have presented that idea to somebody. Now, what I had to do is I had to test them. So I would put one title in, I would send a bunch of people to that page, and I would see how many people bought. And over time, you've started to figure out which ideas resonated the most with people and which ones were really generating sales for the book. Now, that was all just by changing a few words at the top of the website. And it's going to be the same thing with a YouTube video, where if that idea, if the video title's not that exciting, people aren't going to click on it. But if we framed it in a slightly different way, it's going to appear to be a lot more interesting. So to do this, what we can do is we can look at competitor channels and look at channels that are similar to ours. And are there any videos that we could iterate upon? So if we looked at a channel that was making other pizzas, another channel that was about making pizza dough and making pizzas in general, we can look at their videos and think, can we iterate upon that? Can we change it a little bit? Can we make it seem more interesting? So we'll be making a video that is still different from theirs because we've iterated, but it's not an exact copy. So there's a few ways to do this. Changing scope, which I'll get to in a minute. Changing length, so we could make a video that was significantly longer or significantly shorter, and that could be a way to stand out from their video. We can also change style, so we could do talking head instead of animation. We could change angle, for example, taking a contrarian viewpoint. So this guy made a video, want to be rich, don't start a side hustle. Because there was loads of videos floating around on YouTube about if you want to be rich, then you must start a side hustle. Do this side hustle to make $1,000 a month. And this guy came out with a video that was saying the opposite. He said, you know what, if you want to make a load of money, do not start a side hustle. It is not a good way of doing it. We can also combine topics, which I will get to in the next slide. So this guy combined two topics. He was teaching you about software engineering. This video is all just about what software engineering is, and he's teaching you the basics of it. But he uses a computer game, Factorio, to teach you that topic. He's combining two different topics. And it was a really good way to frame his video. Because if his video was just called how to, if it was called the basics of software engineering, that video will have been done tons and tons before, and it just won't be that interesting to people anymore. Whereas Factorio teaches you software engineering, so he's combining two topics, and now he's showing the basics of software engineering, but in a new and interesting way. So content scope. So can you cover the same topics with a broader or broader style? So what I mean by this is the top video here is a fantastic example where what he's done is he's looked at a event that happened. And he's taken a tiny slither of that detail, of that event, and gone and explained it in a lot of detail. So the JFK's assassination, there are tons and tons and tons of videos on YouTube that have done exceptionally well. And they all covered the assassination from start to finish. So like what happened in the days before, what happened after the event, what happened during the event. And what Lemino did is he focused just on that moment of the assassination, just on what was happening in the building where the assassin was. He just focused on a little tiny slither of that whole event, so he changed the scope of his video. And you could do this with other content. It doesn't have to be documentaries. How-to content would work as well. So let's say there are a lot of videos in the dropshipping niche about how to set up your online dropshipping store from start to finish. Covers everything from choosing a domain name to choosing a platform to setting up the products on the website. You could just focus in on one specific point of that whole process and make a video just about that. So you could just make a video on just how to add products to your Shopify store. And if people hadn't been doing that before, you've now got a new angle. You've changed your scope to appeal to more people. So let's do a little quick example. Let's say the video was the Italian method for crispy pizza bases. We could change scope, so we could go narrower than that, or we could go broader. So if we wanted to go broader, let's say we could make it the whole pizza making method. So like how an Italian makes a pizza start to finish. And if we wanted to go even narrower, that might be difficult, but there might be a way. Maybe we could do something talking about just pizza stones. So you could be saying, if you want the crispiest bases, these are the pizza stones that you need. Here's why. If we wanted to change the length, let's say all the people who make videos about this generally are around 10 minutes. Maybe we could do an hour-long video which literally shows everything as it's happening, live, start to finish, going through that whole process. Maybe we could change style, so most people do them in the kitchen talking to camera. Maybe we could do it out in a forest. Maybe we could do it animated, changing angle. So instead of doing the Italian method for crispy pizza bases, maybe we could do the New York method for crispy pizza bases. And for combining topics, maybe we could combine making crispy pizza bases with something completely unrelated. So, I don't know, let's say there was a Wii game about cooking, and we could say like, Wii cooking teaches you how to make perfect pizza, or if it could go even more obscure, I'm struggling to think of something on the spot, but maybe you could do I'm not sure actually. I can't think of one right on the spot with the camera. It's difficult. So yeah, you'd be changing the topics, so you're combining topics, combining the crispy pizza bases with something else. So how making yogurts can improve your pizza base skills. I don't know. I'm clutching at straws here. Might take a little bit of time to figure out that winning combination. So we don't want to be the same as everyone else, we want to be different. So the idea of using this framing is that we're able to transform ideas and make them stand out. Because there's tons of videos on YouTube that are just how to do ABC, how to make pizza bases, how to charge camera batteries, and yes, there's a place for that content, but most of it has been done to death. So if we're framing our ideas in a new and an innovative and exciting way, people are more likely to click on them. Again, this is my approach. I've seen other people following this same kind of approach. If you go and look at YouTube, if you go and look at the videos that you click on, you'll often find that the video is framed in a particularly interesting way. So you want to iterate over time. As you create content, you will be learning what works and what doesn't work. This isn't like a shortcut process that will work every single time. You might realise that some topics start to resonate better than others. The way that you frame some ideas will work better, and that will help you to figure out what's working and to grow things over time. So that's everything for this section, and I'll see you in the next video. Now we're going to be talking about video packaging, and we're going to be covering what will make or break a video's success and why you should be spending more time on your packaging. This is going to be a bit of a short section. So, what packaging is how people see your videos before they click on them. So it consists of the title and a thumbnail. We have the title in the green at the bottom, and in the top we have the thumbnail. And when you're scrolling through YouTube, that is what you're going to see. You're going to see the title of the video and the thumbnail, and that's what has to make people want to click on the video. If they don't see those two things and think, meh, they're not going to click on the video, and then you're not going to get any views. And I'm in a private Discord, and we discussed this in detail, and the conclusion was that the thumbnail grabs the attention. That's like the first thing you'll see, and then the title is what will get the click. We're going to go into this in great detail. So the two work together in harmony to intrigue the viewer and tell them what the video is about. So we're not trying to rely on just like pure clickbait. We're trying to give them a little hint about what that video is so that the right people will click on the video. And we want people to be interested in that video enough that they click through and watch it. But we want to make sure, is that right person? So, you know, if you look at these three videos, the ugly truth about starting a business in your 20s, what's that video about? well, it's about starting a business in your 20s. Lift heavy, running far, and building a business. So what's that for? What's that about? It's about exercise and building businesses. When your serverless computing bill goes parabolic, what's that about? I guess it's something to do with computer bills getting really expensive. I don't know what Vercel is, so maybe I'm not the ideal viewer for that, but for the right person, they'll probably be able to figure it out from the title and thumbnail combination. So, most small YouTubers spend a tiny bit of their time working on their thumbnail and title, but the professionals spend like 20+% of their time on it. So if they spend 10 hours on a video, they will spend at least 2 hours on the title and thumbnail. That's how important it is. And I'm in this Discord group, and people are in there always bouncing ideas around for titles, for thumbnails, and they spend a lot of time figuring it out, because if you get it wrong, it will really impact the video's performance. And I'm going to show you a little bit more about that in the next video. But let's quickly look at this clip from a guy called Paddy Galloway. He is one of the most sought after YouTube consultants in the world, and this is what he has to say about video packaging.
I just boil it down to where the main results are. So title, thumbnail, intro, topic, like those like areas. If you can just make better decisions in those areas, you'd be amazed at how different results can be, which is it's a beautiful thing, because you can like make so many right decisions in other areas of business and still not get results because of external factors. But on YouTube, if you just made better thumbnails, better titles on better topics with better intros, I know it sounds easy to say, but if you really focus on those areas, the results are incredible. Like,
so if your packaging doesn't intrigue the viewer, you will never get the click. So moving forwards, I'm going to be spending a lot more time on the video packaging than I was before. I'm going to spend a disproportionate amount of time. So this video has taken me like a good few days to make. You know, putting all together all the slides, recording everything's taken like 2 days. So I'm going to spend probably at least half a day, maybe a day, just figuring out the perfect packaging for this video so that people will actually want to watch it. So in the next video, we're going to go into this in a lot more detail. Here we're going to be covering why thumbnails are important, the 8 thumbnail formats, how to quickly create thumbnail concepts, and we're going to go straight into it. So the idea is with a thumbnail that you need to be making people want to look at the video. If we made a dish and it looked like that, nobody's going to want to eat it, no matter how tasty it is. It just looks disgusting. And it's the same with our thumbnails. If our thumbnails aren't interesting, you're never going to get the click. So many YouTubers talk about thumbnails as being so incredibly important. If you watch any interviews with strategists, they will say thumbnails, titles, they're the most important things for getting the click. So I'm going to give you some real world examples of this. Here are 3 videos where they change the thumbnail. So this one on the left, where we see that little icon with the pencil, that is where they changed the thumbnail. So after 20 days, the video wasn't really getting any views. They changed the thumbnail and boom, the video took off and got a ton of views. This one in the middle, hardly any views, changed the thumbnail, boom, the video took off. Here's another example. It was doing okay, it was getting some views, but boom, they changed the thumbnail and it went exponential. And yes, we're not going to be trying to get millions and millions of views, but a good thumbnail could make the difference between getting 10 views and 10,000 views. We don't want to be putting all that time and energy into creating content if nobody watches it. So we need to make sure we get the thumbnails right. So a poor thumbnail won't get clicked, quite simply. Even if you are not a designer, you need to understand thumbnail strategy. You need to understand what it is that you want to put into your thumbnail, because a lot of the thumbnail, you can go and hire a designer for not a lot of money. You can get thumbnails made for $20. But the problem is that if that person doesn't know about the strategy behind a thumbnail, yes, they can design a thumbnail, but they don't know how to make a thumbnail that will get clicks. So what you need to do is either hire somebody to help you with the thumbnail strategy, or watch this section of the course and understand how to do it for yourself. So Paddy Galloway, that top YouTube consultant, describes thumbnails as being 80% psychology and 20% design. So what he meant by that was that the majority of your time should be about the majority of the thumbnail is convincing somebody to get the click. It's not how it's designed as such. It's the actual psychology of what makes this thumbnail interesting and why would it make somebody want to click on it. And we're going to get into all of that in detail. So, like I said, you can outsource your thumbnail designs, but if you're outsourcing them, you need to give somebody the ideas to work with. You need to say, this is the thumbnail that I'd like you to make, and you need to have an idea in your head of why you're making that thumbnail in that style. So now I'm going to show you a masterclass I recorded a while ago on thumbnail design. This is a beefy masterclass. It's going to go into a ton of detail, so sit back and enjoy. Today we're delving into the world of YouTube thumbnails. We'll uncover the secrets to making eye-catching visuals that can truly make or break your content's success. On YouTube, your thumbnail is the first thing that potential viewers will see. The reality is, your thumbnail is your golden ticket to increasing click-through rates, attracting more views, and getting new subscribers to your channel. Often, it's the thumbnail that stands between getting a few hundred views and a few 100,000 views. So, if you're ready to become a master of thumbnail design, you're in the right place. In this video, we're spilling the beans on tips, techniques, and strategies that you can use in your thumbnails so they don't just look good, but they also get those views rolling in. The whole purpose of a thumbnail is to stop the scroll. No matter what people are looking at on YouTube, you want them to stop looking at all the other videos and look at your video. Once the thumbnail stops the scroll, then they'll be looking at the title to decide if they want to click through to the video. This is a typical screen that you would see when browsing through YouTube. You can see that we have all the thumbnails, and then below it we have the title for the video. It's the thumbnail that's going to grab people's attention first, because when you're going through, you're greeted by all these different colours, different graphics, different images, and those is what draws the eye first. And in this video we're going to be doing a deep dive into those techniques that you can use in your thumbnail to capture that attention, to stop the scroll, and to get people interested in your video. Because if you don't do that, nobody's going to watch your video. You could have the greatest video on earth, but if you've got a boring thumbnail, people are just not going to stop and click on your video. So the thumbnail is key to growing a channel on YouTube. You need to have an amazing thumbnail before anything else. The thumbnail has to intrigue the viewer, make them curious about the video, and then get them to read the title so they will click through. And curiosity comes from having an unanswered question in the viewer's mind. And when they have that unanswered question, that is what's going to make them click through and watch the video. And that question will change depending on what the video is and what the video is about. For example, if we look at these videos, they're all triggering curiosity in different ways. So, over here we have don't do it. Don't do what? What does that mean? Or what is it worth? It's triggering a question in the viewer's mind, wondering what is he talking about and what does he mean. Or over here, we have the arrow pointing down to the graph, and it makes us think, what was the change there that made things start to grow? Or you could have the Mr. Beast video, behind the scenes. What was it that was happening behind the scenes? It's that curiosity that's going to make us click and try and find out what is going on in the video. And there are many ways that we can increase curiosity in the thumbnail. We can use the layout, graphical elements, images, storytelling, questions, statements, triggering different emotions. I'm going to get into all of these in detail in this video. The first thing you need to know though about thumbnails is that they must be relevant to the video and to the title of the video. For example, these 4 thumbnails are all highly relevant. So we have the snowstorm mission to Mountain Peak radar station with a picture in a snowstorm doing something, going somewhere. So the thumbnail is very relevant to the title. Down here, overnight oats 6 ways. Again, in the title of the video, overnight oats 6 flavours. So we know what the video is about. But the thumbnail doesn't always have to be exactly the same as the title. We can also use the thumbnail to lead the viewer into reading the title. This is where we're giving them some information and then they'll find out a bit more information about the video by reading the title. For example, this top left screenshot here, we can see that it's Super Mario. We see that somebody's a bit confused. We have the title, what were they thinking? But we don't really know what the video is about until we read the title, which is the worst fake speedrun on YouTube. Those 2 things together would tell us what the video is and what the topic is, but the thumbnail alone wouldn't. However, the thumbnail is still generating curiosity. It could still get us to stop scrolling and look at the picture to see what the video might be about. Or if we have this example down underneath it, where we have don't do it and a picture of somebody on a fingerboard. So you have to read the title of the video to really understand what the video is about. So sometimes the thumbnail will just be a lead into the title and they'll work together to tell us what the video is about. So there are 2 different places where your video can be found on YouTube. We have browse and we have search. Now the browse would be places such as the YouTube homepage. And these would be the videos that appear when you're just scrolling through looking for something new to watch. It will also be the recommended videos that you get alongside a video. These aren't videos that somebody is actively searching for. So when somebody stumbles across a video on the browse sections, you need to make sure that their curiosity is spiked. Search-based videos, on the other hand, appear when you search for something in the box at the top of YouTube. So if we search for how to front flip, videos would then appear. Now the thumbnail for these kinds of videos needs to closely match your search criteria. We want to tell people that this is the video that you should watch because you've searched for that certain thing. So for example, we have the first thumbnail, front flip in 5 minutes. That would really match our search criteria and would get a high likelihood of people clicking through. Hence why that video has 5.3 million views. And if we compare the 2 side by side, we can see the difference between some browse-based content on the left and some search-based content on the right. So the browse-based content, nobody was ever searching for "we entered the world's most dangerous football game." That was only appearing on people's homepages on YouTube or along recommendations alongside videos. But that thumbnail is really sparking curiosity. The blood in the thumbnail, the different characters, it makes us wonder what is going on in that video. And then if we went down and read the title, we know what the video is about, and if that interests us, we're going to click through to find out more. Whereas you compare that to the front flip video, and that immediately tells us in the video thumbnail exactly what the video is about. It matches the search term that somebody would have used, such as how to front flip. To make people interested in our videos, we're still spiking that curiosity. And we can do that with the design of our thumbnails. I found that we can put lots of thumbnails into different buckets. And these buckets help you to come up with new concepts for thumbnails. I call them the 8 thumbnail categories. And that is action, before and after, challenges, clean, comparisons, questions, statements, and story thumbnails. I'm going to get into each of these in detail and explain the differences between them and how you can start to use them. There's one thing to note is that some thumbnails will fit into multiple categories, and that is totally okay. The first category is action, and this is where we have something happening in the thumbnail. Normally this is a person doing something, but it could also be an object. So for example, we have on the top right, we have Magnus doing pull-ups. We have this guy running through the mountains. Or down here from this Mark Rober thumbnail, we have a massive toothpaste explosion. Those all contain action and show something happening. The next thumbnail category is before and after. Now, from looking at these should be pretty obvious what I mean. It's showing a comparison between 2 different states. So we have day 1 and then day 7. We have 19,000 views versus 4.8 million views. Or boring editing and amazing editing. These types of thumbnails show the change between a before state and an after state. We also have challenge thumbnails. And this is where there's some sort of challenge explained in the thumbnail. For example, blindfolded world first 120 star. Or human versus AI. These are all some sort of challenge that can be easily explained in the thumbnail. Now, like I said earlier, the thumbnail might not give the complete picture. It might not tell us everything we need to know about the video. That's where the title would come in. But the thumbnail is still making us curious about the video and curious about reading the title and then maybe clicking through and watching it. We also have clean thumbnails. And I've categorized these ones as thumbnails that have no graphics, very little text, and very little going on. These often contain people. They normally are expressing some kind of emotion. For example, we have Mr. Beast over here doing some sort of, I don't know what's going on kind of emotion. But we also have down here this guy who looks incredibly bored. These thumbnails normally have some sort of emotion displayed in them. But they can also be used for product videos. For example, this one down here about a phone. It's a very clean, minimalist thumbnail, but you can tell straight away that the video is going to be about that particular phone. We also have comparison thumbnails, and these are often quite similar to the before and after thumbnails. So it's normally comparing 2 different things. So down here we have a drawing done by a human versus a drawing done by AI. We also have 99 likes versus 0 likes, so it's comparing the 2 numbers. Or we have bad climbing versus good climbing. These thumbnails are just comparing 2 different states. And you've probably seen these a lot. We have thumbnails with a statement in. And these statements are normally used to trigger different emotions. But we're going to get into that later in the video. You can see down here, real life horror, 30 hours. These are all short, snappy statements to get that intrigue going and to make us try and be curious about what the video is. Obviously there's other elements going on in the videos, so we'd have this train down here that looks like it has exploded, and together the train exploding with the real life horror is what's going to make that curiosity in the viewer. We also have story thumbnails, and this is where you can look at the thumbnail and immediately tell some sort of story that's going on in it. For example, In the bottom left here, we have Beard Meets Food with multiple pizzas, and it looks like he is being told off by Gordon Ramsay. Now, that video was actually about him trying to beat the pizza eating record in a Gordon Ramsay restaurant. And Gordon Ramsay wasn't even in the video, so it was a little bit clickbaity in that regard, but it still worked. People still watched the video, and last time I checked, it had multiple millions of views. Or we have this one up here by Max Fosh. And that is a genius example of storytelling in thumbnails. Let me show you why. We have a few different elements. So we have Max holding a beer, also holding a cow, and the policeman. Now, what makes this great is Max's expression. He looks a little bit unsure, like he doesn't really know what's going on. But the fact that he's also holding a beer and he's got the cow and the policeman's there, it starts to make our brain wonder, what is going on? Why are all these different things in the thumbnail? What is the story behind this? And that video was actually about breaking silly laws in front of the police. We also have thumbnails with questions in them. And again, this should be quite obvious now. Can I tell you their location? These buildings don't exist anymore. All these thumbnails are asking a question in the image. And people love finding out the answers to questions. People don't like having these open loops left in their brains. And that's one of the main reasons why this category of thumbnail does quite well. Because that question immediately makes the viewer wonder, what is the answer? Now, every great thumbnail is going to be triggering some sort of emotional response in the viewer. And it's that emotional response that makes us click through and watch the video. Often images of people are used to trigger that emotion, but that's not exclusive. You can also still trigger emotions by using images of places, objects, things, animals, etc. I'll run through some of the different emotions that people trigger and give you some examples. This one from Mr. Beast is triggering awe. We can see that something's going on. There's all these lasers going by, there's fire on his shirt. He's got that expression in his face of being like a bit scared, a little bit worried perhaps. And it makes us go, whoa, like what on earth is going on in this thumbnail? What is all these lasers? Why is the fire? And it evokes a sense of awe in people. We also have thumbnails that trigger controversy or a little bit of fear. So this example here, your video is boring. Now, that is quite a controversial statement. And that alone is going to make people curious about the video. It's going to make them read the title and then want to click through. Here are a few more examples of other controversial thumbnails. Up here we have "They were going to die anyway," or "Propaganda on YouTube." It should be immediately obvious why these thumbnails are controversial. They're quite polarizing. They're going to say to people, I have a very strong opinion on this subject. And that will make people want to click through to find out what that opinion is. We can also have thumbnails that trigger empathy. And in my experience, these are a little bit less common than other thumbnail types, but this one is a great example. Just the title alone is what drives the empathy in the viewer. Stage 4 lung cancer. That's going to make people wonder about what's going on, and instantly it's going to change their mood. If somebody wants to watch this video, they're already going to be in the mood where they might need to be a little bit empathetic. We can also have thumbnails that trigger excitement, such as this one. We can see that he is very excited about the fact that he has 327,000 new subscribers. It's the combination of his expression and the number that tells us he's excited. We can also have thumbnails with happiness being shown. The interesting thing about this one in particular is that this has been heavily edited to make Agent 47 happy. Normally, any images you see of this character, he always has a very stoic and stern expression on his face. So this thumbnail was heavily edited to bring that big smile on his face. We can also try and elicit humour inside of thumbnails. Now this one is a great example of it. We have Max Foch over here and his security badge, which is called Nick Everything. And it's just a little clever joke about going to the International Security Exposition and having the name Nick Everything. And the video was actually about sneaking into the security convention. So between the thumbnail and the title, you would know exactly what that video is about. But he just uses the thumbnail to create some humour and to try and get people to click through to the video. We can also elicit surprise in people. And like I said earlier, thumbnails don't always need to have people in them. This example shows us a train that has apparently blown up or something's gone on, and then we also have the text, real life horror. It's those two things combined which are going to generate surprise in the viewer. Most people will have never seen an image like this of a train exploding. So that surprise is going to create the curiosity, and the curiosity is what gets people to click through to the videos. Now, I've created a winning formula for thumbnails. When I was analysing all the different thumbnails that were winners, I realised that there was key elements in every single one that you can take away and use in your own thumbnails. We have the thumbnail category, which we've already spoken about. We have the emotion in the thumbnail. Again, we've spoke about that. So category plus emotion, and then we multiply that by the design. That will make curiosity, and curiosity makes a winning thumbnail. We can pick one of those categories. We could pick the before and after category. We could have strong emotion in it, but if we had really bad design, then our thumbnail's not really going to stand out on YouTube. So it's a combination of all these three elements: category, emotion, and design. We need all of them to make a winning thumbnail. Like we mentioned before, we have all the different categories. We have the emotions that you can elicit with your thumbnail, and we can also have the design elements. Combine all those three things and you're going to make a winning thumbnail. Now, the design of a thumbnail should be used for two things. One, it should stop the scroll. It catches the viewer's attention whilst they're doing their thing on YouTube and makes them stop and look at the thumbnail. Then it will inform the viewer a bit about what the video is so that they're then curious. Now, I know I've mentioned that a lot, but thumbnails are all about driving curiosity. You need to be making curiosity in the viewer so that they will then click on the thumbnail and watch your video. But it's about informing the right target audience. Your thumbnail doesn't need to be easily understood by everyone. Let's take this example. We have a guy on the left with quite a curious expression on his face. We have Flappy Bird in the background, and we also have the ChatGPT logo. Now, there'll be plenty of people out there who don't know who this guy is, they don't know what Flappy Bird are, and they don't know what ChatGPT is. And they won't be interested in the video. And that is totally fine. He's designed this video to appeal to a certain kind of audience. And we can see that with only 48,000 subscribers, he has got nearly 8 million views on this video. And that tells us that people were clicking through to the video because they were curious about what was going on. Those three elements was enough to make people interested in his video. Every great thumbnail will have a character. You'll have the main character of the thumbnail. This could be a person, such as this example here. We have the obvious person in the middle of the thumbnail is the character in the thumbnail. We also have this example, and the main character here is the circuit board. And these characters are what help to tell the viewer what is going on in that video. Along with the main character, we also have supporting characters. So here, the main character of this thumbnail would be the shoe, but the supporting characters would be the money at the bottom, the blood, the hand, the blue pin in the background, and even the Nike text hidden behind the shoe. You know, that thumbnail has quite a lot of supporting characters. This one down here, Mr. Beast. We have Mr. Beast will be the main character. We have the kid in the background as a supporting character. We have the classroom rules. We have the fact it's set in a classroom, and we have the text. We have multiple supporting characters to help tell the story of what the thumbnail is. It tells the viewer at a quick glance what this video is about, but it also is generating that curiosity. Over here we have Mark Rober, and we can see the surprise on his face straight away. So he's the main character in there, but the supporting characters are the popcorn, we have the cinema seats in the background, we have a little bit of leak from the light above. You know, these are telling us that it's Mark Rober sitting in a cinema seat. If you had Mark Rober on his own, without the popcorn, without the back chairs in the background, you wouldn't know that he was in a cinema. So you wouldn't necessarily be as interested in the video. And here are some examples of characters that we could use. These can be main characters or supporting characters. We can have CGI, graphics, logos, objects, or people. And I'm going to give you some examples for each of these. For CGI, we have all these flames on the left to show WeWork burning. This video was something about the downfall of WeWork, and these two things work together visually to tell us what the thumbnail is about. We can also use graphics. So this video was about if video games had a Asian difficulty mode. And anyone who's ever played a video game will have seen the easy, medium and hard, but then the clever use of graphics has that Asian mode at the bottom. We can also incorporate logos. Now, this one is a little bit more hidden in the background, but it tells us it's about Ford. This was about the founder of Ford. Most people wouldn't recognise that guy's face, but when you couple it with the Ford logo and a wheel, that then gives us more context for the video. Helps the viewer to understand what this video will be about. We can also use objects in our thumbnails, and this one with Mark Rober is a great example because the video is clearly about measuring pool P, and he has all of these big jugs apparently filled with P, and that is a great visual example of what the video is. You could see the thumbnail without that text and still have a reasonable idea what it is. But when you couple the text with this visual representation of the P, it makes the viewer curious. Has all this P come out of this pool? Because that is a lot. And that question is going to then make people curious to click through and find out more. We can also use people as characters. On the left here we have the main character of the thumbnail, which is the founder of the Pirate Bay website, but we also have secondary characters. We have the FBI person over on the right here, and that helps to tell us what is going on in a thumbnail. When you couple the FBI with the prison in the background and handcuffs on the guy's wrists, you can immediately get an idea of what this video is, all in just a few seconds. So I've put a few questions here that you can ask yourself when you're trying to find the characters for a thumbnail. What is the video about? If you had to sum the video up in 2 sentences, what would those sentences be? What part of the video is most visually interesting? Could any characters trigger an emotion? Who or what is the main character? Who or what could be a supporting character? Now, characters can be a bit over the top, and you can use that to make the thumbnail more visually interesting. Let me give you some examples. Here on the left, we have what looks to be somebody playing a DJ set out in this amazing landscape. The landscape is what is really drawing people to that thumbnail. It's the fact that he's doing this DJ set in such an unusual place. That'll have been why this video was getting nearly 5 million views. If you just had that text at the bottom, people might not know what that is or the fact that it's this big beautiful landscape. So he uses the thumbnail to generate that visual intrigue. He's showing somebody DJing in a very unusual location, and that makes it interesting. Or we have this example on the right from Bo Miles. He was eating only canned beans for 40 days straight. And he easily could have had a thumbnail where he was just sitting holding a single can of beans. But that wouldn't be as visually interesting as having a massive pile of all the different beans. It was that element that helped to make the thumbnail stand out. Or we have this example from Smallant about how I became the fastest pencil sharpener in the world. We have the main character of being Smallant, and then to generate visual intrigue, he's covered his hands in pencil lead. We've got all the pencil shavings in the background, but we also have all the different pencils that he has sharpened along the way. Just having one pencil alone wouldn't be as interesting as having 10 pencils. And he's used that to create visual intrigue. Now, I'm putting together a free tutorial on exactly how I created the thumbnail for this video. I'll walk you through all of the research process, how I came up with ideas, and then how I actually edited the thumbnail inside of Photoshop. So if you want to check that out, you can go down to my website here and just sign up to my email list, and the minute it's ready, I will send it over to you. The other thing we want to use the design for is emphasizing the characters in the thumbnail. And there's many ways that we can do this, but we need people to be able to see our thumbnail and quickly understand what the thumbnail was about and get curious fast. We only have that split second to capture viewers' attention on YouTube. They've got so many other choices for videos that they could be looking at. So we use clever design to emphasize our characters and help tell the story of our video really quickly. We can take this example here by the Wide Boys. We have somebody climbing up a rock face, and then we have the design elements of text 600 feet up and the arrow to help emphasize what is going on. If we removed that text, the thumbnail isn't as powerful. We don't know what is going on in the thumbnail. We don't know if he's 20 feet off the floor or 1,000 feet off the floor. So it's not as visually interesting. But by having the text there, that helps our brain to process the image quickly and to understand what is going on. Or we can take this thumbnail as another example. So here we can see the guy is holding a speed square and has the text "Don't pretend," but the background is also very cleverly blurred out. Now, if we removed that blur from the background, it's much harder to tell what the character is in the thumbnail. Is the main character this person in the middle, or is it all of these trees in the background? It's very difficult to tell. But by blurring the background out, that takes the eye away from the background and focuses it all on the person and what he's holding. It shows us what the characters are in the thumbnail. And there's different ways that you can emphasize the characters in the thumbnail. As we just spoke about, we have blur, we also have color, graphics, text, and visual weight. And I'm going to get into each of these in detail. I just want to very quickly speak about the psychology behind color, because different colors make people feel different things. And I see people on YouTube doing this wrong all the time. They just pick a color that stands out, but it's actually the wrong color to use in that thumbnail. And what if just changing one simple color on a thumbnail could make a difference between getting 100,000 views or 100 views? These are different emotions that are commonly associated with different colours. Now, I won't go through every single one of these in detail, but I will touch on a few and give you some examples so that you can see. But I'd recommend taking a screenshot of this or pausing the video and copying it down, because this is key to using the right colours in your thumbnails. Here we have another thumbnail from Max Fosh, and we have him sitting on a toilet seat with a newspaper and a nice view behind him. Now, the clever thing about this thumbnail is the fact it's a gold toilet seat. You can see below the video title was, "I tricked real estate agents to let me poo in £10 million apartments." Gold is often linked to luxury, wealth, and success. It can convey a sense of opulence and prestige. And that is why they've used gold in this situation. It helps to tell us the story of this video. The fact they've used a gold toilet makes us think this is probably an expensive apartment. And when you couple that with the view behind, that joins the dots in your brain and makes you think, yep, that's an expensive place. But you can see here the difference. If we take that gold toilet and make it just a normal white toilet, the thumbnail takes on a different feel. It's nowhere near as impressive. This thumbnail on the right isn't going to catch your attention in the same way. It won't make you as curious about the video, because a gold toilet stands out and it immediately tells us that there is some sort of luxury going on in this video. Or we have this example. It's quite a simple thumbnail of a tent in a forest. The video title was "Hot Tent Camping in Snow," and green is commonly associated with nature, growth, and health. It can also represent tranquility and balance. Obviously, this is quite a relaxing image. The tent in the snow, you've got the warmth of the fire over here, and that would make people interested to find out what happened in this video. But if we change that tent from a green tent to a red tent, that changes the mood of the image. It changes the feeling behind it, because red has different colour connotations. It makes people associate it with different emotions. You know, red is associated with strong emotions like love, passion, and excitement. It can also convey a sense of urgency or danger. Let's say this video was about a dangerous situation this person got into when camping in the forest. Then the red tent might make more sense. You know, if they were nearly eaten by a bear or something, the red tent would help convey that sense of danger. But if this video was about a nice relaxing time in the forest, the green tent makes more sense. And we can also use graphics to help emphasize the characters in our story. Arrows are an example you'll see all over the place on YouTube and are pretty obvious about what they're for. They are used to point out certain elements in a thumbnail to make the eye look at them. So for example, this car shot down on the bottom left. We have the Tesla is actually quite far back in the image, but the arrow there pointing to it with the text Tesla will make us wonder, what is going on? Why is there a drag race? Why is there a Tesla in the middle? What are these other cars going on? We take the Y Boys example again. We have the arrow, which is doing two jobs there. One, it's pointing to the text, so it's helping draw the eye to the text, but it is also showing the way that the person has come up. So it's helping to give a sense of scale in the image. You'll also see rings a lot in images. And this is much the same as arrows. They are used to highlight certain things in a thumbnail. If you said on this bottom right one, did you see this? And there was no ring there, you wouldn't know what you were looking at in the thumbnail. But by having the ring there highlighting something in the background, that would just make people a little bit more curious about what is going on. We can also use strokes and shadows to help emphasize the characters. So we got this example up here from Storer, and the person has this white shadow around him which makes him pop from the background. Or if we take this example down here from Stuff Made Here, we have a white stroke around this robot which helps make it pop off the background. And I'm going to show you what happens when you remove these elements. So for Storer, if we remove that stroke around the person, he blends into the background. He doesn't pop out as much. I know that this image on the left has been edited a lot more, and the one on the right was just a screenshot I took straight out of the video. The colour will play into it a little bit, but it's that stroke, it's that white shadow around him which makes him pop out from the background. Here, he just blends straight in, and you don't really know what you're meant to be looking at in the video. You don't know if you're meant to be looking at the lines that he's crossing. Should you be looking up here at this person? You know, he doesn't stand out as much in the thumbnail. Or if we take that example from Stuff Made Here, if we remove the stroke from around the robot, immediately that robot blends into the background. It's a lot harder to see the robot and to see what is going on in the thumbnail. But by putting that stroke around it, on this left thumbnail, the first thing your eye is going to see is that robot. You know what the character is in the thumbnail, and you can start to build up that curiosity in your brain. Whereas this one on the right, we don't know that the robot is the main character anymore. If you glanced at this for a second, you'd probably think Shane is the main character, or maybe it's the text. This gives the robot a lot less visual importance in the image, so it makes it a little bit more ambiguous. The viewer has to think a little bit more about what this video is about, and if people have to think more, they're less likely to be clicking on the video and watching it. We can also use text on our thumbnails. I've shown you many examples already, and there are a few short fire rules for the text. You do want to keep it short. You want to entice the viewer to read the title, so the text should be trying to drive that curiosity. Does not need to say what the video is about. The text doesn't have to completely explain the video idea. It just needs to lead them in enough that they will read the video title, and then they'll be able to understand the video. And with those two things, they'll then be interested to click through and watch. And you want to make it very easy to read. And by that, I mean the text should be easily legible against the background. If you took that insane logistics and put it over the Roman soldiers, it'd be a lot harder to read the text. So here's 4 examples of text that's very easy to read. These two on the right, we have the text over a red banner, and that makes it easy to read. Or Magnus down on the bottom left, where it says less training, the white stands out against those two colours, so it's very easy to read. Up here again, we have inside a funeral home. What you'll notice there is that the text is actually against the backdrop of the funeral home. There's a lot of things going on in the background. So to make the text stand out more, they've darkened the image in this corner, and they've also added a slight shadow underneath the text. Kind of hard to see there, but there's just a little shadow underneath the bottom edge of the text. Now the final thing that we can be using for the graphics is something I like to call visual weight. So the main character of a thumbnail should have the most visual weight. And that doesn't necessarily mean it's the biggest thing in the thumbnail, but it should be the thing that your eye is drawn to first. So if we take this example here, we have a cookie and the title 100% pure. So this video was about the world's purest cookie. If you took that as a size, the character in the background here is probably taking up more thumbnail than the cookie. But because the cookie is central and in focus, that has more visual weight in the image. That stands out, and you know that the thumbnail is about the cookie. And we want to make sure that our backgrounds aren't distracting. So here's 4 great examples. Down on the bottom left, we have a completely black background, which means that it does not distract the eye at all. Down here for the bottom right with Max Fosh again, we have a tunnel in the backdrop, and we also have these 2 characters. He's used visual weight. He's made Max the largest character in the thumbnail. He stands out, he's central, he's bigger than these other 2 people. So he stands out as being the main character, but we do have these people lurking in the backdrop as the secondary characters. And that tells us a little story about what might be going on in this video. Or up on the top left, we've used the large coin here, and it's been edited to make it gold. So that has the most visual weight in the image. If you glance at this thumbnail for a second, the first thing you'll see is the coin. So that would be the first character. And then the second thing you'll notice is the person on the right. And that will be the secondary character in the image. Or this one of Mark Rober. He is holding bedbugs on his finger. Now, bedbugs are inherently very small, so to give them more weight in the image, he's brought them up right close to the camera. But because Mark is still an important character, he's still visible in the background, but he's just a bit darker so that your eye primarily goes to the finger and the bedbugs, and then you'll discover Mark hiding in the background. If we look at this example again, and we changed the coin to be silver, now it doesn't stand out as much. Now we would think that the main character is Jenny on the right, but also the coin would start to blend into the background and it'd be a lot harder to see. So by making the coin gold, it pops out into the image. The other thing we want to think about is wasting no space in the thumbnail, but still leave a bit of breathing room. Let me show you an example. So here we have a thumbnail by Carl Jobst, which shows Billy Mitchell on the right here, and then we have some text on the left. But what you'll see is that the text doesn't take up the entire thumbnail. Billy is obviously the main character and he's taken up a large part of the thumbnail, but we still have the text to help tell the story of the video. If we made that text larger in the thumbnail, now that takes up more visual weight, and now the thumbnail would become about that text and not as much about Billy. If we made it a lot smaller, then Billy would stand out even more as the main character. It's about finding that balance between making the elements too big in a thumbnail and getting them just the right size. If we look at this example from Mr. Beast, we can see there is a lot more empty space. He left a bit of breathing room at the top of the image. This entire wall is just blank. and that helps to keep the thumbnail clean without cluttering it up too much. Here's another example on the more extreme side, where she's completely removed all of the background so that the focus is purely on the woman in the thumbnail and the mistakes that she has made. So that gives the woman more visual weight in the image, and it helps to tell that story about what is going on. If there was a really complicated background in here, if there was a gym with other people in the background, then it would be a lot harder to tell who's the main character and what is going on. But by having a black background, we instantly know who the main character is, and we can start to piece together the story of that thumbnail. Now that we understand the elements that go into a thumbnail, let's talk a bit about creating concepts for thumbnails. If you come up with a really rubbish concept, it's still not really going to work. So we need to make sure we have interesting concepts for the thumbnails. Now, you should be spending a lot of time making the thumbnails. Most people just treat it as a bit of an afterthought. They make this amazing video and then they just spend 10 minutes making a quick thumbnail in Photoshop and think, that'll do. But the thumbnail is key to video's success. It plays such an important role. If the thumbnail's boring, people will not click through and watch the video. So you really need to spend time getting the thumbnail right. I recommend at least 20% of your overall time should be spent on making a thumbnail. So if you were spending 20 hours total on a video, then 4 hours of that should be spent on the thumbnail. And don't just spend all those 4 hours on one thumbnail. It'd be very easy just to spend time making tiny little changes to it and tweaking tiny little things. But it's better to make a few different ideas for the thumbnail and then test them against each other. And I'll get a little bit more into that later on. But if you had 5 hours to spend, I would spend 1 hour on each thumbnail and create 5 different thumbnails. So how do we find the curiosity in a thumbnail? That's the first thing we need to be thinking about. It's what would make somebody curious about this video and then click through and watch it. So one of the first tools that you can use for this is ChatGPT. And the prompt that I like to ask it is, I am creating a YouTube video about blank. What are some angles that I could take in the thumbnail to create curiosity? Let me show you how this works. So I have opened up ChatGPT, which you can find at chat.openai.com, and it is totally free to use. And I put the prompt in, I am creating a YouTube video about blank. What are some angles that I could take in the thumbnail to create curiosity? So we will take that thumbnail from before as an example. The video was, I slept with my mouth taped shut for 30 days. So I am creating a YouTube video about taping my mouth shut whilst I sleep for 30 days. Now you want to be descriptive in this. If you said, I am making a video about computer games, that's quite vague. But if you said, I am making a YouTube video about a competition in Minecraft where 10 people got together to do ABC, that will help ChatGPT come up with a better answer. So we'll just hit send message and see what it comes up with. So here it's given us different angles that we could take with our thumbnails. For example, before and after. Show side-by-side images of your face before and after the 30-day experiment. So that's fitting into our thumbnail categories from earlier. We've got the before and after side of it. What about the surprise element? Introduce an unexpected or humorous element in the thumbnail, like a thought bubble showing a dream or an exaggerated facial expression to create curiosity. That would be another great idea. So ChatGPT can be used just to quickly come up with angles that you can make, things that you can think about when trying to find a curiosity for your thumbnail. And what I like to do when thinking about the curiosity is think about what in my video would make somebody most likely to click through. What is the most impressive thing that I could show off? What would be the most visually interesting? How could I showcase some sort of emotion from the video? And once you start to combine those elements, you'll be able to come up with a really good way to create that curiosity. As I mentioned earlier, we have the winning equation for a thumbnail. We have the category of the thumbnail plus the emotion multiplied by design equals a winning thumbnail. We'll start off by thinking, what category could we put our thumbnail in? Then what emotion could we trigger? And then how can we use design elements to help emphasize the thumbnail, help emphasize the curiosity in it? And the first thing I'll do when I'm looking for ideas is jump onto YouTube and see what other people are using, see what kind of thumbnails are successful. I'm not saying just go and blindly copy other people's thumbnails. Don't do that. But by all means use other thumbnails for inspiration for your own. Now let's say I was making a thumbnail for this video. So a thumbnail for a video on how to make thumbnails. Very meta. But I would be looking through here for ideas of different things that I could use in my own thumbnail. So, maybe I like this before and after comparison, showing the difference in views that you could get by using a winning thumbnail. Or if I went down a little bit further, they've got this image of a $300 billion man with the number above him. Maybe I could do something like that, and I could have a image of a person with a large number behind. And you can go through YouTube, spend some time looking for all the different options and coming up with ideas. Now, what I like to do is I want to be looking at thumbnails that are doing very well. You might see this thumbnail here, kayak to wind farm, and you might think, oh, that's the lovely thumbnail, maybe I can steal that design. But if you look at the view count, it's got 55,000 views, which is a good amount, but it's not tons. So what I'll do then is click through to the person's channel and actually look at how many subscribers they've got and kind of how many views they're getting in general. So for him, he's kind of stuck around the 60,000 view mark at the minute. And that tells me that this is an average performing thumbnail for him. It's not a really high performing one. So in that case, what you do on the channels is click on the videos and sort by popular. And this would give you an idea about what thumbnails have done really well for that channel. So once you've found a thumbnail that you like, what I do is I open the video up and I have got the vidIQ extension installed inside of Google Chrome. And what this allows me to do is copy the thumbnail out really easily. On the right hand side here we have the view full thumbnail window appears. Click on that and then the thumbnail will appear and you can download it. I like to save them to Pinterest because I find that that's just a really easy way for me to save and store images. So what you do, you sign up for a Pinterest account and then you install the Save to Pinterest extension for Google Chrome. So when you have that installed, you can hover over the image, this little save icon will appear, and then you can just save the thumbnail to a board. And basically this just acts as a place for you to save all of the interesting thumbnails you find so you can reference them again later on and use them for inspiration. So once I have an idea of what thumbnails are doing well, I'll then use this following process. So step one would be research similar videos, find out what other videos are doing well in the niche, what other creators are doing stuff similar to you and what kind of thumbnails they use. So step 2 is find your curiosity. So what are you going to focus on in your thumbnail to make people curious about your video? Then number 3, we will work through the equation, which I've spoken about a few times, the one down at the bottom. And then step 4 is to make multiple concepts for your thumbnail. I'd recommend just sketching these out on a piece of paper, coming up with different ideas. And when you do this, take one main design and then just make some small changes to it so it becomes a new thumbnail. So let's say I made a thumbnail that had a person on the right hand side and they were holding a phone here. You know, I could swap the person to the other side, so I could put the person on the left hand side of the image and the phone on the right. I could make the phone even bigger. I could blur the person out in the background a little bit more. You know, you can take that one thumbnail idea and make small changes to it very quickly to be able to come up with multiple ideas for your thumbnail fast. If we revisit the thumbnail equation, we have category, emotion, and design equals a winning thumbnail. Let's go with an example video. Eating at every fast food restaurant in your area in 24 hours. We could use a action thumbnail, so that could be somebody eating a burger, or they could have multiple burgers from different restaurants all in the hands at the same time to make it more visually interesting. We could do a before and after, so a photograph of them in the morning where they're looking really happy and energetic, and then in the evening when they're looking really full and slow and sick. We could make it a challenge where we could have the text on the screen like every fast food restaurant 24 hours, or you could have a map of the area with all the restaurants highlighted and just put the text 24 hours. We could have a clean thumbnail, so we could have the main character just sitting on a chair looking really sick, or maybe they're looking really excited for the challenge. We could do comparisons, so you could compare the food from the different restaurants. We could add a question: can he manage it? What about a statement? I felt sick, or too much food, or every fast food restaurant. We could make a story element to it, so we could have a image of a fast food restaurant in the background, and we could have the person holding a burger in the front, and then we could have somebody bringing a wheelbarrow out that's full of food from different restaurants. You know, you can see how using these categories we can quickly come up with completely different ideas for thumbnails fast. Then, once we have the category sorted, we will be thinking about the emotion in the thumbnail. This will depend on a few things. Part of it will depend on the emotions expressed in the video. If it was a really upbeat, happy video, you know, we might not want to be trying to trigger fear or controversy. We might want to focus more on happiness or surprise. You know, there'll be multiple ways we could do that. We could have a thumbnail of somebody looking shocked because of this massive pile of food in front of them that they need to eat. You might not want to be going for empathy, but you could also go for excitement. You could have a person trying to eat all this food and then a room full of people behind them cheering them on. There's tons and tons of ways that we can come up with thumbnail concepts by following this equation. Then you'll think about the design, so who's the main character, who's the supporting characters. You know, the main character would probably be the person in the video, and the supporting characters could be some of the food that they were eating. It could be a worker in one of the fast food restaurants. It could be a random person in the street who was shocked seeing them eat so much food. You know, we can use the characters to help build up the thumbnail. And then we use the design elements to emphasize the characters and emphasize what is happening in the video. So if you had somebody holding a burger, you could put an arrow between them, showing that they're about to eat it. You could put the text on the screen, if we were asking that question of, can he do it? Then we could add the text onto the thumbnail. So you can quickly see how this equation allows us to build up our thumbnails in really fast time. And once you have some ideas, then you're going to sketch them out so that you're ready to make them later on. Sometimes having no advice is better than having bad advice. And what do I mean by that? If you take your YouTube thumbnail ideas and ask a friend or family member for some feedback on them, their advice might not be the best. They might not understand design elements, they might not understand the story, they might not understand the characters, and if you ask the wrong people for advice, you might end up making changes that you shouldn't have. The best way to get feedback on your thumbnails is either ask somebody who knows what they're talking about, or to put it on your video and see what happens. Sometimes a thumbnail idea will explode, and sometimes it won't do as well, but you can always change the thumbnail later. One way you can do this is through A/B testing. And this is where you compare two things side by side in the same situation to see which performs better. Sometimes we might think a certain thumbnail is going to perform better than another thumbnail. And then when we actually try them out, we find out we were completely wrong. We might have these two thumbnails here, one with the text 600 feet up and an arrow, or the other one with the text nearly fell. You might think that this thumbnail on the right is going to perform better, or you might think that one's going to perform better. But when you actually put them on a video and try it, that's when you're going to know for sure. Over time, as you make more videos, test more thumbnails, you'll get a better understanding of what will work in advance. But even top YouTubers still test thumbnails. For example, I took these two screenshots of a video by Stuff Made Here, and we can see that they have different thumbnails in each. And that was because he was testing the thumbnails side by side to see which would perform better. Now we can A/B test thumbnails inside of TubeBuddy, and they will run the video with both thumbnails and see which one performs better. But this feature is also coming soon to YouTube. It's estimated to be at the end of 2023, so depending on when you're watching this video, you may already have the feature or you may not. And over time, as you develop thumbnails and start to build up a following, it's important to build up a visual style so that people can see your thumbnails and instantly know that they are your thumbnails. Let me show you some examples. So here we have the channel Storer, who do parkour videos, and all their thumbnails are following a similar style. They use a lot of stroke effects. We can see that in multiple thumbnails. They use a lot of yellow and red. That's the same. They use a lot of pictures with people in them, with reactions and expressions on the faces, but they also have a lot of behind the scenes shots as well, actually taken from the videos. You could see a new thumbnail pop up and you would know it was a Storer video without ever seeing the title or the channel name. Again, with Stuff Made Here, we can see another similar visual style. A lot of them have Shane featuring in the videos. All of them have his invention in the video as well. A lot of them have text on the thumbnail and are also using similar colours. These over time help you to recognise that it's going to be one of his thumbnails. But there's a caveat. And the reason why his thumbnails look like this is because they work well. He has tested them over time and he knows these thumbnails are going to work. And that's why he's developed this visual style. So you don't need to worry about building up a brand style early on. It will come with time as you make thumbnails, as you find out what works, and as you develop your own style of thumbnail. Again, we have another clear visual style. We can see that all these thumbnails are very closely related. They're all following very clean styles. A lot of them have people in the thumbnails, but most of them, in fact all of them, are featuring some sort of technology. So that will mean that you know it's one of his thumbnails as soon as you see it. And when people have brand recognition like that, you'll get more clicks because people have to do less work. They don't need to think, is this one of Marquez's videos or not? They will be able to see it, instantly recognize it, and then click through to the video. One final example, we have Summoning Salt. And he has a very different visual style to everybody else. But when you see these thumbnails, you know they are one of his videos. He uses the same text, he uses the same layout, he always features a screenshot from the game, and it's very easy to quickly recognise it's a Summoning Salt video. If you want another quick hack to make thumbnails perform better, it's to abuse social proof. And that is by hacking the system with famous faces and brands. I think this thumbnail on the left had about 4 million views, and he's featured a lot of logos for computer game developing software. I don't really know what any of these logos are, but for the right crowd, they will see that, recognise it, and be quite likely to click on a video. It will appeal to his target audience. Or on the right here, we have a video that was about the Sidemen's manager. We can see the Sidemen in the background, and for a lot of people, they will be very recognisable faces. But most people would have never seen the manager before. They probably don't know who he is. So by featuring the Sidemen, that builds up social proof. That makes people more likely to click on the video because they recognise the characters in it. You'll often see this with people like Mr. Beast. When people make a video about him, they always feature him in the thumbnail. Because he is a very recognisable person, it builds up that social proof and makes people more likely to click on the video. So when you have your thumbnail, you want to test it on this website called thumbsup.tv. You just drag and drop your thumbnail onto the top, and then it will show you how the thumbnail appears in different places on YouTube. So if you've got a large screen, it will show you there for the home page, for the small, if it's in the sidebar, and so on. You get the idea. It shows you where all of the thumbnails might appear. Now, why is this important? Because you want the thumbnail to be obvious about what's going on at different screen sizes. If we are looking at this Mr. Beast thumbnail on a computer with a large screen, we can see all of the details and see exactly what's going on. But when you're looking at it on a mobile phone, you can't really see any of those small details anymore. So you need to make sure that the thumbnail works for different devices. Not just for full screen on your computer, but it also works well for on phones or on TVs. And this website is the best place to see how that thumbnail will look. If you want a free tutorial on how I made the thumbnail for this video, how I went through the research process, how I came up with ideas, how I found a curiosity, how I actually edited the thumbnail together, then that will be available to my email list. And to sign up for that, just go to my website down here and put your email address in, and I will send you the tutorial once it is ready. Otherwise, thanks for joining me, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, let's talk about titles. So this is everything I've learned over the last sort of 7 months of being with YouTube, and also lessons that I've learned from copywriting for my own business, because writing a title is just copywriting and the same principles apply. So in this section, you're going to learn why good ideas need to be framed differently, and the fastest way to find amazing title ideas, and the 11 title frameworks. So without a strong idea, you just won't get views. Like I said in the last section, the way that an idea is presented is going to make a huge difference to how people actually view it and if they want to watch the video or not. So the idea versus the frame, and the idea is what the video is actually about, and the frame is how you present that information. And the title really makes a difference to that frame. That's really all that, other than the thumbnail, the title is going to be the main thing that gives people information about what the video is about before they click on it. So that's going to make that really big difference to whether or not people want to watch that video. So, one of the most famous copywriters of all time was a guy called John Caples, and he said that writing a headline, so the text that is at the top of an advertisement, writing a good headline comes from having curiosity and self-interest, and that will make compelling appeal. So this is one of the most famous ads of all time. Ran, I don't know when it ran actually, a while ago. They laughed when I sat down at the piano, but when I started to play. So that's going to make someone go, I want to read this. Why were they laughing? The self-interest would be coming out of me if when he started to play, presents the idea in your head that he was actually really good. So if somebody wants to learn piano, that's going to catch their attention. So we want our titles to catch the attention of that right person, of the person who's most likely to watch that video. We don't need to be getting tons of views from tons of people who aren't interested, but we want people who watch it who are going to be that ideal viewer, who are going to be the kind of people that will buy our products and services. So here's some framework for coming up with titles. So you can look for popular outliers in your niche and adjacent niches. I spoke about this in the idea validation section of the course. You then can create a database of title ideas that you love. And when you have a video idea, you can plug it into the database. Again, I did go over that in detail in an earlier section. And I'll give you a very quick demonstration. So again, if you want this worksheet for free, it is in the video description. So let's just hop over to Notion. So inside Notion, inside the section here, there will be a section called titles. This is just where you can save video title ideas. So if I was going through, let's say I'm on YouTube and I'm just scrolling through YouTube and I see this title, he makes 1 million a month selling this. And I think, oh, that's a really interesting video. So I could go into, I could open the video up, copy that title and paste it over into my database. Now, these don't necessarily need to be outliers, but if you see a title you like, it is just worth maintaining a database of things because it can give you inspiration later on for coming up with your own title ideas. So I certainly don't think I'm an expert at titles, so this section isn't going to be crazy in detail. But let's say you want to make your own titles from scratch without looking at what other people have done. These are where these frameworks will come into play, and these are based generally on copywriting formulas that work. So copywriting has been around as long as the written word has, really. It's been around significantly longer than YouTube, so we want to look at what works there and then apply it to YouTube. So questions. Why do Italians hate New York City pizza? Just think about how can you change your video topic into a question. So if we wanted to make a video about how to make pizza dough, rather than saying how to make pizza dough, we could say, turn it into a question, and we could do, is this the most perfect pizza dough recipe? Question mark. We can do superlatives, so that's like the biggest, cheapest, most expensive, slowest. It's like it's the est version of something. So the most expensive version pizzas in New York City. Contrarian viewpoint. So you could change the video up to be something that goes against the norm. So I gave you an example earlier where somebody said, don't start a side hustle, because most people were like, start side hustles, it's a great way to make money. So he made a video that took the opposite viewpoint. He said, do not start a side hustle. So if a lot of people hate deep dish pizza, you could actually go against the norm and say deep dish pizza is the best kind of pizza, which I don't think it is. Thin and crispy is the way. We could also make it sound easy. So people want to get results fast. So if you make the video sound something that's really quick and easy to do, more likely to get a click. The quickest pizza dough recipe, the easiest pizza dough recipe, the fastest pizza dough recipe, that's going to stand out against a sea of videos which is just generic pizza dough stuff. But if you were like, this is the best, this is the cheapest, the fastest, the quickest, the easiest, the most expensive pizza dough recipe, that would get people watching. What about predictions? We won't eat pizza in 2025. You're just making a prediction for the future, and might not necessarily come true, but if you're just taking a prediction, people love hearing thoughts on these things. They love trying to see why you've come up with that idea. Fear, this destroys your pizza dough. So you're trying to evoke fear in somebody and make them think, crap, I really need to find out how to fix this. I really need to find out what this solution is. So this destroys your pizza dough. This, yeah, I can't think of another one off the top of my head. The warnings, so don't make this pizza mistake in 2024. The biggest mistakes that everyone makes with pizza dough, this method of making pizza does not work. This method of making pizza makes it taste like cardboard. That's a bit too long. Anyway, you can come up with some warnings in your title. You could come up with problems. 3 reasons why your pizza dough doesn't rise. So if you think about the problems that somebody has, is there a way we can include that in the title? So let's say somebody there was making a dough and it tasted like cardboard. We could say in the title, pizza tasting like cardboard, ? Change this. So there would be combining multiple of these, would be combining the questions and the problems into one title. So you can combine multiple of these to make your title. Solutions, where you actually could present the solution in the title. You don't want to give away too much though. If you say ABC yeast makes great pizza dough, you've kind of given away what the video is about already. People haven't really got a reason to watch the video because you've already told them the conclusion of the video. But if you said the Italian chef reveals the secrets to pizza dough, now you're telling them what the solution is, vaguely, but enough that it will spark that curiosity. Regrets. I regret buying this pizza oven. I regret making this pizza. I regret using this cheese on my pizza. Time frames. The best 5-minute pizza dough. The 3-minute no-knead pizza dough recipe. The 10 ways to how to make pizza dough in 5 minutes. Okay, that was already written down there, but you get the idea. If you include a specific time frame in the video, it will again spark curiosity in people and make them more likely to click. So here's a few just sort of rules that I've learned for this. Again, this is based on what I've seen other people doing. This isn't me trying to say I'm an expert. Like, this is what I'm using going forwards, and this is what I've been learning from other YouTubers about how they write their titles. So they will brainstorm a lot of titles for a video. So there could be 30 plus variations. I mean, you saw how quick it is when you have those 11 frameworks. It's very easy to just go through that and just start hammering out titles. You know, making 30 variations might only take you 5 or 10 minutes. But as you start to come up with those variations, you will find better ideas. Another way to come up with variations is think, how could I describe this video but from a different angle? How could you change the way that you think about that video? So if I was making a video on cheeses for pizza dough, so let's say the video is about 5 different cheeses that you could put on a pizza. So I could take a different angle rather than just say the 5 cheeses for a pizza. I could say I could go back to that list and look for a different angle, and let's say I could do the fear, these cheeses destroy your pizza, warnings, don't make this cheese mistake on your pizza. I could do questions, which is the best cheese for pizza? You know, there's tons of ways that we can apply that framework and come up with a little different angle for the video. So you can also think about, what is the most interesting part of your video? What's really going to sell the viewer on watching that video? You want to be thinking about, what is the most curiosity inspiring moment of the video? What is that thing that's going to get people to click? So what is the most interesting part? So let's say the video was how to make pizza from start to finish. That's what the video is about, but that's not really an exciting title. So what's the most interesting part of that video? It might be the final result of having that perfect, crispy, tasty pizza. So you could make the video title focusing more on that end result, focusing on the fact that you get this perfectly crispy, tasty pizza. So you could do something like the perfect Italian crispy pizza recipe, maybe. Doesn't seem that exciting, but if you went through the frameworks, you'd be able to come up with some ideas. So here's some questions that you need to ask about the title. Is it easy to understand? So you want it so that anybody could look at that title and understand what the video is about. You don't want it to be obscure or to rely on language that only a small amount of people would understand. Is it written in as few words as possible? Shorter titles apparently do better generally, but you also need to make sure that it's under 50 characters, because if it's not, when you're browsing YouTube, someone won't be able to see the whole title, and that makes them less likely to click on it, because if you can't read the whole title, you don't know what the video is about, so why would you be clicking on it? Is it not too specific? So this is a bit of a scale where there is no right or wrong answer, and it's hard to kind of quantify what too specific is. But if your video title was describing it in a way that only a tiny portion of people would understand, that probably means it's too specific. You don't want to make it so that only a very few people would get it and would understand what the video is about. So let's say you were talking about how to get more clients for a business. You could be talking about some really specific terms like top of funnel, middle of funnel, and maybe making a video about that specific topic is a good idea. Maybe enough people understand what tofu means. But if it's only a really niche amount of people who understand what tofu is, then maybe it'd be better framing the video in a slightly broader way. So, you know, this method will book you 5 new clients this week, rather than how to design a tofu for your business. You know, you still want to make sure that it's not too specific, but it is still understood and appealing to your ideal viewer. So, common mistakes with titles is over 50 characters, and like I said, they will get truncated. So on YouTube, that will show up as the title has been shortened, and I'll show you an example of that in a second. Too complicated, a 5-year-old should be able to understand it, and making it boring, just like explaining what the video is, real black and white, no thought going into the title, no emotional impact or intrigue, that's going to affect the video's performance. And it does not explain what the video is. Clarity will win. You need to tell people what to expect when they watch that video. If you make it really clickbaity, people will start the video and then click off, and that will signal to YouTube that this is clickbait, don't recommend it to more people. So they need to have expectations of what the video will be about when they click on it, and the best videos all do that. So I will teach you a powerful technique for creating titles in the next video, but let me just quickly show you what I mean by truncated titles. So if I go over onto YouTube and I start scrolling down, see here where we have the 3 dots there, that means that title has been truncated. They've cut off the end of the title because it was too long. So really, if you have the title under 50 characters, that won't happen. So I'll see you in the next video, and I'm going to give you some more powerful techniques for creating titles. This video is going to change the way that you think about YouTube titles. It's really going to make a big difference to them, and I promise you it's well worth watching this section. No matter how good or bad you are at YouTube titles, this is a timeless marketing principle that I'm going to apply to YouTube, something that's been around for ages, and let's jump in. So there was this guy called Eugene Schwartz, can't pronounce it. Famous copywriter, one of the most famous copywriters who ever lived, and all copywriters really look up to him as being like the godfather of copywriting, and he did some amazing work, sold tons of products, and he came up with a strategy called the 5 levels of awareness, and this is basically how likely somebody is to buy a product or service. How close to the whole are they? So the first level of awareness is unaware. So this person does not know that they have a problem or pain point. Second one is problem aware. They know they have a problem, but they don't know of any solutions. Then we have solution aware. They know there is a solution, but they aren't aware of any specific problems that solve it. Product aware, they know your product exists but don't know enough about it to make a decision. And finally, solution aware, they know everything about your product and are ready to make a buying decision. Don't worry, I'm going to explain this in detail now and give you some examples of what this actually means. So, if we put that on a scale, the closer somebody is to most aware on the right, the easier it is to sell them. So let's say I'm overweight, but I don't even realise that I'm overweight. I would be unaware. I don't know that I have a pain or a problem. But then let's say I become aware that I'm overweight. So now I realise, oh shit, I'm overweight, but I have no idea how to fix it. So now I'm problem aware. But then someone says, oh, you could exercise a lot more to lose that weight. I'm now solution aware, but I don't know of any specific ways to exercise, any specific problems that will teach me about exercise. So I do a little bit of research, and then I found out that there is some courses about exercising. I can go and buy a course or come and hire a personal trainer. And I know these things exist, but I don't know enough about them in detail. So I'm product aware. And then finally, I'll be solution aware when when I've done the research, I've looked up personal trainers in my area, I've learnt what they do, how much they cost, what services they offer, and I'm at the point now where I can make a decision. I can either buy it, I can hire them, or maybe I don't, but I know enough to make that buying decision. So, the further through the awareness state somebody is, the closer to most aware, the easier it is to sell them. If someone's unaware, if they don't even know they have a problem, it's very hard to sell anything to them, because you would need to convince them of multiple things. You would need to say, look, you have this problem. You are overweight. You need to fix this. You need to stop being overweight. And I have a product that helps fix that problem. My product is the best product on the market. And then they'd actually need to pull out their wallet and decide to buy it. And that's a lot of steps to go through. That's why most marketers will focus on the right hand side. They will focus on people who are most aware and product aware and ignore the unaware audience, because that's hard to market to. You've got a lot of steps to take somebody through to convince them to buy your product. But if somebody was most aware, all you need to do is convince them that your product is the best one on the market. They know they have a problem to solve. They know that these are the solutions. They know about what the competition is. All you need to do is convince them that your product is the one to buy. And that is going to be a lot easier and cheaper than targeting the unaware people. However, there will be less most aware people than unaware people. So if you plotted another line on the graph, so the number of people, there will be a lot more people who are unaware they have a problem than people who know all of the solutions, know how much it costs, what different things they could do. So it's a sliding scale where as you go from unaware to most aware, you get less and less people. So let's apply this to YouTube. So again, this is a timeless principle. It's been around for decades and marketers use it all the time, but we can take these principles and we can apply it to YouTube. So let's say you want to make a video about the right yeast for perfect pizza dough. So if you created the video, the 5 best yeasts for creating your dough, somebody would need to be solution aware. They would need to already understand that yeast is got a really important role in making perfect pizza dough, and that trying different yeasts might improve their pizza dough. So they need to already understand that. They need to have a level of awareness about their problem. But if you created do this to make perfect pizza dough, they might only be problem aware. So you could be targeting people who are problem aware instead of product aware. So you'll be able to target more people on the scale and potentially get more views. So targeting a lower awareness state means you could have a bigger target audience and get more viewers, and then potentially get more views. So this is why many YouTubers will target problem aware or unaware people. They will say, look, if you do have this problem, these are the solutions. So if you, let's say we're making a video about back pain. Let's say there was a very specific exercise for fixing back pain. You could say, exercise ABC, how to do exercise ABC to fix your back pain. That could be a video, but that's only going to appeal to people who know they have a problem, the back pain, and that this exercise is probably a good way of fixing it. Whereas if you did a video that was do this to fix back pain, that's going to appeal to people who know they have a problem but don't know that that specific exercise is the way to fix it. So this is a really good way to overcome the problem of videos on already existing on YouTube. So I did this with a client recently who makes Excel content, and a really popular video topic in Excel is VLOOKUP. So if we look up for VLOOKUP, There are tons of videos that have a lot of views, 4.5 million, 1.6 million, 1.5 million, 2.2 million views, all about this topic. So if you went and said, and made another video, how to do VLOOKUPs in Excel, it's going to be really hard to get views because people have already covered it in extensive detail. But if you made a video, the 5 Excel mistakes that every beginner makes, you could talk about VLOOKUP in one of those mistakes, because you're now targeting a broader audience. You're not targeting people who know they need to use VLOOKUP, but you're targeting people who are on, let's bring up the graph again. So you're targeting people who are probably problem aware instead of most aware. So you'd be able to get a good portion of people watching that video because you're targeting them at a different awareness state. So let's go look at an example. Do this workout to lose weight. Do this to save underexposed photos in Lightroom. Do this to double your views in 5 minutes. So these are appealing to people who know they have a problem. Someone who watches this knows they need to lose weight, but they don't know the solution. Someone who wants to fix their photos knows they have a problem, but they don't know what the solution is. So if we change this video up, and let's say we made this video, how to use highlights and shadow recovery tool in Photoshop. That's only appealing to people who know that they have that problem and that they know that the highlights and shadows recovery tool is the thing that they need to use. Whereas problem aware people that know they have a problem with their highlights and shadows would be more likely to click on this top video. So we're taking that same video. The content can be exactly the same. You don't need to change the content. You're just changing how that video is framed and the title that you use to describe the video. So ask yourself, what prior knowledge would someone need to have in order to find this video interesting? So for this one, if the bottom video, how to use the highlights and shadow recovery tool, somebody would need to know that the highlights and shadows recovery tool is the tool to fix their problem with their shadows and their highlights. So if we made it the top one instead, do this to save underexposed photos, that instead would be appealing to that broader audience, to more people. So problem aware is not necessarily always the right approach. If somebody has already seen that solution before, they might bail off the video. So if we make this video, do this to save your underexposed photos in Lightroom, and somebody clicks on it and it's talking about the highlights and shadows recovery tool, and they already know how to use that, they may think, well, I already know this, I'm going to bail. So it's not necessarily always the best approach. It's a bit of a scale where I can't give a definitive answer either way. You kind of have to use your intuition a bit with it and decide which one you want to go for. However, I've seen a lot of people go for this approach of targeting problem aware people but not solution aware and do very well with the videos, so it must work. And otherwise, I will see you in the next chapter. Now we're going to be talking about script writing, and we're going to be covering why a script isn't as important as you think it might be, what you must do for every video, and again, I'm not an expert on script writing. There is tons of people who teach this better than me. This will just be some of my thoughts and ideas on the topic, so let's dive into it. So should you write a script? I think a lot of this question will depend on your personality and how much time you have. If you struggle to speak fluidly off the cuff, if you can't sit in front of the camera and talk in an entertaining and interesting way, then you probably want to write a script. I know people that struggle with that. There's no right and wrong answer. It took me years to be able to just speak fluidly off the cuff. So it kind of depends a bit on you as a person and how much time you have. If you have more time to spend on your videos, absolutely write scripts. It will help. So it will take a minimum of a couple hours to write a script. I will show you my approach for writing scripts later, how I do it as quickly and easily as possible. So alternatively, you can just hire a scriptwriter. You can just pay someone to do this for you. You can just outsource that process. I'm going to be covering hiring in a later chapter, so we will go into that in a bit more detail there. And everyone should script the introduction. I really believe that everybody should script out that first section of the video. I've seen people talking about this, seen YouTubers describing this concept before, so I want to bring it to you. So this is a retention graph, and this basically shows a typical video. So what the red line is showing is how many people at that point are still watching the video. And for most videos on YouTube, you will get a massive drop off in like the first 30 or 60 seconds, and then it will start to level out a bit, and you'll keep people through the rest of the video. So on this graph, for every person who starts the video, only about 25–30% of people get to the very end, and that could be pretty normal. Most people will drop off throughout the video, but if you work on improving just that first 30 to 60 seconds, the graph will look like this. The curve will be a lot shallower, and instead of only 20–25%, maybe you'd end up with 50% of people watching to the end of the video. And if you have a call to action in the video, if you say, subscribe to my email list, here's a product that I have for sale, whatever the call to action is, if you have twice as many people watching the video at the end, you'll theoretically be getting twice as many signups, twice as many customers. So it's really important to work on the retention and get this curve as flat as possible. And changing that intro, changing that 30 to 60 seconds is going to have the biggest difference on that. That's going to make a massive, massive change to how many people stick around for that whole video. So I think everybody should script out that first 30 to 60 seconds, in my opinion. So if you increase the retention in that first 30 seconds, it will make a huge difference for the rest of the video. And we are focusing on that biggest lever, and that intro is going to be one of those huge levers that doesn't take a lot of time to do it, but it will make a big difference to your results. So, when you're writing out the intro, I would start with these two questions first. What will the viewer get from your video, and what is the problem your content solves? And that's kind of what you'll be answering in the video. Now, Alex Hormozy recently did a video, and he's done millions and millions of views a month, and he's changed his intro format to be three things: proof, promise, and a plan. So look, this isn't my idea, steal his. He uses it, and he has the data to back up why it works. So for everyone else, we can just use his approach. So the proof starts off a video with proof, using data or statistics to prove why you know what you're talking about. So you could say, I don't know, if we were doing the pizza example, I have been making pizza for the last 6 years, and I've realised that these 3 ingredients make a huge difference to the pizza. Promise, tell people what they will learn by watching this video. So if you watch this video, I promise that you're going to learn the best techniques for creating pizza that you probably won't have heard anywhere else. And then the plan, outline how they will learn it. What is an overview of the rest of the video? So we're going to cover the 6 steps that I follow every single time for making that perfect pizza dough. So I'd write the introduction out word for word. This is what I do. I write it out in detail, every single word. and then ask myself, would it appeal to my ideal viewer? That person that we created in the niche section, would it appeal to them? Would this be interesting? Would they listen to that intro and think, damn, I need to stick around and watch this video? How could you make it appeal to a broader audience? So is there anything you could do that would make it appeal to more people? We don't want to be going super broad, but if you're using really specific terms in the intro that only a small amount of people would know, could we lose them? Could we simplify the language so that it would appeal to more people? Could you include open loops? And I'll get to that in a minute. Keep it tight, no wasted words. Don't do, hey guys, welcome back to my video, and in this video, blah. Just get rid of every single bit of fluff that you can. If you watch modern YouTube videos, you will see that they are very tight with their words in the intro. That every single word has a purpose. So just keep cutting stuff out until it gets down to that core message. So open loops are basically when you create an unresolved question in the viewer's mind. So let's have a look at an example. If we said in the intro to a video, later on I'll reveal how Alex got 2,000 subscribers with this exact technique. That's going to make people think, oh, I want to know what this technique is. And if I'm going to have to find out, I need to stick around to learn about it. Or you could do, I'm going to show you the 3-part technique for perfect pizza bases. And people will think, what is that 3-part technique? How do they make perfect pizzas? So you're basically just making questions in the viewer's mind. A good script will have multiple open loops throughout, but also close loops regularly. So you'd be making a question in the viewer's mind and answering it, and then making another question and then answering it. For example, a 10-minute script might have 5 loops, open and closed. And once you start to realize what open loops are, if you watch videos, you will see them in action. You will see the videos almost broken down into these little chapters where they will open a loop and then they will answer it throughout that section. And this is what it would look like in a graph, where the viewer's energy is going to be going up and down throughout the video. So if you have a hook, which is another way of saying an open loop. If you put that in at the start of the video and then you could answer it a couple minutes in, and then immediately after you put another hook, another open loop in, and then they'll dip and then you answer it. And every time you answer the open loop, it'll give people that little bit of the satisfaction. If you have like a 10-minute video with only one open loop and one hook, it'll probably be dragging it out too much. So you want to be littering them throughout the content. So when I write my scripts, I do any required research, I loosely bullet point the script out, so I just put bullet point of what I want to be talking about. Then I will speak the script out, I'll do it off the cuff and I'll record it. Then I get that transcribed, so I now have it all written out, word for word. And then I'll just go through and edit it. I'll start adding in open loops. I'll start closing those loops. And I'll start to figure out, how do I make this script better? I'm trying to move away from scripting videos as much as possible because I want to be getting better at off-the-cuff speaking like this. And also, writing scripts takes time. There's no right or wrong answer. I'm absolutely not an expert on script writing by any means. There are going to be people who are better at teaching it than me, but these are just my basic thoughts on script writing. So I do have a checklist, which I will show you in a minute, and you can get that for free in the video description, and that covers how to... it's just a checklist for when you're actually writing your script, so you make sure you cover all your bases. So if we go into the Notion template and we go over to the script writing checklist, here, this is everything that I sort of learned about script writing over my YouTube career, and I have put it all into a checklist. So as you're writing a script, you can go through, you can check things off. Have you included curiosity gaps? Have you included open loops? Have you challenged beliefs? Go through this. You don't have to have all of these by any means, but having the more in there of these that you have, the better the script will be. So yep, get that the checklist in the video description if you want it, and I will see you in the next section. So let's talk about hiring. Now this is something that I do have a lot of experience with, and I've hired a lot of people over the years for my businesses, for different tasks, hired a lot of people online, and I want to show you exactly how and why to do it. So we're going to find out how to find high quality workers for cheap, the fastest way to weed out low quality freelancers, and then what order you should be hiring people in for your channel. So, should you hire people? Absolutely yes. What a lot of people do is start off when they're making everything themselves. They do things like make their thumbnails on Canva. If you're not really good at graphic design and making thumbnails, do not make them yourself. They will be crap and they won't get views. So the first thing you should do is hire a thumbnail designer. You can get thumbnails made for $10, $20 that are good. However, in the thumbnail section, like I said, these people will know how to design a thumbnail, but they won't understand the strategy behind it. So with the cheaper thumbnail designers, you would need to know, you would need to give them some ideas on exactly how to make that thumbnail, like what is it that you want the thumbnail to contain, and you know in your mind why. So I've worked with thumbnail designers that cost a lot more, that cost up to about $150 per thumbnail, and they often provide the strategy as part of the service. So you will just say to them, this is my video, this is what it's about, and they will say, well, we could do this concept, we could do that concept, let's design it and actually make something. So that can work if you don't want to get into the strategy for making thumbnails. You just have to spend more and come up with someone who is better at the job. The next one would be a video editor. I use one. I highly recommend getting a video editor because it could save you 10 hours plus per week, and it will make your life a lot easier. Especially if you don't know video editing, it's so worth hiring an editor. The next one you might want to get is a scriptwriter. If you don't want to write your scripts, again, hire one, and a strategist. So if you want somebody to help you get more views quicker, to help you come up with thumbnail designs, to help you write hooks for scripts, to tell you where your blind spots are. So where is it you're making mistakes in a video? Where could you improve for next time? Because it's really hard to get feedback on our own ideas from ourselves. We don't know what we don't know. So by getting a strategist, this is somebody who will be able to look at our content and tell us where to improve. So, where to hire? Let me give you some websites. Fiverr.com with double R's, freelancer.co.uk, ytjobs.co is specifically designed for YouTube jobs, so that's thumbnail designers, strategists, scriptwriters, they're all on YT Jobs. And Twitter. Twitter's a really popular place for YouTubers to hang out and people who do services for YouTubers. So if you go on Twitter and search for like thumbnail designer, you'll be able to find people who offer that service. YT Jobs and Twitter will have the higher quality talent, but they will also be more expensive. So you'll get the lower quality people generally on Fiverr and Freelancer, and the more expensive, better people on YT Jobs and Twitter. So hiring problems. These are things that I've realised whenever I've hired people, that often the work quality they provide doesn't match what they're in what's in their portfolio, or they will put fake work into their portfolio. This is really prevalent on Fiverr, where if you look at their first images in their portfolio and you think, oh, this looks amazing, and actually that doesn't match the quality of their work because they've just stolen images off Google. It really happens a lot, but I will show you how to work around it. Also on Fiverr, people will say, oh, message me with your requirements, and then instantly they'll up the price. So they'll have a service that costs X amount, and then you message them and they'll be like, oh no, it costs more for your design. again, like, you can find good freelancers on Fiverr and on Freelancer, but you have to weed through a lot of crap. So tactics. I would always start someone on a smaller job. If I was hiring an editor, I might just ask them to hire 2 minutes of my video. Rather than paying somebody to do a whole video and it turn out like crap, I might just pay them to do 2 minutes. I would never say to somebody, oh yeah, I'm going to hire you to do 10 thumbnails. I'd get them to do 1 and then see if it's any good and work from there. And over time, build up to actually building a relationship where you might get them to do more and more stuff. So let's do an example search on Fiverr. So fiverr.com. Let's say I want a YouTube thumbnail designer. Thumbnail designer, I'll search for that. And I want to show you some of these problems that we have. So let's click on this second video. So what you'll notice at the first, whenever you go on somebody's profile, the first few images are their portfolio. But towards the end of the portfolio, they'll actually have client work. So if it has a review underneath, that is client work that has been done on Fiverr. So you know this is actually the work that they have delivered to people on the platform. So we know he's delivered this to somebody. We know he's made this one for somebody. But if we go back towards the start of the profile, these ones are not necessarily thumbnails he's delivered for a client. And often what people do is they put in fake examples here. So let me see if I can find somebody who is cheating on their profile and using fake examples. Generally, I probably need to go through a page. The ones at the first page are normally better. The deeper you go into the thumbnails, normally the worse they get. So these are all in his portfolio, and then these are ones that he's actually delivered for clients. So always, don't ever, what I've realized is you don't ever ask somebody if they can design a thumbnail in a certain way or in a certain style. You look at what their portfolio is. So if I wanted thumbnails look like this, so okay, right, so look at this Mr. Beast one. He did not make that Mr. Beast thumbnail because that is actually a Mr. Beast. That is on a Mr. Beast video, I'm pretty sure. I don't think he's made that. So in the portfolio here, we don't have a review, so that means it is not stuff that he has delivered to clients on the platform necessarily. But if we start scrolling through, these are ones he has delivered. And you can see, like that thumbnail there is pretty low quality to me. It's not being done very well. Whereas if you look at his thumbnails here, these look better. So I'm not convinced that his portfolio is legitimate. Like that isn't even a YouTube thumbnail. That is the editing on this isn't very great. Those people look like they're cut out and stuck in there. Again, that looks cut out and stuck in there. That's a pretty low quality thumbnail. So I think some of these examples he might have taken from somewhere else. Not saying he definitely has, but the quality in here looks different to the quality in the later ones that he's actually delivered for clients. So I'm always careful about who I hire. I only look at the work that has been reviewed and delivered on Fiverr. I don't look at the initial portfolio examples because they can be cheated. But these, if they have a review under it, that is work that he has done on this platform and delivered for somebody. So that is the quality of work that you can expect. So if you want to hire somebody, make sure that their quality of their thumbnails matches the style of video, the style of thumbnail that you want to get. Because a lot of these people aren't doing the work that they pretend that they are doing. This is even more, happens a lot more with video editors. I think because video editing is a little bit more complicated in a lot of ways, that I've found a lot of video editors put these beautiful examples in their portfolio and then cannot deliver on that. They cannot make those results. So you don't want to burn money. Just make sure that whatever is in their portfolio is actually stuff that they are capable of making. So we'll just, and when you're actually hiring somebody on Fiverr or on another website, so if you're doing it on, say, Freelancer, you put up a job description and you say, I want to hire somebody to do this, this and this, blah, blah, blah. And what I always do there is I put in the job post something like, if you've read this job description, please put banana in your message. I put up a job description literally yesterday on Freelancer trying to find a thumbnail designer, and guess what? I put, if you read this, please put banana in your message. Hardly anybody does. Most people don't even read the description. They just send you this generic copy paste. I've read your description and I'm the right person for the job and blah, blah, blah. But they haven't. If they read the description, they would have just put the word banana in there. So I'd also say when you're hiring people, look for work ethic over skill sometimes, because it's possible to upskill people. You know, you can work with people and actually train them up to be better. You want somebody who's willing to put in the time and willing to put in the energy to get better at their job, and to be more skilled at it. I'd prefer to find someone who's okay at making thumbnails, but it's really they work on time, they deliver results quickly, they're conscientious, they're motivated to learn and to improve, than somebody who's just average but doesn't have that same work ethic. It will make a big difference in the long run. Like, I work with an editor now, and he's been constantly learning. He's really conscientious, really does a lot of great work for me, and he's just really keen. And he is putting in the time to learn and to improve. I worked with another video editor who was always late, who would always leave things to the very last minute, who took ages to do revisions, who wouldn't reply to messages, and it was a nightmare to deal with. So work ethic is something that is really important, but you'll only find that by hiring people and figuring out what works. So yeah, if you're going onto Fiverr, just make sure that whenever you're trying to hire people, that the actual work in their portfolio that is reviewed matches the quality of what you want. And it's the same for any of those freelance websites. You know, people will cheat and do stuff like put Mr. Beast in a thumbnail here, but chances are he's probably never actually made a Mr. Beast thumbnail. He's just using famous faces. So just be cautious when you're hiring. Fortunately, you can do tests for not a lot of money and figure out if somebody's good at their job or not. But yeah, that's everything I kind of learned about hiring, so I'll see you in the next section. This is a concept that's going to blow your mind. It's used in the direct response marketing world to sell billions of products every year, and I have not seen anybody making this link towards YouTube content. So I'm going to show you how to apply it to YouTube and get more views for basically no extra effort. And I know this works in the marketing world, so it can absolutely work for YouTube. I will going to give you some examples, and I want to show you in detail about how to use it. So let's imagine for a second that you're trying to lose weight. You might have people say things like, just eat less calories, or if you want to lose weight, try cardio, or no, you just need to lift weights. But the average person has probably tried all of these, and they just want a solution to their problem. They just want to fix the fact that they're overweight. But if they've tried all of those methods, if they tried cardio, if they tried lifting weights, if they tried less calories and it wasn't working, and if I tried to sell them the guide to losing weight with cardio, well, They've already tried that before and it didn't work for them then, so why would it work now? There's not going to be any reason why they would want to buy that guide. But if the product was something new and innovative, they might think, well, oh, this is the missing piece. This is why I haven't lost weight before, and this is what I need to buy now. So in the fitness world, there was a product called P90X, which did, I don't know the numbers, I think it was tens if not hundreds of millions of dollars selling something that basically already existed. So what they did is they introduced a reason why their fitness program was unique. This program was just a video course that helped people to lose weight. Now, it was high intensity interval training, and that's basically something that's been around forever, but they wanted to frame it in a way that made it sound new and innovative. They wanted to make it sound different from what existed in the market. So their reason was something called muscle confusion. And they basically said that if you do the same workouts day in, day out, what will happen is over time your body will acclimatise to it, it will get used to it, and you'll just plateau, you'll stop losing weight. So they said, well, what we do something different. We call it muscle confusion, where we change the workouts up all the time so your body never gets used to it and you don't reach that plateau and you'll consistently lose weight. So somebody who's tried training before and didn't lose weight can see this and go, oh, that's interesting. That must be the reason why I'm not losing weight. It's because of this plateau. Maybe I need to try this product with this new special mechanism. It was why their product was different from everything else on the market. And when I was running my photography training company, I applied this exact same method. So I was teaching photographers for a while how to get clients with paid advertising. Now, there's plenty of people that teach it. And what I did to stand out was I was saying, well, the reason why you're not getting you're not getting new clients is because you're targeting people who are not ready to buy. You're just trying to send out your message about your photography to all sorts of people, and most of them don't care. They're not interested. So what we do that is different is we make specific adverts and put them onto Google so they are shown to people who are looking for that thing right now. So people who are looking to hire a photographer will see our ads and then they can click through and hire us. They have a problem that they need to solve right now, and our Google Ads program is what will put you in front of them. By putting your ads on Google, these people will these people know they need a photographer, so you're going to be the one that they might hire. And that did really well. I sold loads of copies of it. So here is one from the archives that was one of the most famous examples of a unique mechanism. So back when cigarettes were really popular, but when the science was starting to catch up and realise that they were actually really dangerous, cigarette companies were having a nightmare trying to sell their products. They were trying to come up with marketing angles to sell more because people realised that they're actually quite bad for you. So what they did is they came up with an angle saying it's toasted. And that was literally it. The reason why Lucky Strike cigarettes were different from everybody else was because they're toasted, and that helped them to sell a ton and ton of product because they stood out in the marketplace just by saying they are different, they are toasted. So it's super simple, but it works. So if we wanted to apply this to YouTube, you could look at it as being the reason why you haven't achieved X is because you don't know about Y. So the reason why you haven't grown your channel is because of algorithm confusion. YouTube doesn't know who to recommend your videos to, so you get no views. So somebody watching that who has struggled with growing their channel will go, oh, what is this algorithm confusion? How do I make it work in my own videos? How do I fix this problem? Because they've probably tried the other methods before, but now you're giving them a reason why and how to fix it. So remember that the unique mechanism should make people think, this is the missing piece that I've never seen before. It's the reason why I'm not getting the results that I want. So it's pretty easy with educational videos. You just figure out a way to frame your process as being different from everybody else's. So I could do something like, the reason why your pizza comes out doughy and thick is because you don't know about the Italian twist method for making your dough. And it might not necessarily be anything new and innovative, but if you frame it in a way that is new and innovative, you will get people sticking around longer. This is used all the time in marketing. When you start realizing this, you'll see it everywhere. People are trying to sell products in really competitive markets. Use unique mechanisms to stand out and to make them seem different from everybody else. So a unique mechanism could be a method, process, or material that allows the viewer to get that end result. So for educational content, you're probably going to be focusing on a unique method or process of getting to that end result. So let's come up with another example on the fly. So we are doing a channel about drop shipping, and you could say, the reason why you haven't got results with your dropshipping business before is because you are marketing to the wrong group of people. What you need to do is follow the ABC formula for finding a winning group of buyers. A little bit janky, a little bit rough around the edges, but you kind of get where I'm going with it. We're trying to look for a process that is different from what they've heard before. We want to figure out a way that they want to basically say, look, you've not got results before because you were doing it wrong, but this new way is what's going to help you stand out. So you can apply this in your videos and it will help people to stick around and to find them more interesting. You could put it into titles, you could put it into thumbnails, you could put it into the actual video content. Unique mechanisms work in marketing, so they will work for YouTube. So now we're going to talk about conversion and turning those views into cash. This is what I've seen working for other people. I've been looking in detail at what everybody else, how they use YouTube to generate views and how they use it to generate cash from those views. So this is what's worked for other people, and I want to show you how it can work for your own channel. So we're going to cover how to turn those views into dollars and what tons of YouTubers get wrong. So there are many ways to monetize on YouTube. People do things like sponsorships, AdSense, affiliates, products, services, but I do not believe in most of them. I don't believe in doing sponsorships, AdSense, and affiliate deals. Yeah, they can earn some money, but that's not where the most of the money is, and I'm going to elaborate on why. So for sponsorships to work, what they'll do is they'll say, look, you make a video, talk about our product, and we will pay you X amount of money. So maybe they'll give you, say, $10,000 to do a sponsorship, and you're thinking, great, 10 grand, that's a lot of money. But a sponsor wants to see a return on investment. They're not doing it for free. They're not doing it out of the goodness of their own heart. They want to be making money on that. So maybe they want to make $20,000 back or $50,000 back. They will want to see a return on their investment. And it's the same for AdSense. So when you run ads in your videos, people who spend money on those ads want to see a return. They want to see, put $1 in, get $4 back. Like, I spent years running ads on Facebook, and I would, if an ad wasn't profitable, I kill it. I'm not doing it out of the goodness of my own heart. You're running ads to make money. So people are running ads, whether that's actual ads or sponsorships, on other people's content because it will make them more money. So instead of promoting other people's stuff, why wouldn't you just want to promote your own products, your own services? Because that's where you make the most money. I gave you the examples earlier, way back in the start of this course, with Sarah Renee Clark, who sells her own products and services, and she was making 2% of her revenue from AdSense. 98% of her money was coming from selling product to her audience. You know, you build up so much trust with the audience. It just makes sense. But how are people doing it? Well, starting off by giving away valuable information and then sell implementation. So you give away all the knowledge for free. There's no reason to hold anything back anymore in this world. Everything you can learn, you can learn it for free online. So sell stuff that helps people get results faster. So that could be tools. It could be coaching, group cohorts, it could be templates, it could be resources, just things that help speed up the process. So you teach them for free with YouTube, and then you actually then they actually pay you to help get results faster. It's what I've been doing. I've already been landing high ticket clients by doing this process. I was just giving away all the knowledge for free, and people were saying, look, I like the way you think. Can I hire you to come and help me actually do this, actually implement it for my business? So what I've noticed is that YouTube is a social platform, and it is not one to directly pitch on. Most people, if they make a 10-minute video and say, I've just released this product and you should buy it and blah, 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 they do not do well. The audience does not respond well to that. There was a good example of a YouTube channel called, oh crap, the name is just going out of my mind. It's gone. It's completely gone. I can picture. Yes Theory. The YouTube channel called Yes Theory released a course on how to grow a YouTube channel. Now, all their videos was just friends having a good time, hanging out, doing adventures and things. And then they tried to pitch this course, and everybody on YouTube hated them for it. They were like, do not do this. This is not what we signed up for. We don't subscribe to the channel for you to pitch us, blah, blah, blah. So most pitch videos do not do well on YouTube. Iman Gadzi is an example. I've spelled his name wrong there, so apologies if he ever watches this, but he does videos where he pitches in detail, but his videos do well because he's got a world-class team behind him. If you watch his videos, you can tell that they've had someone who's incredibly good writing every single word. Everything in his videos has been thought out in minute detail. So for the masses, we do not want to follow his approach because he has everything dialed in perfectly. So instead, what you do is you drop hints in the video. So like in my group coaching program, this person got this result and recently, or you could say I helped a client implement this exact strategy and they doubled their income. They got new clients. You could say if you want more help with this, I cover it in detail in my course in the video description. Just a quick sentence or two. There's no like ongoing pitching. What I've noticed are the people that are doing the best on YouTube, that are really making the most money, that are really selling their products and services, that 99.9% of their content is just giving stuff away, giving value for free. And there's be a tiny portion where they ask, but the majority of their content is just giving away all that knowledge for free. So another quick note is do not sell anything until you have demand. So if you were like saying, I don't have a course, I don't have a program, and I'm going to start it. I've learned this the hard way in the past where I've built products out for the photography training business, and then I tried to sell them through Facebook ads and crickets, and I just wasted weeks and weeks building something and nobody wanted it. So the way to work around that was to build the demand first and then sell the product. So with YouTube, we have the perfect way of doing that. We can build an audience and then we can say, I'm thinking of making this thing. Would you be interested in buying it? And see what comes back. But if you're thinking of doing this with YouTube, there's a few things to think about. So YouTube builds up a deep level of trust, which makes conversion easy, and that makes YouTube sales funnels very simple. So most people that you see running YouTube, selling products and services through YouTube, have a super simple funnel, because if somebody's coming and watching videos with you and they're sitting with you for time, they build up a connection. You know, if you're this far into the course, you've been with me for like, what, 5 hours by now, 6 hours, and you know, you're getting to know me, you're getting to know how I see the world. So the actual process of converting those views into customers is really simple. But YouTube does lack the ability to have one-to-one conversations. There's no DM capabilities. So that's more of a problem if you're selling something that's expensive, you know, that's a few $1,000s plus. So in that case, you'd want to use YouTube with another platform. So I've seen many people doing this. This isn't based on my own results, but I'm working with a coach at the minute who does $2 million a year, and he uses YouTube and Facebook. So Facebook's like his conversation platform where people can speak to him, DM him, and YouTube, he lets people go deep, and he shares all his knowledge on there and attracts clients into his world. So you want to own the attention, ideally an email list, or a second social platform such as Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, etc. I'm going to be going all in on Instagram and using that as my secondary platform so that people can speak to me there directly. And then these platforms will just give you the ability to talk to people one-to-one. So I think YouTube on its own can work for low ticket. You can just have YouTube and no other platforms if you're selling low ticket. It can work just on its own for high ticket stuff as well. So when I say low ticket, I mean stuff that's a few $100s or less, and high ticket is typically $1,000 plus. People can sell just on YouTube and make a phenomenal income and not have any other platforms. If you're selling low ticket only, you need to get more views to make it work. So you need to be aiming for a lot more views to make this whole process work. So like Thomas Frank explained, does 500,000 views a month and makes $100,000 in revenue a month. So the easiest way to sell low ticket is with a workshop, and I do have a video on my channel for doing this. I'll tell you the exact process, start to finish, everything you need to know about selling a workshop to an existing audience on YouTube. Go into detail there. It's an hour long, completely free on my channel. If you want to sell high ticket, the process that people do is they literally just put book a call on YouTube. They just have a link in the video description to book a call. Say, if you want more help with this, book a call here. And they do a triage call, which is like a short call, normally about 20 minutes, 15-20 minutes, to find out if somebody is a good fit, if they have the money, if they really want to fix this. And after that, they will then do a sales call later, which will be typically an hour long. Again, I've seen plenty of people running this setup, and it's the setup that I'm going to be using more moving forwards. If it works, I'll let you know about it on this channel. If I change it up, again, I will let you know. I'm going to be figuring this out along the way, so you can come along on the journey with me. People also do an email list to triage call, and if you don't have an offer in place, if you're not sure what to sell, if you have a YouTube channel but you're not making any money from it really, then just offer one-to-one paid calls. Use Calendly or Stripe and put that in the video description. Just say, if you want to sign up for a call, then if you want help with this, book in for an hour call, it costs this much. I'll give you an example of that right now. So there's a guy called Reese Daniels on YouTube who does this. On his videos, he doesn't have like a specific offer that he's selling, and I know on this video in particular, in the video description, what is that? Calendly link. Click on that and you can book in with him and pay for a call about life coaching. So you click on that, find a day, find a time, and then that'll take you through to purchase that and pay for the time and everything. So yeah, if you want to start selling, but you don't really know what to do, you can either follow my workshop or you can just do one-to-one paid calls. And they're an amazing way to figure out what problems people have, what you can help them with in the future. So it's a really quick and easy way to get up and get going. People do that. People must make it work. So yeah, that's one of the processes that I would recommend. So that covers everything in this short video. I will be going, as I figure out the business side of this more in detail, I'm going to be going into this in more detail in later videos on my channel, so subscribe if you're not already. And I'm going to be giving away everything that I learn. I'll be going into the details of this, how to do the triage calls, how to do the offers. I want to go into it real detail on all of this, but that is kind of outside the scope of this course, so we're not going to get into much detail on that section here. So, yep, I'll see you in the next chapter. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a bit about the business model that I plan on using for my own business so that you can get some ideas of how you could use it for your own. So, I believe that simple scales, that I don't want this big, complicated, elaborate business with tons of moving parts. I don't really want to hire many people. I want to just be me and maybe a few freelancers helping me with different tasks. So, the goal will be to work for under 4 hours a day. Like, I love working, but at the same time, there's plenty of other things that I enjoy doing in life, and I don't want to be bogged down working 24/7. And then my plan will be make YouTube videos, give away everything for free, give away all of the knowledge, and then just do book a call and help a small portion of people. I'll also use Instagram for the DM capabilities, because some people won't want to book calls and some people will prefer to DM, and that's fine. And the goal is to have one high-ticket offer to help business owners, coaches, entrepreneurs get started with YouTube. So basically covering everything that we went through in this course, going in more detail, helping them actually implement, actually put those things into practice, answering questions, helping figure things out, and going through all those processes. So looking at the competitor research, finding a gap in the market, defining their recipe, creating video ideas, setting up a home studio, and then I'll do that for a fixed price and over a fixed timeline, probably of 4 weeks. And then after that 4 weeks is up, I'll offer them the option of ongoing support for a weekly cost. So that can be help with thumbnail strategy, script optimization, refining ideas, hiring, and basically all the parts that are going to be ongoing work, so that they helping people find the blind spots in their business. Because if you're not a designer, if you don't understand thumbnail strategy, you might struggle to figure out if a thumbnail's good or not. And I love getting deep in the weeds with these things. I really enjoy learning the strategy and the processes and the ideas behind what works for YouTube, and being able to share that with clients, dream job. So I also want to create something that's so damn good that people never want to leave, which means that I don't need many clients to work with, which coincidentally means that I won't need a lot of views on my videos. So if I'm trying to get new clients every single month, then I've got to be getting a lot more views. Whereas if I only need a few clients and they can stick around for months, even years, I don't have to be constantly trying to get new clients, and I don't have to be constantly putting videos out and constantly trying to get more views on each video, because I don't believe that having millions of views is the goal. The goal is the profitable business and to build the lifestyle that I actually want, not to be just getting some meaningless metrics on the screen. And I've already helped people with this exact process. I've already coached some people through this, so I know people are after it, so that verifies to me that the idea is solid. So if you wanted to implement this kind of thing yourself, think about what is one big problem that you could help your clients solve over a fixed time period. So what is that first big hurdle that you could overcome? So generally that's going to be related to your content, and it's going to be that transformation that you've already figured out earlier inside of the inside of this course. Now, some things, of course, take time. You know, I can help somebody set up a YouTube channel in a few weeks and get it going, figure out what the content should be, figure out how to, what the recipe is. But I can't make their channel incredibly successful in 4 weeks. You know, I can't suddenly just go from having no videos on their channel to making 6 figures or whatever. It's not going to happen in a few weeks. So you'd want to figure something out that you can do in that fixed time period, and then after that, what is some problems that you could help with them ongoing? Because getting a client once is the hardest bit, and once you're delivering results for people like to stick around. If you get on together, if you work well together, then there's no reason why you can't keep clients coming back again and again. It's exactly what I did with my time-lapse business. I didn't need a lot of clients because they were repeat clients. And I had clients that came for years and years and years and kept bringing in more work. So even though they saw the video once many years ago and reached out to me, that relationship over time became such a really profitable and valuable relationship for both of us. So it really worked well. So I didn't have to put out many YouTube videos. My old channel really doesn't have that many. So that covers everything there. That's it for the whole course. If you do want help setting up all these sorts of things yourself, I will put some links down in the description below. And if you want a copy for the worksheets and everything, again, that is in the description down below. So thank you for sticking around, and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video.